Hey everyone, welcome back to Fanfic Adventure. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If Naruto Was the Secret Son of Yhwach and Awakened the Almighty to Rule Both Shinigami and Quincies. If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, Blood Awakening. The dream always began the same way, with blue light. Naruto Uzumaki stood alone in an endless void, where ribbons of azure energy curled around his fingers like living things. In the distance, a towering figure watched from a throne of shadow and light, his face obscured save for a peculiar pattern of eyes that covered his forehead. The figure would extend his hand, and Naruto would feel something within him respond, like a key turning in a lock he never knew existed. "The time approaches," the figure would say. "My blood awakens." Naruto's eyes snapped open. Dawn light filtered through his apartment window, casting long shadows across his sparse furnishings. At 17, he'd long since outgrown the childish decorations of his youth, though a faded poster of Ichiraku's special ramen menu still clung stubbornly to one wall. He rubbed his temples, trying to shake off the lingering unease. These dreams had been plaguing him for weeks now, growing more vivid with each passing night. Worse were the moments during his waking hours when blue light seemed to dance at the corners of his vision, there and gone before he could focus on it. "Just nerves," he muttered, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. "That's all." But he didn't believe it, not really. Something was changing inside him, had been ever since his 17th birthday 3 weeks ago. The Nine Tails had been unusually quiet lately, and Naruto had caught Tsunade watching him with an odd, concerned expression more than once. Naruto dressed quickly in his standard black and orange outfit, adjusting his headband with practiced ease. A glance at the clock told him he was already late for team training. Sakura would be furious. He leapt from his apartment window, letting muscle memory guide him across the rooftops of Konoha. The village had been rebuilt and expanded after Pain's attack, new structures rising alongside the old, creating a patchwork of architectural styles that somehow worked together just as the village's diverse inhabitants did. The training grounds came into view, and so did an irritated Sakura, arms crossed as she tapped her foot impatiently. "You're late," she called out as he landed. "Again." Sorry, Naruto grinned, scratching the back of his head. "I was having those dreams again." Sakura's annoyance softened into concern. "That's the third time this week, Naruto." He shrugged, uncomfortable with her scrutiny. "Just weird stuff. Nothing important." "Maybe you should let Lady Tsunade check you over," Sai suggested, appearing silently beside them. "Recurring dreams can indicate psychological distress." "I'm not distressed," Naruto protested. "I'm fine. Just need to focus on training." Kakashi looked up from his book, his visible eye assessing Naruto thoughtfully. "Actually, I've been meaning to ask, have you noticed any changes in your chakra lately?" Naruto stiffened. He hadn't told anyone about the strange fluctuations he'd been experiencing, the way his chakra sometimes felt different, almost foreign, as if something else was mixing with it. "No," he lied. "Everything's normal." Kakashi clearly didn't believe him, but he didn't press the issue. "Alright then. Let's start with some sparring. Naruto and Sai, you're up first." Naruto moved to the center of the training ground, grateful for the distraction. Sai faced him with that enigmatic half-smile of his, brush already in hand. "Begin," Kakashi said. Sai moved first, his brush dancing across a scroll with blinding speed. Ink creatures erupted from the paper, 3 lions that charged toward Naruto with silent ferocity. Naruto formed a quick hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones appeared beside him, each engaging one of the ink beasts. Naruto himself darted to the side, aiming to flank Sai while his creations were occupied. He gathered chakra for a Rasengan, and that's when it happened. The chakra in his palm sputtered and changed, blue energy suddenly threading with strands of white. Pain shot up his arm as if his very cells were rebelling, and the half-formed Rasengan destabilized, sending a shock wave that dispelled his clones and scattered Sai's ink beasts. What the hell? Naruto gasped, staring at his hand. For an instant, he thought he saw a cross-shaped pattern of blue light hovering over his palm. Naruto. Sakura was at his side instantly, medic instincts taking over. What happened? I don't, he began, but his words died as a feeling of wrongness swept over him. Something was approaching, something that didn't belong in this world. The air above the training ground rippled and tore, revealing a gaping black void. A bone-white mask emerged, followed by a massive, hulking body that seemed to defy physics. The creature that pulled itself into their reality stood 3 times the height of a man, with a hole punched clean through its chest and a mask like a grinning skull. What is that thing? Sai asked, the usual calm in his voice fractured by uncertainty. Kakashi pulled up his headband, revealing his Sharingan. I can barely see it, it's like it's operating on a different frequency of chakra. The creature, hollow, a voice in Naruto's mind supplied, though he had no idea where the knowledge came from, let out a bone-chilling roar and lunged for Sakura. Naruto moved without thinking. He threw himself between the hollow and Sakura, hands outstretched. He expected to summon chakra, to form a Rasengan or call upon the Ninetales' power, but what flowed through him was something else entirely. Blue-white energy erupted from his palms, coalescing into a bow of pure light. An arrow formed as he pulled back an ethereal string, and when he released it, the arrow shot through the hollow's mask with pinpoint precision. The creature dissolved with an agonized shriek, particles of spiritual energy dispersing into the air. Silence fell over the training ground as Naruto stared at his hands, the bow of light fading as quickly as it had appeared. His teammates gaped at him. Naruto, Kakashi said carefully, what was that? I have no idea, Naruto replied honestly. I just reacted. That wasn't chakra, Sakura said, her medical expertise evident in her analytical tone. At least, not any kind I've ever seen before. A slow clap broke the tension. They turned to see a petite woman with short black hair and violet eyes, dressed in a black kimono with a white haori over it, approaching from the edge of the training ground. Impressive for a first manifestation, she said. Though your form needs work. Who are you? Naruto demanded, instinctively moving into a defensive stance. And how did you get past Konoha's security? The woman raised an eyebrow. Most humans can't see me at all, so the fact that you're addressing me directly is interesting. She gave a small bow. I am Rukia Kuchiki, captain of the 13th Division of the Godai 13. I was sent to investigate an unusual spiritual pressure in this area. Her eyes fixed on Naruto. I believe I've found it. Spiritual pressure. Naruto repeated. The energy you just used, Rukia explained, gesturing to his hands. That wasn't the power of a Soul Reaper, though. That was Quincy power, which raises a number of questions, since the Quincies were supposed to have been nearly extinct for centuries. Kakashi stepped forward, positioning himself slightly in front of Naruto. I don't know what a Quincy or Soul Reaper is, but Naruto is a ninja of Konoha. Whatever you're here for, he's under our protection. Rukia's expression softened slightly. I'm not here to harm him. But that creature you just fought, a hollow, was just the first. More will come, drawn to his awakening power. I was sent to investigate, not to threaten. Awakening power? Naruto asked. What does that mean? Before Rukia could answer, the air around them seemed to thicken with tension. Birds took flight from nearby trees, and even the insects fell silent. We should continue this conversation elsewhere, Rukia said urgently. That spiritual discharge will attract more hollows, possibly stronger ones. As if on cue, another tear appeared in the sky, larger than the first. Through it came not one but 3 hollows, each more monstrous than the one Naruto had destroyed. Get back to the village, Kakashi ordered Sakura and Sai. Alert the Hokage. We have an unknown threat. I can fight. Sakura protested. Your attacks won't affect them, Rukia cut in. Not unless you can channel spiritual energy specifically. One of the hollows let out a piercing howl and lunged toward them. Rukia drew her sword in a fluid motion, the blade gleaming in the sunlight. Dance, Sodi no Shirayuki, she commanded. Her katana transformed, becoming pure white from hilt to tip. Some no mai, Tsukishiro. She slashed in a circle, and a pillar of ice erupted from the ground, encasing the hollow before shattering it into frozen fragments. The remaining two hollows circled cautiously, assessing this new threat. Naruto, Rukia called without taking her eyes off the creatures, can you manifest that bow again? Naruto stared at his hands, trying to recapture the feeling from moments before. I don't know how I did it the first time. Focus. Feel the energy within you, separate from your chakra, but connected to it. It's in your blood. In his blood. The words triggered a flash of his recurring dream, the shadowy figure with the eyes on his forehead, saying those exact words. Naruto closed his eyes and reached inward. Past the familiar warmth of his chakra, past even the volatile energy of the Nine Tails, he found something else, a cool, steady power that seemed to resonate with his very being. He pulled on it, and the blue-white bow formed in his hand once more. One of the hollows charged him. Naruto took aim and fired. The arrow of light struck true, dissolving the creature mid-lunge. The final hollow, seemingly more intelligent than its companions, opened its mouth and began gathering a ball of red energy. Zero! Rukia shouted in warning. Move! The beam of destructive energy lanced toward them. Kakashi flashed through hand signs, raising an earth wall that the Zero obliterated as if it were paper. The blast continued toward them, and Naruto acted on instinct again. He crossed his arms before him, and a shield of blue energy materialized, absorbing the Zero's impact. The effort drove Naruto to his knees, but the shield held. Taking advantage of the hollow's surprise, Rukia leapt into the air with impossible grace. Tsugi no mai, Hakuren. A massive wave of ice erupted from her blade, freezing the hollow solid before it could react. Silence fell over the training ground once more, broken only by Naruto's heavy breathing as he stared at the dissolving remains of the hollows. What's happening to me? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Rukia sheathed her sword and approached him cautiously. You're awakening to powers you were born with but have lain dormant until now. The timing suggests something triggered it recently. My birthday was 3 weeks ago, Naruto said. That's when the dreams started. Dreams? About a man with eyes on his forehead, sitting on a throne. Rukia went very still. Yhwach, she breathed, the name carrying a weight of dread. It can't be. Who's Yhwach? Kakashi asked sharply. The Emperor of the Quincies, Rukia replied. A being of immense power who nearly destroyed Soul Society 1,000 years ago, and again more recently. He was defeated, but... She looked at Naruto with new wariness. If you're dreaming of him, and manifesting Quincy powers. What are you suggesting? Kakashi's voice held a dangerous edge. I'm not suggesting anything yet, Rukia said carefully. But we need to speak with your leader. This situation has implications far beyond your village. I'll take you to Lady Tsunade, Kakashi agreed reluctantly. But I want it understood that Naruto is under my protection. Rukia nodded. I understand your concern. But you should know, if he truly has Quincy blood, especially Yhwach's blood, there are others who will come for him. Not all will be as diplomatic as I am. Naruto stared at the fading blue light around his hands, his mind racing. All his life, he'd defined himself by being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, by being the son of the fourth Hokage. Now there was something else, something that might change everything he thought he knew about himself. Let's go, he said, standing up straight. I want answers. The Hokage's office was more crowded than usual. Tsunade sat behind her desk, fingers steepled as she regarded Rukia Kuchiki with measured skepticism. Shizune stood at her side, while Kakashi and Naruto occupied the center of the room. Sakura had joined them after alerting the village security forces, and now stood near the door with Sai. "Let me get this straight," Tsunade said after Rukia had explained the basics of Soul Society, Hollows, and Quincies. "You're claiming to be a death god from another dimension, and you believe Naruto is somehow related to some Quincy Emperor, who's been dead for years." "I understand your skepticism," Rukia replied evenly. "But surely you've noticed something unusual about Naruto recently. The spiritual pressure he's emitting is unmistakable to those who can sense it." Tsunade's eyes flicked to Naruto. "There have been anomalies in his recent medical scans. Changes in his chakra pattern that couldn't be explained by the Ninetales' influence." "Because it's not chakra as you understand it," Rukia said. "It's Ryoryoku, spiritual power. Quincies manipulate Reisher, particles of spiritual energy, to form weapons and techniques. What Naruto demonstrated today was a basic Quincy bow." "But why now?" Naruto asked. "Why is this happening after 17 years? Quincy powers typically manifest in adolescence," Rukia explained. "But in your case, I suspect the Ninetales chakra may have suppressed your Quincy powers until now. Perhaps as you've gained more control over the Ninetales, it allowed your dormant abilities to surface. Or it could be something else," Tsunade interjected. "Naruto mentioned dreams about this Yhwach figure. Could there be some kind of outside influence at work?" Rukia frowned. "It's possible. Yhwach had the ability to share his power with others, and to reclaim it. Even from beyond the grave, some echo of his consciousness might be reaching out." "To what end?" Kakashi asked. "I don't know," Rukia admitted. "But the timing is concerning. There have been reports of unusual hollow activity across the worlds, disturbances in the balance of souls. If Yhwach's power is stirring again." Naruto's head suddenly pounded with pain, causing him to grimace and press his palms against his temples. "Naruto?" Sakura stepped forward in concern. "I'm fine," he managed, but even as he spoke, images flashed behind his eyes, fragments of memory that weren't his own. A woman with long red hair facing a figure shrouded in shadow. "I know what you are," she said defiantly. "And I'll never let you have my child." The shadowed man's laughter. "Kushina Uzumaki. Your resistance is admirable, but futile. My blood runs in the child you carry, whether you wish it or not. When the time comes, he will awaken to his heritage." "Never," Kushina snarled. "I'll find a way to seal that power away forever." "You cannot seal away what is fundamental to his being," the man replied. "In time, my son will claim his birthright." The vision faded, leaving Naruto gasping for breath. "My mother," he whispered. "I saw my mother, and someone she was fighting with. Someone who called me his son." The room fell silent. "That's impossible," Tsunade said firmly. "Minato Namikaze was your father. We have genetic confirmation." "Perhaps both can be true," Rukia suggested quietly. Yhwach had a unique method of reproduction. He could impart fragments of his soul to others, creating children who carried his power without conventional biological parentage. "Are you saying this Yhwach somehow infected Kushina?" Tsunade's voice was sharp with disbelief and anger. "I'm saying it's a possibility we can't dismiss," Rukia replied. "Especially given what Naruto is experiencing now." Naruto stared at his hands, trying to process this revelation. All his life, he'd fought to be seen as more than the Ninetales container. He'd found solace in learning about his parents, in knowing he was the son of the fourth Hokage. Now that identity was being called into question again. "I need air," he said abruptly, turning toward the door. "Naruto," Tsunade began. "Let him go," Kakashi interrupted gently. "He needs time to process this." Naruto flashed his teacher a grateful look before slipping out of the office. Instead of taking the stairs, he leapt to the roof of the Hokage Tower, seeking the solitude of the open sky. The village sprawled below him, citizens going about their daily lives, unaware of the revelations shaking his world to its core. He was so lost in thought that he almost missed the subtle shift in the air, a nearly imperceptible change in pressure that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. His newly awakened senses screamed a warning. Naruto dove to the side just as a silver arrow embedded itself in the spot where he'd been standing. He rolled to his feet, instinctively summoning his chakra for defense. Impressive reflexes, a cold voice observed. Perhaps there is something to the rumors, after all. A figure stepped out of the shadows, a man dressed in white, with blonde hair and a thin face set in an expression of clinical detachment. He held a bow similar to the one Naruto had manifested earlier, though more refined and solid-looking. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded, shifting into a combat stance. "My name is not important," the man replied. "I am merely a servant tasked with verification, and, if necessary, elimination." "Elimination?" Naruto tensed. "Of what?" "Of whom?" the man corrected. "There are those who have sensed the awakening of a power that should not exist. A power that threatens the new order we have established since our emperor's fall." His cold gaze assessed Naruto. "If you truly carry his blood, you cannot be allowed to fully awaken." The man raised his bow again, forming another silver arrow. "Nothing personal, child. Just preventative measures." Naruto dodged the arrow by a hair's breadth, feeling its energy singe his jacket as it passed. He reached for the Nine-Tails chakra, the familiar orange energy beginning to envelop him, but something was wrong. The chakra flickered and faltered, as if encountering interference. "Interesting," the assassin remarked. "Your other powers seem to be conflicting with your Quincy heritage. That makes my job easier." He fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. Naruto evaded the first 2, but the third caught him in the shoulder, burning through flesh and muscle. He cried out, stumbling backward. "The mixed blood makes you vulnerable," the assassin continued, approaching methodically. "Neither fully Quincy nor fully whatever else you are. A failed experiment." Naruto gripped his injured shoulder, mind racing. The Nine-Tails healing wasn't kicking in as it should, and his chakra continued to sputter unpredictably. He needed something else, he needed the power that had manifested against the hollows. "In your blood," Rukia had said. "Focus." Naruto closed his eyes, searching for that cool, steady power he'd touched before. It was there, but faint, as if something was suppressing it. The assassin knocked another arrow. "Any last words before I end this aberration?" Naruto looked up, defiance flashing in his eyes. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I don't know what I am or where these powers come from, but I know who I am. And I don't give up that easily." Something broke free inside him then, like a dam bursting. Blue-white energy surged through his system, momentarily overwhelming even the Nine-Tails chakra. The pain in his shoulder vanished as the wound closed, spiritual particles knitting his flesh back together. The assassin's eyes widened. Impossible. That level of high-speed regeneration, Naruto didn't give him time to finish. Acting on instinct, he shaped the energy flowing through him into a bow and fired an arrow of his own. The assassin dodged, but barely. "So you can manifest basic Quincy abilities," the man said, reassessing. Still nothing that would confirm, his words cut off as Naruto's eyes changed. The blue irises were suddenly overlaid with a pattern, a cross-shaped pupil that seemed to see through everything. The assassin went pale. "The Almighty," he whispered. "Then it's true." Naruto felt power coursing through him unlike anything he'd experienced before. Suddenly, he could see, truly see. Not just his surroundings, but possibilities branching out in all directions. He could see the assassin's next 3 moves before the man himself had decided on them. When the assassin fired again, Naruto was already moving to the exact spot needed to avoid it. When he launched his counterattack, it struck precisely where the assassin would be a half-second later. "How are you?" the man gasped, clutching the wound in his side where Naruto's spirit arrow had pierced him. "I can see it," Naruto said, his voice resonating with newfound power. "Every move you'll make. Every path this battle could take." Fear replaced the clinical detachment in the assassin's eyes. "You are his son," he said hoarsely. "They must be warned." He turned to flee, but Naruto was suddenly before him, moving with speed that bordered on teleportation. "Who sent you?" Naruto demanded, seizing the front of the man's white uniform. "Who wants me dead?" "The stern Ritter," the assassin choked out. "Those who remain loyal to Yhwach's vision but fear the chaos your existence will bring. If you truly possess the Almighty, you could upset the balance between all worlds." "I don't want to upset anything," Naruto said. "I just want answers." "Then seek them from the one who calls himself the last true Quincy," the assassin replied. "Uryu Ishida, the one who refused the throne." With surprising strength, he broke free of Naruto's grip and leapt backward, forming a platform of spirit particles beneath his feet. "We will meet again, son of Yhwach. The stern Ritter do not abandon their mission so easily." Before Naruto could respond, the man vanished in a blur of movement too fast to track, even with his newly enhanced perception. The power that had surged through Naruto began to recede, the strange pattern fading from his eyes. Exhaustion hit him like a physical blow, and he dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. "Naruto!" He turned to see Rukia racing across the rooftop toward him, sword drawn. Behind her came Kakashi and Tsunade, both looking deeply concerned. "What happened?" Rukia demanded, scanning the area for threats. "I felt an enormous spike in spiritual pressure. Someone tried to kill me," Naruto said, his voice rough with fatigue. "A Quincy, I think. He said he was sent by something called the Stern Ritter." Rukia's face tightened. The Stern Ritter were Yhwach's elite guard, his most powerful followers. "If they've reformed and are targeting you, then they believe he truly is Yhwach's son," Tsunade finished grimly. "What happened to your attacker?" Kakashi asked, scanning the rooftop with his Sharingan. "He escaped after I wounded him," Naruto replied. "But before he left, he mentioned someone named Uryu Ishida. Said I should seek answers from him." Rukia's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Uryu Ishida? That's unexpected. He's one of the last known Quincies, but he fought against Yhwach in the final battle. He's no friend to the Stern Ritter." "Then why would the assassin direct me to him?" Naruto asked. "I don't know," Rukia admitted. "But Ishida might indeed have insights about your situation. He was briefly appointed as Yhwach's successor before turning against him." Tsunade stepped forward, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "What matters right now is keeping you safe. If these Stern Ritter have found you once, they'll try again." "I'm not hiding," Naruto said firmly. "And I'm not running away. I need to understand what's happening to me." "Then we need more information," Kakashi said. "About your mother's history, about these Quincies, about everything." "I can request permission to bring him to Soul Society," Rukia offered. "The Captain Commander might grant an audience given the circumstances, and our archives contain records of the previous conflict with Yhwach." "You're not taking him anywhere until we know more," Tsunade countered. "For all we know, this could be an elaborate ploy to capture Naruto for your own purposes." Rukia's eyes flashed. "With all due respect, Hokage, if I wanted to harm or capture Naruto, I wouldn't have waited until now. The threat to him, to all worlds, is real." "She's right," Naruto said quietly. "When the assassin attacked me, something happened. My eyes changed, and suddenly I could see everything. He called it the Almighty." Rukia paled. "You manifested the Almighty? Already? What exactly is the Almighty?" Kakashi asked. Yhwach's ultimate power, Rukia explained, her voice tense. The ability to see all possible futures simultaneously, and to alter them according to his will. It made him nearly invincible. And Naruto has this power now? Tsunade asked, alarm evident in her tone. Apparently so, though it seems to be in its early stages. Rukia turned to Naruto. Did you consciously activate it, or did it emerge when you were in danger? It just happened, Naruto said. When my normal chakra wouldn't work right, this other power took over. That matches what we know about Yhwach's abilities, Rukia mused. They often activated in response to lethal threats. Tsunade sighed heavily. We need to call a council meeting. If Konoha is going to be targeted by these stern Ritter, the village elders and clan heads need to be informed. And I should contact Soul Society, Rukia added. If the Almighty has truly reappeared, the Captain Commander needs to know. Naruto looked between them, frustration building. Everyone's talking about me like I'm some kind of weapon or threat. I didn't ask for this power. I don't even understand what it means. Rukia's expression softened slightly. No one is blaming you, Naruto. But powers like the Almighty have far-reaching implications. The last time someone wielded it, multiple worlds were nearly destroyed. I'm not going to destroy anything, Naruto insisted. I just want to know the truth. About my mother, about Yhwach, about all of it. And we'll find it, Kakashi promised. But Tsunade is right, we need to approach this carefully. A commotion from below interrupted them. Shouts and the sound of running feet echoed up from the street level. Lady Tsunade. Shizen's voice called urgently. There's something you need to see. They moved to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. What they saw made Naruto's breath catch in his throat. A massive tear had opened in the sky above Konoha, far larger than the ones that had brought the hollows to the training ground. Through it poured dozens of the masked creatures, their howls filling the air as they descended upon the village. It started, Rukia said grimly. Your awakening has disrupted the balance between worlds. The hollows are drawn to your spiritual pressure like moths to flame. Naruto clenched his fists, determination replacing uncertainty. Then I'll stop them. This is my village, I won't let it be destroyed because of me. Without waiting for a response, he leapt from the rooftop, channeling chakra to cushion his landing in the street below. As his feet touched the ground, he reached for that cool, steady power within him once more. The blue-white bow materialized in his hand, and he took aim at the nearest hollow. The battle for Konoha, and for Naruto's identity, had begun. Chaos reigned in the streets of Konoha. Most civilians couldn't see the hollows clearly, perceiving them only as distortions in the air or feeling a cold dread as they passed. But the effects of their attacks were all too visible, buildings crumbling from unseen impacts, people collapsing as their spiritual energy was drained, children crying in terror at monsters only they could fully perceive. Ninja from all over the village had responded to the alarm, but their techniques were largely ineffective against the spiritual entities. Only those with unusually high chakra sensitivity could even target the hollows properly. In the midst of this confusion, Naruto moved with newfound purpose. Each arrow from his spirit bow found its mark, dissolving hollows into particles of light. Beside him, Rukia's blade flashed as she cut through the creatures with practiced efficiency. There are too many, she called to Naruto. We need to close that tear before more come through. How? Naruto shouted back, firing 3 arrows in quick succession. We need to find the focal point, the place where the barrier between worlds is weakest. A massive hollow, easily 3 times the size of the others, crashed through a nearby building, sending debris flying. Naruto created shadow clones instinctively, using them to pull civilians to safety while he continued fighting. Naruto. Sakura's voice cut through the din as she landed beside him, fists glowing with chakra. Lady Tsunade says to fall back to the Hokage Tower. They're setting up a defensive perimeter. We can't retreat, Naruto replied. These things are drawn to me. If I fall back, they'll just follow. Then what's the plan? Sakura demanded. Naruto glanced at Rukia. You said we need to find the focal point. How do we do that? Rukia dispatched another hollow before answering. The tear will be centered on whatever caused the initial disruption. In this case, me, Naruto finished. So the focal point is wherever I first used these powers. The training ground, Sakura realized. Exactly, Rukia confirmed. We need to get back there. I'll clear a path, Naruto said, summoning more shadow clones. As the clones fanned out to engage the hollows, Naruto noticed something odd. Each clone manifested a faint blue aura, as if his Quincy powers were somehow merging with his ninja techniques. This way, he called to Rukia and Sakura, leading them through the battle-torn streets toward the outskirts of the village. As they ran, Naruto became aware of eyes upon him, not just the hollows, but those of the villagers. Some showed fear, others confusion, and a few, especially among the younger ninja who had grown up knowing him as a hero rather than the Nine-Tails container, looked at him with awe as he wielded powers they didn't understand. It was a familiar feeling, being the center of attention for abilities he hadn't asked for. They reached the training ground to find it transformed. The tear in the sky was directly above it, its edges pulsing with malevolent energy. The ground itself was covered in a layer of white particles that Naruto now recognized as Reisha, spiritual matter. Now what? Naruto asked. Now we need to seal the tear, Rukia said. In Soul Society, we would use a specialized Kido for this, but... She trailed off, eyeing Naruto speculatively. What? He prompted. Your Quincy powers might actually be better suited for this. Quincies don't just destroy spiritual matter, they can absorb and reshape it. I don't know how to do that, Naruto protested. It's instinctual, like the bow, Rukia insisted. Try to feel the Reisha around you, then draw it in and redirect it. Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses as he would when gathering natural energy for Sage Mode. This was different, though. Instead of the living energy of nature, he felt the cool, static presence of spiritual particles, billions of them, floating in the air, concentrated around the tear. He reached out mentally, attempting to grasp them. To his surprise, they responded, flowing toward him like water down a hill. That's it, Rukia encouraged. Now shape it. Imagine sealing the tear shut. Naruto pictured the tear closing, the edges knitting together like a wound healing. The Reisha responded to his will, swirling up toward the sky in a spiral pattern. As it reached the tear, it began to crystallize along the edges, gradually pulling them together. The process was working, but slowly. Too slowly. More hollows continued to pour through the shrinking opening, and Naruto could feel his control slipping as fatigue set in. I can't hold it, he gasped. There's too much pressure from the other side. You need to use more power, Rukia urged. The Almighty, I don't know how to control it. Naruto's concentration wavered, and the Reisha began to disperse. Naruto. Sakura's voice was steady as she placed a hand on his shoulder. You can do this. You've mastered every technique that's ever been thrown at you, from the Rasengan to Sage Mode. This is no different. Her confidence in him rekindled his determination. Naruto took a deep breath and reached deeper within himself, past the familiar reserves of his chakra and the Nine-Tails power, to that cool, ancient energy that had awakened on his birthday. Power surged through him, and his eyes transformed once more, the cross-shaped pupils of the Almighty returning. Suddenly, he could see the structure of the tear in perfect detail, could perceive exactly how the spiritual particles needed to align to seal it. With newfound precision, Naruto redirected the Reisha, weaving it into an intricate lattice across the tear. The spiritual particles condensed and hardened, forcing the edges of the dimensional rift together. A sound like thunder rolled across the sky as the tear sealed itself with a final flash of blue light. The remaining hollows, cut off from their world, roared in fury and turned their attention to Naruto with renewed hatred. Now they're trapped here, Sakura observed tensely. But contained, Rukia added. And without reinforcements, we can handle them. A new voice joined the conversation, cold, arrogant, and vaguely familiar to Naruto. Or I could simply eliminate them all at once. They turned to see a man standing at the edge of the training ground. Tall and thin, with raven black hair and glasses that caught the light, he wore a white outfit reminiscent of the assassins but more elaborate, with blue patterns along the edges. Yuryu Ishida, Rukia said, surprise evident in her voice. What are you doing here? Following the spiritual disturbance, the newcomer replied, adjusting his glasses with a precise movement. Though I see you've already addressed the immediate concern. His gaze fixed on Naruto, assessing. So this is Yhwach's heir. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto corrected firmly. Son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. A faint smile touched Ishida's lips. Genetics and lineage aren't always straightforward where Quincies are concerned. Especially with Yhwach. You were mentioned by the assassin, Naruto said. He called you the one who refused the throne. Did he? Ishida seemed unsurprised. The remnants of the Sternritter still consider me a traitor, though most have abandoned their former zealotry in favor of more pragmatic concerns. Like killing me before I fully awaken? Naruto suggested dryly. Precisely. Ishida raised his hand, and a bow of blue light formed, more refined than Naruto's, with a complex pattern woven through it. Though I have different priorities. In a blur of movement, he turned and fired an arrow past Naruto, striking a hollow that had been approaching silently from behind. The creature dissolved instantly. I'm not here to kill you, Ishida clarified. I'm here to determine whether you pose the same threat Yhwach did. And? Naruto asked warily. Ishida studied him for a long moment. Uncertain. You possess the Almighty, that much is clear from your spiritual pressure. But you lack Yhwach's malevolence. He glanced at the sealed tear in the sky. And you seem more interested in protection than conquest. More hollows circled above them, hesitant to attack with two powerful Quincies present. Perhaps we could continue this discussion after dealing with our unwelcome guests. Ishida suggested, knocking another spirit arrow. Naruto's response was cut short as a new presence made itself known, a crushing spiritual pressure that made even Ishida tense. The air before them distorted, and a tall, imposing man stepped through, not from a tear like the hollows, but from what appeared to be a traditional sliding door that materialized in midair. He wore a black kimono similar to Rukia's but with a white haori that bore the kanji 4-1 on the back. His long white beard was bound with purple cords, and his weathered face held eyes that had seen millennia of conflict. Captain Commander Yamamoto, Rukia gasped, immediately dropping to one knee. Captain Kuchiki, the old man acknowledged, his voice deep and resonant. I see your report was accurate. The Almighty has awakened in a new vessel. His gaze fell on Naruto, and the weight of it was palpable, like standing before a barely contained inferno. Genryosai Yamamoto, Ishida said, his bow still drawn but pointed away from the newcomer. I didn't expect Soul Society to respond so quickly. When the power that nearly destroyed us twice resurfaces, we do not delay, Yamamoto replied. He addressed Naruto directly. Boy. Do you understand what you now possess? Naruto met the ancient Soul Reaper's gaze steadily. Not entirely. But I know enough to realize that others fear it, and me, because of what Yhwach did. Fear is appropriate, Yamamoto said bluntly. The Almighty in Yhwach's hands brought Soul Society to the brink of annihilation. It upset the balance between all worlds and threatened the very fabric of reality. I'm not Yhwach, Naruto stated firmly. No, Yamamoto agreed, surprising him. You are not. Not yet. But power corrupts, young one, and the Almighty is the ultimate power, the ability to reshape the future itself. What do you want from me? Naruto asked. For now, I wish to observe. Yamamoto raised his gnarled staff, and a wave of heat rolled outward. The remaining hollows in the vicinity disintegrated instantly, reduced to ash by the old man's spiritual pressure alone. The tear has been sealed, he continued, but the damage is done. The barriers between worlds have been weakened by your awakening, and more incursions will follow. Soul Society must decide how to address this situation. You mean how to address me, Naruto said flatly. Indeed. Yamamoto's expression remained impassive. Yhwach's blood runs in your veins, but your soul is your own. What you become, ally or threat, remains to be seen. Ishida lowered his bow, allowing it to dissipate. Always the pragmatist, Captain Commander. But perhaps this time, we might consider instruction over isolation or elimination. You suggest we train him? Yamamoto's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. I suggest we not repeat the mistakes of the past, Ishida replied. Yhwach became what he was partly because he was feared and hunted from the beginning. Yamamoto considered this, his ancient eyes never leaving Naruto's face. Perhaps. The boy has shown restraint thus far. I don't want to fight you, Naruto said. I don't want to fight anyone. I just want to understand what's happening to me, and to protect my home and my precious people. Noble sentiments, Yamamoto acknowledged. But intentions change as power grows. We shall see if yours remains so pure when the full scope of the Almighty reveals itself to you. He turned to Rukia. Captain Kuchiki, you will remain here as liaison. Monitor the boy's development and report any significant changes. His gaze shifted to Ishida. And you, last Quincy? What role do you intend to play in this drama? Ishida adjusted his glasses again. I'll stay as well. If Naruto truly possesses Yhwach's power, he'll need guidance from someone who understands Quincy abilities. Very well. Yamamoto opened another sliding door in the air. I shall inform the other captains of these developments. But be warned, if the boy shows any sign of following Yhwach's path, Soul Society will act decisively. With that ominous pronouncement, he stepped through the door, which closed behind him and vanished. A tense silence fell over the training ground. Well, Sakura said at last, that was intense. Captain Commander Yamamoto is over 2,000 years old, Rukia explained. He led Soul Society against Yhwach in both conflicts. His caution is understandable. So what happens now? Naruto asked, feeling the Almighty's power recede once more, his eyes returning to normal. Now, Ishida said, you learn what it means to be a Quincy, and what it means to bear the power that once threatened to remake all existence. Naruto looked at the sealed tear in the sky, at the rapier still floating in the air around them, at his hands that had manifested weapons of pure spiritual energy. Everything he thought he knew about himself had been called into question in a single day. I'm still Naruto Uzumaki, he said, as much to himself as to the others. Whatever else I might be, whatever power I might have, that doesn't change. Ishida studied him with renewed interest. Holding on to your identity in the face of such revelations, perhaps you are different from him after all. As they made their way back toward the village, Naruto felt a strange mix of dread and anticipation. The power of the Almighty pulsed within him like a second heartbeat, foreign yet somehow familiar. Whatever connection he had to Yhwach, whatever destiny awaited him because of it, one thing was certain, nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 2, Divided Loyalties. Dawn broke over Konoha, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold that reminded Naruto of his own chakra. He stood atop the Hokage monument, watching as repair crews worked to mend the damage from yesterday's hollow attack. From this distance, the village looked almost normal, but Naruto knew better. Everything had changed. He held out his hand, focusing. Blue-white energy shimmered into existence, coalescing into a crude bow. It lasted for 3 seconds before dissolving into particles that scattered in the morning breeze. Still unstable, Yuryu Ishida observed from behind him. You're forcing it. Naruto turned to face the Quincy, frustration evident in his expression. I'm doing exactly what you showed me. No, you're trying to mold it like chakra. Ishida adjusted his glasses with a precise movement of his middle finger. Reisha responds to will, not physical manipulation. The difference is subtle but critical. For the past 12 hours, Ishida had been attempting to teach Naruto the basics of Quincy abilities. Progress had been slow and punctuated by frequent arguments. Their teaching styles and learning methods couldn't have been more different. Maybe we should take a break, Naruto suggested, rubbing his temples. The headache that had started during their first training session had only intensified. The stern Ritter won't give you a break, Ishida replied coldly. Neither will the hollows drawn to your uncontrolled spiritual pressure. I get it, all right. Naruto snapped. The fate of multiple worlds is at stake. You've only mentioned it about 50 times. A faint, sardonic smile touched Ishida's lips. Actually, it's been 17 times, but who's counting? Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected response. For all his formality and apparent detachment, Ishida occasionally revealed flashes of dry humor that reminded Naruto of Sasuke in his less brooding moments. The thought of his absent friend sobered Naruto instantly. With everything that had happened, he hadn't had time to wonder how Sasuke would react to these developments. Would he see Naruto's newfound powers as a threat? An advantage? Or just another complication in their already complex relationship? Something on your mind? Ishida asked, his keen eyes missing nothing. Just thinking about a friend, Naruto replied vaguely. Someone who's always been my rival. Understanding flashed across Ishida's face. Ah. I'm familiar with the dynamic. My own relationship with Ichigo Kurosaki has similar complexities. Kurosaki? The substitute Soul Reaper that Rukia mentioned? Ishida nodded. A human with Shinigami powers, and later, we discovered, Quincy blood as well. Ironically, we started as bitter enemies and somehow ended up as reluctant allies. That sounds familiar, Naruto said with a half-smile. Your friend, does he know about your awakening? No. Sasuke's been away from the village for months. Intelligence gathering. Ishida's expression turned thoughtful. When he returns, be prepared. Power shifts between rivals rarely go smoothly. Before Naruto could respond, a familiar presence approached, Rukia Kuchiki, moving with the silent grace that seemed characteristic of Soul Reapers. Unlike yesterday, when she'd worn her captain's haori, today she was dressed more casually in a simple black kimono. Captain Kuchiki, Ishida greeted her with a slight inclination of his head. Just Rukia is fine, Ishida, she replied. We've known each other too long for formalities. She turned to Naruto. Lady Tsunade has called a council meeting. Your presence is requested. Naruto grimaced. Let me guess, the village elders want to decide what to do with me now that I'm even more of a potential danger. Rukia's violet eyes softened with sympathy. Politics are unavoidable, especially when power is involved. But if it helps, I'll be there to represent Soul Society's perspective. And to make sure I don't suddenly decide to conquer all of existence. Naruto asked, only half joking. If you were planning to conquer all existence, I doubt a council meeting would stop you, she replied with unexpected wryness. Naruto found himself smiling despite the tension. There was something about Rukia's calm pragmatism that he found comforting, a steadiness that reminded him of Kakashi, but with an ancient wisdom behind her youthful appearance. Fine, he sighed. Let's get this over with. The council chamber hummed with tension. Around the large circular table sat the heads of Konoha's major clans, the village elders, and key shinobi leaders. Tsunade presided at the head, with Shizen standing attentively behind her. Naruto, Rukia, and Ishida had been given seats near the center, positions that allowed everyone to observe them clearly. Let's begin, Tsunade said, her voice carrying the weight of her office. As you've all been informed, Konoha faced an attack yesterday by entities known as hollows, spirits from another dimensional plane. The attack was successfully repelled, but it revealed something unexpected about Naruto Uzumaki. All eyes turned to Naruto, who resisted the urge to fidget under their scrutiny. Captain Rukia Kuchiki of the Soul Society has provided information that suggests Naruto possesses abilities related to a race known as Quincies, specifically, that he may carry the bloodline of their former leader. Tsunade gestured to Rukia. Captain, would you elaborate for those unfamiliar with these terms? Rukia stood, her small stature belying her commanding presence. Soul Society exists parallel to your world, a realm where souls go after death. Soul Reapers like myself maintain the balance between worlds by guiding these souls and purifying hollows, corrupted spirits that feed on living souls. She paused, gauging the room's reaction before continuing. Quincies are humans with the ability to detect and destroy hollows using spiritual energy called Reisha. Unlike Soul Reapers, who purify hollows and allow them to pass on to Soul Society, Quincies completely eradicate them, disrupting the balance of souls between worlds. And why should Konoha concern itself with this balance? Elder Hamura asked skeptically. Because the barriers between our worlds have been compromised, Rukia replied evenly. The hollow attack yesterday was merely the beginning. Without proper management of this situation, your village, your entire world, could face escalating spiritual incursions. Murmurs spread around the table. Hayashi Hyuga leaned forward, his pale eyes focused on Naruto. And what exactly is Naruto's connection to these Quincies? He asked. Ishida answered this time. Naruto appears to carry the blood of Yhwach, the former emperor of the Quincies, a being of immense power who nearly destroyed the balance between all worlds twice. More specifically, he has inherited Yhwach's most dangerous ability, the Almighty. Which is? Shikaku Nara prompted, his shrewd gaze betraying intense calculation. The power to see all possible futures simultaneously, Ishida explained. And, at its highest level, the ability to alter those futures according to one's will. A heavy silence fell over the room. That's troubling, Shikaku finally said, understating the situation in his characteristically calm manner. Troubling? Danzo Shimura's voice cut through the tension like a blade. It's an unprecedented security risk. If what they're saying is true, Uzumaki has become an existential threat to Konoha, to all nations. Naruto felt a familiar anger rising at Danzo's words. Some things never changed, the old war hawk had always viewed him as a weapon at best, a threat at worst. I haven't changed, Naruto said firmly, meeting Danzo's single visible eye. I'm still the same person I was before. My loyalty is to Konoha and my friends. Noble sentiments, Danzo replied, but intentions matter less than capabilities. History teaches us that power inevitably corrupts. Not always, Kakashi interjected from his position near Tsunade. Naruto has carried the Nine-Tails since birth without being corrupted by its power. A fair point, Tsunade agreed, but we can't ignore the concerns, either. Captain Kuchiki, what is Soul Society's position on this matter? Rukia chose her words carefully. The Captain Commander has authorized me to monitor the situation and provide guidance. Soul Society recognizes the potential danger but acknowledges that Naruto has shown no hostile intent. For now, we advocate observation and training. Training? Inoichi Yamanaka asked. You mean to help him develop these abilities further? Untrained power is far more dangerous than trained power, Ishida stated. Without proper guidance, Naruto's abilities could manifest unpredictably, potentially causing more dimensional rifts. Tsunade nodded. That aligns with our own experience regarding Jinchuriki. Suppression often leads to catastrophic failure later. And what of the threat that targeted Naruto yesterday? Hayashi asked. These. Sternritter, was it? Survivors of Yhwach's elite guard, Rukia confirmed. They likely see Naruto as either a threat to eliminate or a potential leader to control. Either way, they will return. So we face threats from multiple directions, Shikaku summarized. Hollows drawn to Naruto's spiritual pressure, Quincy extremists with unknown intentions, and potentially Soul Society itself if Naruto's powers develop in ways they deem threatening. An accurate assessment, Rukia acknowledged. Danzo leaned forward, his eye fixed on Tsunade. The solution is obvious. The boy must be contained until we fully understand the scope of this situation. Perhaps in a secure facility where his powers can be studied and, no, Tsunade cut him off flatly. Naruto is not a lab specimen to be dissected, nor is he a prisoner. He's a shinobi of Konoha who has repeatedly risked his life for this village. Your sentimentality is a liability, Princess Tsunade, Danzo replied coldly. In times of unprecedented threat, unprecedented measures are justified. Naruto felt his patience wearing thin, but before he could respond, another voice joined the conversation, one that had been silent until now. If I may, Lord Danzo, Shikamaru said, his tone deceptively casual. Your approach assumes isolation would reduce the threat. But from what Captain Kuchiki has explained, Naruto's spiritual pressure is already detectable across dimensional boundaries. Containment wouldn't hide him from those seeking to exploit or eliminate him, it would only ensure he's in one predictable location when they arrive. Several council members nodded at this logic, and Naruto shot Shikamaru a grateful look. Furthermore, Shikamaru continued, if these abilities are tied to Naruto's bloodline, they'll continue to develop regardless of containment. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to have them develop under guidance and in service to Konoha? An astute observation, Ishida commented, studying Shikamaru with newfound interest. Danzo's expression hardened, but he offered no immediate counterargument. I propose a compromise, Tsunade said. Naruto will remain active as a shinobi of Konoha, but with certain restrictions. He'll train his new abilities under the supervision of our guests, with ANBU monitoring for any unusual developments. Additionally, a response team will be formed, specialized in dealing with these hollow incursions. She looked around the table, gauging reactions. This allows us to both support Naruto and prepare contingencies. Does anyone object? Danzo clearly wanted to, but with most of the clan heads nodding in agreement, he kept his silence. Very well, Tsunade concluded. Kakashi, I'm assigning you to oversee this situation directly. Work with Captain Kuchiki and Ishida to establish a training protocol. Shikaku, begin developing strategic responses to these new threats. As the meeting adjourned, Naruto felt a strange mix of relief and anxiety. He'd avoided immediate confinement, but the weight of suspicion and expectation hung heavy on his shoulders. Rukia approached him as they exited the chamber. That went better than I expected, she said quietly. Really? It felt like most of them were deciding whether to lock me up or just put me down, Naruto replied with uncharacteristic bitterness. Fear is a natural response to the unknown, she said. I've seen Soul Society react similarly to unexpected powers. What matters is that you have advocates who see you as more than just your abilities. Her words struck a chord. Throughout his childhood, Naruto had been defined by the Nine Tails, feared and isolated because of a power he hadn't chosen. Now history was repeating itself with this Quincy heritage. It's like being a Jinchuriki all over again, he said softly. Rukia studied him with those piercing violet eyes. You've carried that burden your entire life? Naruto nodded. The Nine Tails attacked our village the day I was born. The fourth Hokage, my father, sealed it inside me to save everyone. Most people saw only the monster, not the child. Understanding dawned in Rukia's expression. So you've already experienced what it means to contain power others fear. Yeah. Maybe that's why the old man Yamamoto didn't just try to eliminate me on the spot. He could see I'm used to keeping destructive power in check. A small smile touched Rukia's lips. Perhaps. Though I wouldn't underestimate the Captain Commander's capacity for pragmatism. He's lived long enough to recognize that immediate destruction isn't always the wisest course. They had reached the exit of the Hokage Tower, stepping into the bright midday sun. Below, the village continued its rhythm of life, citizens going about their daily routines despite yesterday's chaos. What happens now? Naruto asked. Now, Ishida said, joining them, we train. Your control is rudimentary at best, and the Sternritter won't wait for you to master your abilities before they strike again. Agreed, Rukia nodded. I suggest we begin immediately, away from the village center to minimize collateral damage should your spiritual pressure attract more hollows. I know just the place, Naruto said. The Forest of Death stood silent and imposing, its massive trees creating a canopy that blocked much of the sunlight. Team 7 had used this training ground many times since the Chunin exams, finding its isolation and inherent dangers useful for pushing their limits. Naruto led Rukia and Ishida to a clearing near the center, where a small stream cut through the forest floor. This should work, he said. Far enough from the village to avoid casualties if things go wrong, but close enough for reinforcements if needed. Pragmatic, Ishida observed with a hint of approval. Now, let's begin with the fundamentals. The first skill any Quincy must master is erasure absorption. He held out his hand, and blue-white particles began flowing toward it, gathering in his palm. All matter contains spiritual energy. The air, the ground, even living beings. A Quincy draws this energy in and shapes it according to their will. Naruto focused on his own palm, trying to replicate the effect. Nothing happened. You're trying too hard, Rukia observed. It's similar to how Soul Reapers connect with their Zanpakuto, not through force, but through harmony. Harmony, Naruto repeated skeptically. That's not really my style. Clearly, Ishida said dryly. But it's necessary nonetheless. Close your eyes. Feel the erasure around you, not as something to command, but as an extension of yourself. Naruto closed his eyes, reaching out with senses he was still discovering. At first, there was nothing. Then, gradually, he became aware of a subtle energy permeating everything around him, different from chakra, less vibrant but more fundamental. I can feel it, he said softly. It's everywhere. Now invite it toward you, Rukia suggested. Don't pull or push, simply welcome it. Naruto relaxed his body and mind, imagining the energy flowing naturally toward him. To his surprise, he felt a cool current against his skin as erasure particles began responding to his passive call. Good, Ishida said. Open your eyes, but maintain that connection. Naruto opened his eyes to see faint blue particles drifting toward his outstretched hand, gathering in a loose cloud around his fingers. I'm doing it, he said with a hint of excitement. Don't lose focus, Ishida warned. Concentration is. A sudden spike of pain lanced through Naruto's head, breaking his concentration. The erasure scattered, and he staggered backward, clutching his temples. Naruto. Rukia moved to his side, concern evident in her voice. I'm okay, he managed, though the pain was still throbbing behind his eyes. Just a headache. Not just a headache, Ishida said grimly. Your powers are developing faster than your body can adapt. It's putting strain on your soul's structure. Is that dangerous? Naruto asked, straightening as the pain began to subside. It can be, Rukia replied. When a soul is forced to channel more power than it's prepared for, it can lead to soul suicide, a complete breakdown of spiritual cohesion. That's not good. No, it's not, Ishida agreed. But your situation is unique. The Ninetales chakra may actually be serving as a buffer, preventing your soul from tearing itself apart as the Quincy powers awaken. So the fox is actually helping me? That's a first. As if in response to his comment, Naruto felt a stirring within his mindscape. The Ninetales, silent since his powers had begun manifesting, seemed to be growing restless. We should proceed more carefully, Rukia suggested. Perhaps focus on theory before practice. Theory won't help him when the Sternritter return, Ishida countered. He needs practical skills, even rudimentary ones. What about starting with something more basic than racial absorption? Naruto suggested. Like those platforms you created to stand on air. Ishida considered this. Hirenkyaku, the Quincy equivalent of flash step or your body flicker technique. It requires less fine control than weapon manifestation. For the next hour, they worked on the fundamentals of Quincy movement techniques. Naruto found that by focusing Raisher beneath his feet, he could create temporary platforms that allowed for mid-air maneuvers beyond what even chakra-enhanced jumps could achieve. You're a quick study, Rukia observed as Naruto executed a complex aerial sequence, bouncing between Raisher platforms with increasing confidence. I've always learned best by doing, he replied, landing lightly beside her. Theory puts me to sleep. A trait you share with Ichigo, she said with a small smile. He's similar in his approach to learning, impatient with explanation but remarkably adaptive in practice. This Ichigo, you've mentioned him before. He's important to you. A complex emotion flickered across Rukia's face. He changed my life. I gave him my powers when he was just a human boy facing a hollow to save his family. He later risked everything to save me from execution in Soul Society. Sounds like someone I'd get along with, Naruto remarked. Or fight with constantly, she countered with a knowing look. You're both stubborn to a fault. Naruto grinned. The best friendships start with a good fight. Their conversation was interrupted as Ishida rejoined them, having stepped away briefly to observe the forest perimeter. We're not alone, he said quietly. Someone's watching us. Naruto immediately extended his senses, both shinobi training and nascent spiritual awareness coming into play. Where? About 200 meters north. They're masking their presence, but their spiritual pressure is distinctive. Hostile? Rukia asked, her hand moving to her Zanpakuto. Unclear. But powerful, possibly Sternritter level. Naruto made a hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu. A dozen copies of himself appeared, immediately fanning out through the forest. Interesting technique, Ishida observed. Physical duplicates rather than mere illusions. They're useful for reconnaissance, Naruto explained. Whatever they see, I see when they dispel. They waited tensely as the clones searched the forest. After a few minutes, Naruto stiffened. Found them, he said. But it's not what we expected. Before he could elaborate, a figure appeared at the edge of the clearing, tall and broad-shouldered, with long blonde hair that fell past his shoulders. He wore a white uniform similar to Ishida's but more ornate, with a high collar and a script emblem emblazoned on his chest. Jugram Hashwolf, Ishida breathed, genuine shock in his voice. Ishida, the newcomer acknowledged with a slight nod. I see rumors of your involvement were accurate. You're supposed to be dead, Ishida said, recovering his composure. You fell alongside Yhwach. A faint, bitter smile touched Hashwolf's lips. Did I? Or was that simply the future you observed? Rukia had drawn her sword, its white blade gleaming in the dappled sunlight. Hashwolf was Yhwach's second-in-command, his most loyal follower and the inheritor of a portion of the Almighty. What do you want? Naruto demanded, instinctively gathering both chakra and Raisher. Hashwolf's piercing blue eyes fixed on Naruto, studying him with unsettling intensity. So you are the one. Yhwach's lost scion. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto corrected firmly, echoing his introduction to Ishida. Son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Names mean little. Blood speaks louder. Hashwolf took a step forward, his spiritual pressure intensifying until it felt like a physical weight pressing down on the clearing. I've come to test your worthiness. Worthiness for what? Naruto asked, standing his ground despite the pressure. To inherit what was promised. The future Yhwach foresaw, a world reshaped by the true power of the Quincy. Ishida moved to stand beside Naruto. Hashwolf, whatever you're planning, reconsider. Yhwach's vision died with him. The Wandenrake is no more. Is it not? Hashwolf's gaze never left Naruto. His majesty saw beyond his own death. He knew his blood would awaken in another, one with the potential to complete what he began. I'm not interested in completing anyone else's plans, Naruto stated. Especially not someone who tried to destroy multiple worlds. Such certainty, Hashwolf remarked. Yet you know nothing of your own heritage, of the destiny written in your soul. With blinding speed, Hashwolf drew his sword, a rapier blade that crackled with blue energy. Show me the power that flows in your veins, son of Yhwach. Prove your right to bear his legacy. He lunged forward, blade aimed directly at Naruto's heart. Despite his size, Hashwolf moved with incredible grace and precision, leaving no opening for evasion. Naruto reacted on instinct, channeling rapier into his palm to form a crude shield. The impact when Hashwolf's blade struck it sent shockwaves through the clearing, uprooting smaller trees and creating a crater beneath Naruto's feet. Impressive reflexes, Hashwolf acknowledged. But defensive reactions alone will not suffice. He pressed harder, his blade beginning to pierce the hastily formed shield. Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling his control slipping. Naruto! Rukia called, preparing to intervene. Stay back! Naruto shouted. This is my fight. Something in his tone must have convinced her, because both Rukia and Ishida hesitated, though they remained poised to act if necessary. Naruto pushed back against Hashwolf's blade, gathering his chakra. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones appeared surrounding Hashwolf, each attacking from a different angle. The Quincy didn't even look at them, simply releasing a pulse of spiritual pressure that dispelled them instantly. Parlor tricks, Hashwolf said dismissively. Is this all you can muster? Perhaps I was mistaken about your potential. Anger flared in Naruto, but he forced himself to remain calm. Getting emotional would only cloud his judgment. Instead, he tried to recall what Ishida had taught him about Quincy abilities. Rapier absorption. Hirenkyaku. Spirit weapons. In a quick movement, Naruto disengaged from the deadlock, using a rapier platform to launch himself backward. As he moved, he extended his senses, drawing in the spiritual particles saturating the forest. Running away? Hashwolf asked, his tone mildly disappointed. Regrouping, Naruto corrected, concentrating on the energy gathering around his hands. It felt different from chakra, cooler, more precise, but also more volatile. Blue light flared as Naruto successfully manifested a bow, more substantial than his previous attempts, with a defined shape that resembled a stylized flame. He drew back the string, and an arrow of pure energy formed. Better, Hashwolf acknowledged. But still rudimentary. Naruto released the arrow, followed by two more in rapid succession. Hashwolf deflected them effortlessly with his sword, each impact creating a shower of spiritual particles. Your form lacks refinement, the Quincy observed. You're forcing the rapier rather than guiding it. Despite the criticism, Naruto noticed something interesting: the spiritual particles from the deflected arrows weren't dissipating. They hung in the air, responsive to his will. Acting on instinct, he gathered them back to him, condensing them into a denser projectile. When he fired again, the arrow moved with significantly more speed and power. Hashwolf's eyes widened slightly as he was forced to dodge rather than deflect. You learn quickly, he said, a hint of approval in his voice. But arrows alone won't prove your worth. Hashwolf raised his hand, and the air around him distorted. Dozens of rapier swords materialized, hovering in a circular formation. With a gesture, he sent them flying toward Naruto from all directions. There was no time to dodge. Naruto crossed his arms before him, channeling as much rapier as he could into a spherical shield. The swords struck simultaneously, their combined impact shattering his defense and sending him flying backward into a massive tree trunk. Pain exploded through his body as he hit the tree with enough force to crack the bark. He slid to the ground, momentarily stunned. Disappointing, Hashwolf said, approaching slowly. I had hoped for more from His Majesty's heir. Naruto struggled to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. I'm just getting started. He formed a familiar hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. This time, hundreds of clones appeared throughout the clearing and surrounding forest, each drawing in erasure to form their own bow. Numbers won't save you, Hashwolf stated, preparing another attack. They're not just for numbers, Naruto replied. Unlike previous battles, he didn't immediately send his clones to attack. Instead, they remained in formation, each drawing and holding an arrow aimed at Hashwolf. Hashwolf paused, reassessing the situation. What are you planning? Instead of answering, Naruto closed his eyes, focusing on the connection he shared with his clones. Each was gathering erasure independently, creating hundreds of focal points throughout the area. Together, they were affecting the very distribution of spiritual particles in the forest. When Naruto opened his eyes, they had changed, not to the cross pattern of the Almighty, but to something between that and his natural blue. A hybrid state that reflected his growing understanding of his dual nature. Now, he commanded. All the clones fired simultaneously. Hashwolf raised a defensive barrier, but the arrows weren't aimed directly at him. Instead, they struck in a precise pattern around him, creating a complex geometric formation of spiritual energy. A binding technique? Hashwolf realized too late. The arrows had formed a spirit cage, limiting his movement and disrupting his own erasure control. Something like that, Naruto confirmed. His clones dissipated, having served their purpose, and he drew their accumulated experience back into himself. With Hashwolf momentarily contained, Naruto took the opportunity to try something new. He'd been thinking about how his Rasengan manipulated chakra, creating a self-sustaining sphere of rotating energy. Perhaps the same principle could apply to erasure. He held out his hand, simultaneously drawing in spiritual particles and infusing them with his chakra. The two energies initially repelled each other, creating painful feedback. Naruto pushed through it, forcing them to interact, to blend. A sphere formed above his palm, not the pure blue of a Rasengan, nor the blue-white of a Quincy arrow, but something new. A spiraling orb of energy that contained both chakra and erasure in unstable harmony. What is this technique? Hashwolf asked, genuine curiosity breaking through his detached demeanor. I'm calling it erasure Rasengan, Naruto replied, the strain of maintaining the hybrid technique evident in his voice. Let's see if it works. He charged forward as the spirit cage began to weaken. Hashwolf raised his sword to counter, but Naruto used Hirenkyaku to appear at his flank, driving the erasure Rasengan toward the Quincy's side. Hashwolf pivoted with remarkable speed, bringing his blade up to block the attack. The two techniques collided with catastrophic force. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched, then the unstable nature of Naruto's creation asserted itself. The erasure Rasengan detonated, releasing a shockwave that tore through the clearing. Trees toppled, the ground cratered, and both combatants were thrown in opposite directions by the blast. Naruto crashed through several trees before coming to a stop, his body battered but already healing through a combination of the Ninetales' influence and his Quincy regeneration. He pushed himself up on shaky legs, scanning the devastated forest for his opponent. Hashwolf emerged from the dust cloud, his pristine uniform torn and scorched, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. For the first time, he showed genuine surprise. You combined two fundamentally different energy sources, he said, almost to himself. Something that should be impossible. Naruto gathered his remaining strength, prepared to continue the fight. I specialize in the impossible. To his surprise, Hashwolf sheathed his sword. Indeed. Perhaps that is why His Majesty chose you. I told you, I'm not following anyone's plan. And yet you fulfill it nonetheless. A strange smile crossed Hashwolf's face. The test is complete. Test. Naruto repeated, confused by the sudden shift. What test? To see if you possess not just His Majesty's power, but the will to shape it in your own image. Yhwach studied Naruto with new respect. Many could inherit the Almighty, but few could make it truly their own. I don't understand. You will, in time. Yhwach straightened his tattered uniform. The stern Ritter remain divided on your existence. Some see you as a threat to eliminate. Others as a vessel to control. A few, like myself, sought to understand what His Majesty intended by ensuring his power would find you. And now? Now I believe I understand. Yhwach's expression became thoughtful. Yhwach sought not a copy of himself, but an evolution. A bearer of his power who would not repeat his mistakes. Before Naruto could respond to this cryptic statement, Rukia and Ishida appeared beside him, having finally decided to intervene. Are you alright? Rukia asked, her eyes quickly assessing his injuries. I'm fine, Naruto assured her. Just tired. Ishida kept his gaze fixed on Yhwach. What game are you playing, Jugram? The Yhwach I knew would never willingly concede a battle. The Yhwach you knew died with His Majesty, the blonde Quincy replied. What remains has had time to reflect on the cost of blind loyalty. He turned his attention back to Naruto. You will be tested again, Naruto Uzumaki. By those less willing to see your potential. Grow stronger. Master what flows in your blood. The future depends on it. With those words, Yhwach created a racier platform beneath his feet and ascended rapidly, disappearing into the sky. Well, Rukia said after a moment, that was unexpected. Yeah, Naruto agreed, finally allowing his exhaustion to show as he sank to the ground. What did he mean about Yhwach ensuring his power would find me? Ishida's expression was troubled. Yhwach possessed a form of clairvoyance beyond even the Almighty, the ability to insert his consciousness into the cracks of future possibilities. If he foresaw his own defeat, he might have taken measures to ensure his legacy continued. Through me, Naruto said grimly. But why? And how am I connected to him? Those are questions we still need answers to, Rukia replied. She knelt beside him, examining a particularly slow-healing wound on his arm. But perhaps we should focus on your recovery first. That technique you created, it was reckless. But effective, Naruto pointed out. Effective at nearly tearing you apart, she countered. I could feel the instability from across the clearing. Mixing chakra and racier that way is dangerous. But potentially revolutionary, Ishida mused. If stabilized, such hybridization could access capabilities neither power source could achieve alone. Naruto grinned despite his fatigue. See? Revolutionary. Rukia shook her head, but Naruto caught the hint of a smile she tried to suppress. Revolutionary or not, you need rest. Your spiritual pressure is dangerously depleted. As if to emphasize her point, Naruto swayed where he sat, the adrenaline of battle fading to leave bone-deep exhaustion in its wake. Maybe a short break wouldn't hurt, he conceded. The village was quiet as dusk settled over Konoha. Naruto sat on his apartment balcony, watching the lights come on across the rooftops. After the battle with Yhwach, Sakura had examined him thoroughly before prescribing absolute rest, orders Naruto was following only because even he had to admit he was completely drained. A light tap on his window announced Rukia's arrival. She'd changed back into her captain's Haori, the formal attire somehow making her seem smaller and more severe simultaneously. I thought you might be sleeping, she said, stepping onto the balcony. Too much on my mind, Naruto replied. Pull up a chair. She settled into the spare seat beside him, her violet eyes reflecting the fading sunlight. Ishida is conferring with your Hokage about Yhwach's appearance. It complicates matters. Because he was supposed to be dead. Because his allegiance is unclear. Yhwach was Yhwach's most loyal follower, his other half, in many ways. If he's now interested in you. He said something about Yhwach ensuring his power would find me, Naruto remembered. Like it was planned. Rukia's expression grew thoughtful. There are legends about Yhwach's abilities beyond even the Almighty. They say he could impart pieces of his soul to others, creating a spiritual lineage that transcended biological constraints. So I could be his son, without him actually being my father in the traditional sense. Precisely. A spiritual heir rather than a genetic descendant. Naruto absorbed this information, finding it strangely comforting. The idea that Yhwach might have manipulated his mother directly had been deeply disturbing. A spiritual connection, while still unsettling, felt less like a violation of his family's integrity. That would explain the timing, he mused. Why these powers are manifesting now instead of when I was born. How so? If Yhwach implanted some part of his power in me, or in my mother before I was born, he might have set it to activate at a specific time. Maybe when I reached a certain age, or when he was defeated, Rukia finished, understanding dawning in her eyes. A contingency plan. If he couldn't reshape the world himself, he'd ensure someone else carried on his work. But I don't want to carry on his work, Naruto said firmly. I don't even know what his work was, exactly, beyond trying to conquer Soul Society. Rukia hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Yhwach's ultimate goal was to eliminate the boundaries between all worlds, to merge them into a single reality where death would no longer separate souls from their loved ones. That doesn't sound so bad, Naruto admitted, surprised. His methods were the problem. The merging would have required the destruction of the Soul King, the linchpin holding all realities in balance. Its death would have initially collapsed all worlds into chaos before they could stabilize in a new configuration. Killing millions in the process, Naruto guessed. Billions, Rukia corrected grimly. Across all realms. They fell silent for a moment, watching as the last light faded from the sky, leaving only stars and village lamps to illuminate the night. You know, Naruto finally said, my whole life, I've been trying to figure out who I am. First I was just the orphan nobody wanted. Then I was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Later, I learned I was the fourth Hokage's son. Now I'm supposedly Yhwach's heir too. He shook his head. It's a lot of identities to juggle. Rukia studied him for a moment before responding. In Soul Society, we believe that identity isn't something fixed at birth. It's forged through choices and actions. Whatever blood flows in your veins, whatever power you inherit, it's what you do with it that defines you. Is that what you did? Define yourself through your choices? A shadow crossed her face. I was born into the noble Kuchiki clan, but raised in Rukongai, Soul Society's poorest district. I became a Soul Reaper to escape poverty, was adopted into nobility because of my resemblance to my sister-in-law, and spent decades trying to live up to expectations I never asked for. Her smile held a hint of irony. So yes, I understand something about conflicting identities. How did you resolve it? I stopped trying to be what others expected and started asking what I expected of myself. She met his gaze directly. What do you expect of yourself, Naruto Uzumaki? The question struck him deeply. What did he expect of himself? For so long, his goal had been simple, become Hokage, earn the village's recognition. But now, with powers that transcended the boundaries of his world, was that enough? I want to protect the people I care about, he said finally. I want to use whatever power I have, Nine-Tails, Quincy, or plain old stubbornness, to make sure my friends are safe. And I want to understand these worlds beyond ours, to find my place in something bigger than just Konoha. Rukia nodded, seeming satisfied with his answer. Then focus on that, not on questions of lineage or destiny. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only when Rukia suddenly tensed, her hand moving to her Zanpakuto. What is it? Naruto asked, immediately alert. A presence, she replied, scanning the village. Powerful, but familiar. Before Naruto could question further, a figure appeared on the rooftop opposite his apartment, tall and lean, with dark hair and a traveling cloak that billowed in the night breeze. Naruto's breath caught as recognition dawned. Sasuke. His former teammate and eternal rival stood motionless, his mismatched eyes, one black, one purple with a ripple pattern, fixed on Naruto and his companion. "You have interesting company, Naruto," Sasuke observed, his voice carrying easily across the gap between buildings. "And an interesting new chakra signature." "It's a long story," Naruto replied, standing. "When did you get back?" "Just now." Sasuke's gaze shifted to Rukia, assessing. "Soul Reaper." Rukia's hand remained on her Zanpakuto. "You can see what I am." "Those eyes see more than most," Naruto explained. "Sasuke, this is Captain Rukia Kuchiki of Soul Society. Rukia, this is Sasuke Uchiha, my teammate and friend." Sasuke's expression remained impassive, but Naruto could read the subtle signs of tension in his posture. "We need to talk. Privately." "Anything you have to say can be said in front of Rukia," Naruto countered. "She's been helping me understand what's happening to me." A flicker of annoyance crossed Sasuke's face. "Fine. But not here." His eyes scanned the surrounding rooftops. "Too exposed." "The Uchiha compound," Naruto suggested. "It's secure and private." Sasuke nodded once, then vanished in a flicker of movement. "Your friend seems intense," Rukia observed. Naruto chuckled. "That's Sasuke at his most sociable. Come on, we shouldn't keep him waiting. When he says he needs to talk, it's usually important." The Uchiha compound stood as a silent monument to tragedy, a ghost town within Konoha's borders. Sasuke had reclaimed a small portion of it after the war, renovating a single house near the center while leaving the rest untouched as a memorial to his slaughtered clan. He was waiting for them in a sparsely furnished room, sitting cross-legged at a low table with 3 cups of steaming tea already prepared. His sword rested beside him, within easy reach. "You've changed," Sasuke said as Naruto and Rukia entered, not bothering with pleasantries. "Your chakra has a different frequency. Almost like a tailed beast, but older. More fundamental." Naruto took a seat across from him. "You're right. Something has awakened in me, apparently I have Quincy blood." Sasuke's expression didn't change, but his Rinnegan eye seemed to pulse slightly. "Quincy. The spirit archers who war with Soul Society." His gaze shifted to Rukia. "Which raises the question of why a Soul Reaper captain is helping you instead of trying to eliminate you." "The situation is complex," Rukia replied evenly. "Naruto isn't just any Quincy. He appears to be the heir to Yhwach's power, specifically, the Almighty." If Sasuke was surprised by this information, he didn't show it. "I see. That explains the disturbances I've been tracking." "Disturbances?" Naruto leaned forward. "What do you mean?" "It's why I returned." Sasuke took a sip of his tea before continuing. "For months, I've been investigating reports of strange phenomena across the elemental nations. People disappearing without trace. Villages found empty. Inexplicable destruction that no known jutsu could cause." "Hollows," Rukia suggested. "Or possibly Arrancar activity." "Perhaps," Sasuke acknowledged. "But there's more. During my investigation, I encountered someone familiar, someone who should be dead." Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. "Who?" "Madara Uchiha." The name hung in the air like a physical presence. Madara, the legendary Uchiha who had nearly destroyed the world during the Fourth Great Ninja War, who had been manipulated by Kagaya and ultimately defeated through the combined efforts of Naruto, Sasuke, and countless others. "That's impossible," Naruto said. "We saw him die." "We saw his body die," Sasuke corrected. "But it seems his spirit found another path." Understanding dawned on Rukia's face. A plus that refused Konso, refused to pass on to Soul Society. Explain, Sasuke demanded. When humans die, their souls typically become plus spirits, ghosts, essentially, Rukia said. Soul Reapers perform Konso, soul burial, to send these spirits to Soul Society. But some refuse to move on, either out of attachment to the living world or because of unfinished business. And you believe Madara is one of these plus spirits? Sasuke asked. It would explain how you could encounter him after his death, Rukia replied. But a soul as powerful as Madara's would not remain a simple plus for long. Without Konso, he would eventually transform into a hollow, or worse. He hasn't transformed, Sasuke said. At least, not in that way. He's found something else, a power source that's allowed his spirit to maintain coherence and even manifest physically under certain conditions. What kind of power source? Naruto asked, though he feared he already knew the answer. He called it, the realm beyond chakra, spiritual energy in its purest form. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He's absorbing the souls of the living to strengthen his spirit form. And he's not alone. What do you mean? Rukia's voice had taken on a new urgency. He's gathering others, powerful shinobi who died in the war. Spirits who refuse to move on. He's teaching them to harness this spiritual energy, to manifest physical forms temporarily. Sasuke's gaze locked with Naruto's. He's building an army of the dead, Naruto. And he's very interested in you. In me? Why? Because he can sense the change in you. He called it, the awakening of the sleeping god, said it was the sign he'd been waiting for. Rukia paled. If Madara Uchiha has found a way to harness Raisher without becoming a hollow, and is building an army of spiritually enhanced dead shinobi. It's worse than that, Sasuke interrupted. He's specifically targeting those with Kekii Genkai, bloodline limits. Spirits whose genetic abilities might interact with this spiritual energy in unpredictable ways. Like my Quincy powers interacting with the Nine Tails, Naruto realized. Exactly. Sasuke leaned forward, his intensity palpable. Madara believes that by combining the power of Kekii Genkai with what he calls the power of the dead, he can create a force that transcends the limitations of both living and dead. A power that could rival or exceed the Sage of Six Paths himself. This is grave news, Rukia said. If Madara succeeds, he could disrupt the balance between worlds even more catastrophically than Yhwach intended. There's more, Sasuke continued. Madara mentioned another player in this game, someone he referred to only as, the exiled god. Someone he's working with, or perhaps being manipulated by. Did he give any hints about who this exiled god might be? Rukia asked. Only that he was cast out of Soul Society for daring to transcend the boundaries between Hollow and Shinigami. Sasuke's gaze fixed on Rukia. Does that mean anything to you? Rukia's expression shifted to one of alarm. Sosuke Aizen. It has to be. Who's Aizen? Naruto asked. A former captain of the Gotei 13 who betrayed Soul Society, Rukia explained, her voice tight with controlled emotion. He sought to transcend the boundaries between Soul Reaper and Hollow, to reach the throne of God himself. He was defeated and imprisoned, but... Sasuke prompted. There were rumors of his escape shortly before Yhwach's final attack. In the chaos that followed, confirming those rumors became a lower priority. She shook her head. If Aizen is free and has made contact with a spirit as powerful as Madara Uchiha, then we're facing a threat on multiple fronts, Naruto concluded grimly. The stern Ritter who want me either dead or controlled, Madara's army of spiritually enhanced dead shinobi, and this Aizen character with unknown intentions. Plus the increasing hollow incursions drawn to your awakening spiritual pressure, Rukia added. Sasuke finished his tea and set the cup down with deliberate precision. Madara is moving quickly. He believes your awakening is the catalyst for some greater transformation, the beginning of a merger between worlds that he intends to exploit. That aligns with what we know of Yhwach's plans, Rukia said. He sought to merge all realms into one. If your powers are continuing his work unconsciously. I'm not merging anything, Naruto protested. At least, not intentionally. Intent may not matter, Sasuke countered. Power of this magnitude often has consequences beyond its wielder's control. A heavy silence fell over the room as they absorbed the implications. Finally, Naruto spoke, his voice firm with resolve. Then I need to gain control, complete control, of these powers. Not just basic techniques, but mastery of the Almighty itself. That's dangerous, Rukia cautioned. The Almighty corrupted Yhwach, convinced him of his own invincibility, his right to reshape reality according to his vision. I'm not Yhwach, Naruto said simply. And I won't be Madara's catalyst or Aizen's pawn or the Sternritter's weapon. I'll find my own path. Sasuke studied him for a long moment, then nodded slightly, the barest acknowledgement, but from him, it was significant. I'll continue tracking Madara's movements. His spirit form is difficult to detect, but not impossible with the Rinnegan. I should contact Soul Society immediately, Rukia said, rising. If Aizen is indeed involved, the Captain Commander needs to know. Wait, Naruto stopped her with a gentle hand on her arm. Before we all rush off in different directions, we need a plan. If these threats are connected, we should coordinate our responses. Agreed, Sasuke said. Madara is gathering his forces in the ruins of the mountain's graveyard, the old Akatsuki hideout. I believe he's planning something significant there. And the Sternritter? Rukia asked. If Hashwalth was testing me, others might do the same, Naruto reasoned. We should expect more encounters, possibly less friendly ones. You need to accelerate your training, Sasuke observed. Not just with Quincy abilities, but in combining them with your existing powers. Like the Reisha Rasengan I used against Hashwalth, Naruto agreed. But more refined, more stable. I can help with that, Rukia offered. Soul Reapers have centuries of experience in spiritual energy manipulation. While Quincy techniques differ from ours, the fundamental principles are similar. Sasuke stood, decision made. I'll depart tomorrow to resume monitoring Madara's activities. Naruto, focus on mastering these new powers. We'll reconvene in 1 week to share findings and adjust our strategy. As pragmatic as ever, Sasuke didn't wait for discussion or debate. With a nod to Naruto and a measured glance at Rukia, he left the room, presumably to make preparations for his departure. He's direct, Rukia observed once he was gone. Naruto smiled slightly. That's Sasuke. Not big on social niceties, but there's no one I'd rather have at my side in a fight. You trust him completely, despite your complicated history? With my life, Naruto said without hesitation. We've tried to kill each other more times than I can count, but in the end, we're connected. Always have been. Rukia's expression softened. You remind me of Ichigo and his friends. That unshakable bond, despite all odds and obstacles. Speaking of bonds, Naruto said, suddenly remembering something. Hashwalth mentioned Yhwach sharing his soul with others. Could that be why I can sometimes, I don't know, sense things about him? See fragments of memories that aren't mine. It's possible, Rukia considered. Yhwach's script, the power he granted his Sternritter, created a soul connection that allowed him to reclaim their power upon their deaths. If he imparted something similar to you, but more fundamental, then part of him might live on through me, Naruto finished, disturbed by the thought. Not necessarily in a conscious way, Rukia clarified. More like echoes. Impressions. Unless what? Unless he found a way to preserve more of his consciousness through the connection. Yhwach's power over souls was unlike anything we'd seen before or since. Naruto ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. Great. So I might have the most dangerous Quincy who ever lived camping out in my subconscious alongside the Ninetales. That's just perfect. Despite the gravity of the situation, Rukia smiled. You handle it with remarkable composure. Most would be overwhelmed by half of what you're facing. I've had practice, Naruto shrugged. Sharing headspace with a giant fox who spent years trying to take over my body builds a certain resilience. As they exited the Uchiha compound, the night air cool against their skin, Rukia cast a thoughtful glance at Naruto. Tomorrow we should focus on spiritual awareness techniques. If Madara is building an army of enhanced spirits, you'll need to sense them before they manifest physically. Agreed. And I want to work more on combining chakra and Reisha. The Reisha Rasengan was unstable, but powerful. If I can refine it. One step at a time, Rukia cautioned. Remember what happened to Ichigo when he tried to master too many powers simultaneously. His soul nearly tore itself apart. I've never been good at taking things slowly, Naruto admitted. But I'll try. For now, though, I think sleep is the priority. Today's been eventful. That's one word for it. Naruto smiled tiredly. Fighting Hashwalth, learning about Madara's return, discovering there's an exiled god with unknown plans for me, just another day in the life of Naruto Uzumaki, apparently. Rukia returned his smile with one of her own, small but genuine. Get some rest. Tomorrow will likely bring its own challenges. As they parted ways at a crossroads, Rukia toward the diplomatic quarters where she'd been housed, Naruto toward his apartment. Neither noticed the shadow that briefly coalesced on a distant rooftop. A figure with flowing hair and multiple eyes, watching with ancient interest before dissolving back into the darkness. The game had only just begun. Morning came too quickly for Naruto's liking. Despite his exhaustion, sleep had been fitful, disturbed by dreams that felt more like memories, or premonitions. In them, he stood atop a crystalline tower overlooking a world in transition, reality itself bending to his will as the boundaries between dimensions thinned and merged. Your destiny, a deep voice had whispered. Your birthright. He'd awoken with a start just before dawn, the words echoing in his mind. Now, as he made his way to the training grounds, he couldn't shake the lingering unease the dreams had left behind. Rukia was already there, performing what appeared to be a series of precise movements, a kata of some kind, but unlike any Naruto had seen before. Her Zanpakuto traced patterns in the air, leaving faint trails of white light that hung suspended for seconds before fading. She finished the sequence and sheathed her sword in one smooth motion. You're earlier than I expected. Couldn't sleep, Naruto admitted. Too much on my mind. Dreams? She asked perceptively. He nodded. About merging worlds. About power and destiny. They felt real. Concern crossed Rukia's features. That's troubling. Yhwach was known for his ability to influence others through dreams, to plant suggestions or visions. You think he's trying to influence me? I thought he was dead. His physical form was destroyed, Rukia clarified, but souls of his magnitude rarely vanish completely. Especially one with the ability to fragment and distribute his own soul as Yhwach did. Naruto sighed, rubbing his temples where a familiar headache was beginning to form. Great. Another voice in my head to argue with. Try not to worry too much, Rukia advised. Awareness of the influence is the first step to resisting it. Now, shall we begin today's training? Ishida joined them shortly thereafter, carrying what appeared to be an ancient scroll. I've been researching in your village archives, he explained. Looking for any historical references to Quincies or similar spiritual manifestations. Find anything? Naruto asked. Perhaps. There are references to a clan that existed before the founding of the hidden villages, the Otsutsuki. They possessed abilities that sound remarkably like Quincy powers, particularly their manipulation of spiritual energy. The Otsutsuki were aliens, Naruto pointed out. They came from another world to harvest chakra. Or so your history records, Ishida countered. But consider this, what if they weren't aliens in the sense you understand, but beings from another spiritual plane? Perhaps even early Quincies who found a way to cross dimensional boundaries. Rukia's eyes widened. That would explain the similarities between Quincy racial manipulation and some of the abilities you've described from your world's history. It's just a theory, Ishida cautioned. But if true, it could suggest that the boundaries between our worlds have been crossed before, long before Yhwach's recent attempts. And it might explain why I have both Quincy blood and shinobi abilities, Naruto added, intrigued despite himself. If the Uzumaki clan had some connection to these early Quincies. Which brings us back to your mother, Rukia said. And what exactly happened between her and Yhwach? Before they could pursue this line of thought further, a messenger appeared at the edge of the training ground, a young chunin who approached with obvious nervousness. Naruto Uzumaki, he called. Lady Tsunade requests your immediate presence. There's been an incident. What kind of incident? Naruto asked, already moving. A village on the eastern border was attacked last night. No survivors. The reports describe, well, the Hokage said you should see for yourself. Naruto exchanged glances with Rukia and Ishida. Let's go. The Hokage's office was crowded when they arrived. Tsunade stood behind her desk, examining photographs with a grim expression. Kakashi and Shikamaru flanked her, while Sasuke, who had apparently delayed his departure, leaned against the wall, arms crossed. What happened? Naruto asked without preamble. Tsunade looked up, her amber eyes troubled. Tanigakure. Small village, about 40 miles east. Around midnight, something attacked. By the time our border patrol arrived this morning, this is what they found. She pushed the photographs across the desk. Naruto picked them up, Rukia and Ishida looking over his shoulders. The images showed devastation beyond normal combat damage. Buildings weren't just destroyed, they appeared to have been partially dissolved, as if reality itself had become unstable in their vicinity. More disturbing were the victims. Unlike typical warfare casualties, these bodies showed no external wounds. Instead, they seemed desiccated, as if their very essence had been extracted. Soul extraction, Rukia said softly. Precision work, not the crude feeding of a hollow. Madara, Sasuke stated with certainty. This matches the pattern I've been tracking. But why this village? Tsunade questioned. It has no strategic value, no special resources. It might not be the location that mattered, but who was there, Shikamaru suggested. Was anyone notable visiting or passing through? Tsunade consulted a report. Nothing in the regular communications. But there is mention of a traveling monk who arrived 2 days ago, described as elderly with unusual eyes. What kind of unusual eyes? Naruto asked, a suspicion forming. Pale, with a ripple pattern. Rinnegan, Sasuke confirmed, straightening from his casual pose. But not Madara's. Someone else. The only other Rinnegan user we know of was Nagato, Kakashi pointed out. And he's dead. His body is dead, Rukia corrected. But if Madara has found a way to preserve and enhance spirits, then Nagato could be one of the spirits he's recruited, Naruto finished, a cold feeling settling in his stomach. Pain, Nagato, had been a fellow student of Jiraiya, a distant relative of the Uzumaki clan. He had ultimately sacrificed himself to restore those he'd killed in Konoha, finding redemption in his final act. The thought of him being manipulated by Madara, forced to serve as a weapon even in death, filled Naruto with quiet fury. If Madara is collecting powerful spirits with Kekkei Genkai, Sasuke said, Nagato's Rinnegan would be high on his list of priorities. But why disguise him as a monk? Tsunade asked. Why send him to an insignificant village? A test run, Shikamaru suggested. seeing how effectively these enhanced spirits can manifest and operate in the physical world. Or a message, Ishida countered. The timing is suspicious, immediately after Naruto's confrontation with Hashwolf. Perhaps Madara is demonstrating his capabilities, establishing himself as a player in this conflict. Either way, we need to respond, Tsunade decided. Sasuke, I know you plan to resume your reconnaissance, but in light of this attack, I'm assigning you to lead a team to investigate Tanigakure directly. See if you can find any evidence of where Madara might strike next. Sasuke nodded once, accepting the mission without argument. Naruto, Tsunade continued, accelerate your training. If we're facing spirit-enhanced opponents with Kekkei Genkai, we need your unique combination of abilities as a countermeasure. What about Soul Society? Rukia asked. This development changes the situation significantly. I should report to the Captain Commander. Agreed, Tsunade said. But we need your expertise here as well. Perhaps you could request reinforcements. Rukia considered this. I can open a Senkamen, a gate to Soul Society, and send a detailed report. Depending on the Captain Commander's assessment, he might dispatch additional Soul Reapers to assist. Do it, Tsunade ordered. Kakashi, coordinate with our ANBU to establish surveillance around Konoha's perimeter. If these spirits can partially manifest physically, they might register on our sensory barrier. As the meeting dispersed, Sasuke approached Naruto. Be careful, he said quietly. Madara won't stop with that village. He's building towards something bigger. I know, Naruto replied. Watch your back out there. If he's using Nagato's power. I'll be fine, Sasuke assured him with typical confidence. Focus on mastering those new abilities of yours. We'll need them before this is over. With a brief nod to Rukia, Sasuke departed, leaving Naruto with a renewed sense of urgency. The threats that had seemed theoretical yesterday had become brutally real overnight. Come, Rukia said, breaking into his thoughts. We need to intensify your training. The secluded training ground they'd used previously now felt inadequate for the task ahead. Instead, Rukia led Naruto deep into the forest of death, to a natural clearing surrounded by massive trees that seemed to absorb sound, creating an eerie pocket of silence. This will do, she said, drawing her Zanpakuto. The dense natural energy here will help mask your spiritual pressure during training, reducing the risk of attracting hollows to the village. What are we working on first? Naruto asked, eager to begin. Spirit perception, Rukia replied. If Madara's forces can shift between spiritual and physical manifestation, you need to be able to track them in both states. She raised her sword. Dance, Sodi no Shirayuki. Her Zanpakuto transformed, blade turning pure white as a long ribbon extended from the pommel. The air around them cooled noticeably. My Zanpakuto's ability is over ice, Rukia explained. I'm going to create spiritual ice particles throughout this clearing, some visible, some completely spiritual. Your task is to detect and identify all of them. She moved in a graceful pattern, her blade leaving trails of freezing energy in its wake. Soon, the clearing contained dozens of ice formations, some solid and obvious, others existing purely as spiritual matter, invisible to normal sight. Begin, she instructed. Naruto closed his eyes, attempting to sense the spiritual pressure of the ice constructs. He'd become somewhat accustomed to perceiving Raisher, but Rukia's creations were more subtle, closer to Soul Reaper energy than Quincy power. He extended his awareness, trying to feel rather than see. At first, there was nothing but the usual background spiritual noise. Then, gradually, he began to detect cool points of energy scattered throughout the clearing, the spiritual ice that Rukia had created. I sense 23 formations, he said, eyes still closed. There are 35, Rukia corrected. You're perceiving only the stronger ones. Try again, but this time, don't reach out with your senses. Instead, allow the spiritual pressure to come to you. Naruto adjusted his approach, relaxing his mind and becoming receptive rather than actively searching. The difference was immediate. More points of cold energy registered in his awareness, faint ones he'd missed in his initial attempt. 32, he counted. No, 34, 35. Good, Rukia approved. Now, with your eyes still closed, I want you to gather Reisha and destroy each ice formation, but only the spiritual ones, not the physical ones. This was more challenging. Naruto had to distinguish between purely spiritual ice and physically manifested ice while simultaneously gathering and directing Reisha with precision. His first attempt shattered both a spiritual formation and a physical one. Again, Rukia instructed patiently. Focus on the frequency of the spiritual pressure. Physical manifestations have a different resonance. They continued this exercise for hours, Rukia gradually increasing the difficulty by creating more subtle formations and moving them unpredictably. By midday, Naruto had progressed from barely detecting the spiritual ice to being able to pinpoint and selectively target formations with reasonable accuracy. You're a quick study, Rukia acknowledged as they took a brief rest. Most take months to develop this level of spiritual awareness. I've always learned fastest under pressure, Naruto replied, drinking from a water flask. And right now, the pressure couldn't be higher. True. But don't let urgency lead to recklessness. These abilities require precision as much as power. After their rest, Ishida joined them, bringing news from the village. Sasuke's team departed an hour ago, he reported. And Captain Kuchiki's message has been sent to Soul Society. Now, I believe it's time we addressed your offensive capabilities. He produced a small silver tube from his pocket. This is a Jinto, a tool Quincies used to store and manipulate Reisha for various techniques. Unlike your Bao, which channels Reisha directly, Jinto allows for more complex and controlled applications. Like sealing techniques? Naruto asked, examining the tube with interest. Similar in concept, yes. Watch. Ishida filled the tube with condensed Reisha, then poured it onto the ground in a precise pattern. Grits, he intoned. The spiritual energy erupted into a box-shaped enclosure that completely surrounded a nearby tree, sealing it within. Containment and barriers are among the most useful Quincy techniques, Ishida explained. Particularly against opponents who can shift between physical and spiritual forms. For the remainder of the afternoon, they focused on these more structured Quincy abilities. Naruto struggled initially, his natural inclination toward direct, powerful techniques made the precise, measured approach of Jinto challenging. But gradually, he began to grasp the principles. The key is intent, Ishida emphasized. The Reisha responds to your will, but that will must be clear and focused. By sunset, Naruto had managed to successfully execute two basic Jinto techniques, grits for containment and Heizen for attacking. His versions lacked the refinement of Ishida's but showed promising power. Enough for today, Rukia decided, noting Naruto's fatigue. You've made excellent progress, but pushing further could be counterproductive. Just one more try, Naruto insisted, preparing another Jinto tube. I almost had it last time. Ishida opened his mouth to object, but something made him pause, a subtle shift in the spiritual atmosphere around them. His expression sharpened as he scanned the forest. We're being watched, he said quietly. Rukia's hand moved to her Zanpakuto. Hollow. No. Ishida's eyes narrowed. Something else. Something that feels almost human, but not quite. Naruto extended his newly honed senses, searching for the presence Ishida had detected. He found it almost immediately, a cold, empty spiritual pressure hovering at the edge of the clearing. Unlike a hollow's hungry aura or a soul reaper's disciplined energy, this felt hollow in a different way, as if something essential had been extracted from it. Show yourself, Naruto called out, forming a bow of Reisha in his hand. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the air shimmered, and a figure stepped partially into visibility, translucent, like a reflection in water. A tall man with long red hair and ringed purple eyes. Eyes Naruto recognized immediately. Nagato, he whispered. The spirit's form flickered, more transparent than solid. When it spoke, the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Naruto Uzumaki, it said. The vessel awakens. What has Madara done to you? Naruto demanded, anger rising at seeing his former enemy, who had found redemption in his final moments, reduced to this spectral puppet. Madara has given us purpose beyond death, the spirit replied. As he will give purpose to all worlds once the merger is complete. Merger? Rukia asked sharply. What merger? The spirit's gaze shifted to her. The walls between realms thin with each passing day. The sleeping god stirs, and reality responds. Soon, the living world, soul society, Hueco Mundo, all will become one under the guidance of those who understand both life and death. And I suppose Madara considers himself one of those guides? Naruto asked bitterly. Madara is but an instrument, as am I. The spirit flickered again, its form becoming less distinct. I've come with a message, Naruto. Embrace what you are becoming. Accept your role as catalyst. Resist, and those you love will suffer as Tanigakure suffered. If you think threats will persuade me, you don't know me at all, Naruto replied, his grip tightening on his bow. The real Nagato understood that in the end. The real Nagato was weak, the spirit said dismissively. What stands before you is evolution, a soul freed from morality's constraints, empowered by the merger of spiritual and physical energies. You're a perversion, Ishida stated coldly, forming his own bow. A spirit that should have passed on, now twisted into something unnatural. The spirit smiled, a grotesque expression on its semi-transparent face. Judge if you will, last Quincy. But remember that your own emperor sought the same merger of worlds that now unfolds. The difference is merely one of method. Before any of them could respond, the spirit began to dissolve, its form breaking apart into particles of light. Watch for the sign at the place where heaven and earth meet. The next phase begins at moonrise tomorrow. With those cryptic words, the apparition vanished completely, leaving behind only a lingering cold that seemed to penetrate to the bone. Well, Rukia said after a moment of tense silence, I think we can confirm Madara is indeed utilizing spirits of the dead. That wasn't Nagato, Naruto said firmly. Not really. Whatever Madara has done, he stripped away everything that made Nagato himself, his regrets, his redemption, his humanity. It's a form of possession, Ishida theorized. Madara is using the spiritual remnants of the dead as vessels, imposing his will over their individuality. But what was that about a sign? And, where heaven and earth meet? Rukia wondered. Naruto's expression darkened as understanding dawned. The Valley of the End. It's where the statues of Madara and the first Hokage face each other across a waterfall. The place is literally called where heaven and earth meet, in some old texts. Then that's where Madara will make his next move, Ishida concluded. Tomorrow at moonrise. We need to tell Tsunade, Naruto said, already turning toward the village. And prepare a response force. As they hurried back through the darkening forest, Naruto couldn't shake the image of Nagato's spirit, empty and corrupted, a mere shadow of the man who had once entrusted his dream of peace to Naruto. The violation felt personal, an affront to the memory of someone who, despite their bitter history, had found redemption in his final moments. Whatever Madara was planning at the Valley of the End, Naruto was determined to stop it, not just for Konoha's sake, or even for the balance between worlds, but for Nagato and any other spirits being manipulated in death as they never would have allowed in life. Some things were sacred, even across the boundaries of life and death. That, at least, was something both Shinobi and Quincy could agree on. Moonlight spilled through the windows of the Hokage's office, casting long shadows across the assembled group. Tsunade had called an emergency war council upon hearing Naruto's report. Now, key Jonin and clan leaders gathered around a large map of the Fire Country, focusing on the Valley of the End marked prominently at the border. If Madara is planning something significant at the valley, we need to be prepared for anything, Tsunade said, addressing the room. Shikamaru, your assessment. The Nara genius studied the map thoughtfully. The valley provides strategic advantages for both sides. The terrain restricts conventional approaches, but also limits retreat options. If Madara is planning a ritual of some kind, the symbolic location makes sense, it's where he experienced his greatest defeat in life. And what of these enhanced spirits? Hayashi Hyuga asked. How do we combat enemies that exist between physical and spiritual realms? All eyes turned to Rukia and Ishida, the acknowledged experts on spiritual matters. Conventional weapons and jutsu will have limited effectiveness, Rukia explained. But techniques that affect chakra directly, like the gentle fist or sealing jutsu, might disrupt their manifestation. Additionally, Ishida added, we've been training Naruto in Quincy techniques specifically designed to combat spiritual entities. With proper support, he could target the spirits while conventional forces handle any physical threats. So our entire strategy hinges on Uzumaki? Danzo questioned skeptically. A single point of failure is tactically unsound. Not entirely, Tsunade countered. Captain Kuchiki has requested reinforcements from Soul Society. When do you expect a response? By morning, if the Captain Commander deems the situation urgent enough, Rukia replied. Though I should note that Soul Society's interests may not perfectly align with Konoha's. They'll prioritize dimensional stability over any single world's concerns. Understood, Tsunade acknowledged. We'll work with whatever assistance they provide, but plan our own strategy regardless. She turned to Kakashi. Assemble a strike team, our best sensory types and those with experience fighting unconventional enemies. Coordinate with Captain Kuchiki on approach tactics. What about Sasuke's team? Naruto asked. They should be informed. Already done, Shizun reported. I've dispatched messenger hawks with updated instructions. They'll rendezvous with us at the valley instead of continuing to Tanigakure. Tsunade surveyed the room, her expression grave. Make no mistake, we're entering unknown territory here. We've faced many enemies, but never one who operates beyond the boundaries of life and death itself. Be prepared for anything, and trust your comrades. As the meeting adjourned, breaking into smaller tactical groups, Naruto found himself momentarily alone with his thoughts. The weight of expectation settled heavily on his shoulders, not just from Konoha, but from Soul Society, from the scattered remnants of the Quincy, from worlds he was only beginning to understand. Overwhelming, isn't it? He turned to find Rukia beside him, her violet eyes understanding. A bit, he admitted. Everyone's counting on abilities I barely understand, let alone control. For what it's worth, you've mastered more in days than most achieve in years, she said. Your progress with spirit perception alone is remarkable. Thanks to you, Naruto acknowledged. Your teaching style actually works for me, practical, not just theoretical. A small smile touched Rukia's lips. I've had practice with stubborn students who learn through action rather than lecture. This Ichigo you've mentioned? Among others. Her expression grew more serious. Before tomorrow, there's something I need to teach you, a technique that might prove crucial against spirits like the one we encountered today. Another Quincy ability? No, something from Soul Society, a modified form of Kanso that can forcibly release a spirit from external control. It won't destroy them, but it might free them from Madara's influence. You can teach me Soul Reaper techniques? Naruto asked, surprised. I thought they were fundamentally different from Quincy powers. They are, which is why this will be challenging. But your unique spiritual composition, part Quincy, part Jinchuriki, creates possibilities that wouldn't exist otherwise. She met his gaze directly. It might give Nagato and others like him a chance at the peace they've been denied. The thought of freeing Nagato from Madara's control, of allowing him to pass on properly, resonated deeply with Naruto. When do we start? Now, Rukia decided. We have until moonrise tomorrow, and this won't be easy to master. Dawn found Naruto and Rukia in an isolated corner of the Hokage monument, overlooking the village as it prepared for the coming confrontation. They had trained through the night, working on the modified Kanso technique until Naruto could perform a rudimentary version that might, under ideal conditions, sever the connection between a manipulated spirit and its controller. One more time, Rukia instructed, her voice showing no fatigue despite the all-night session. Naruto nodded, gathering spiritual energy, not the cool, precise erasure of his Quincy abilities, but something warmer and more fluid that Rukia had taught him to access. He focused it into his palm, visualizing the kanji 4 release as Rukia had shown him. Intent is everything, she reminded him. You're not destroying the spirit, but liberating it. The emotion behind the technique matters as much as the execution. Naruto pressed his palm against the practice target, a specially prepared spirit doll that Rukia had infused with a simulation of corrupted spiritual energy. The warmth in his hand intensified, flowing into the doll. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the doll's aura shifted from murky purple to clear blue. I did it, Naruto said, surprised and pleased. You did, Rukia confirmed. Your spiritual adaptability is extraordinary. Most would find it impossible to utilize techniques from both Quincy and Soul Reaper traditions. It feels different, Naruto observed. Quincy powers are like, drawing something in and reshaping it. This feels more like extending something from within. An apt description. Soul Reaper techniques generally project spiritual pressure outward, while Quincy's manipulate external erasure. Naruto flexed his hand, feeling the residual warmth of the technique. Will it be enough? Against whatever Madara has planned? I don't know, Rukia admitted honestly. But it gives us another option, another tool. In conflicts like these, versatility often determines the outcome. Their conversation was interrupted by a flare of light behind them, a traditional sliding door materializing in mid-air, identical to the one through which Captain Commander Yamamoto had appeared days earlier. The Senkaman, Rukia identified, immediately standing at attention. Soul Society's response. The door slid open, revealing not Yamamoto but a different figure, a tall man with spiky white hair and a captain's haori bearing the kanji 4-13. Captain Yukitake, Rukia greeted him with a formal bow. Rukia, the white-haired captain returned warmly. It's good to see you well. His kind eyes shifted to Naruto, assessing but not threatening. And this must be Naruto Uzumaki, the Quincy heir. Just Naruto is fine, he replied, studying the newcomer. Despite his obvious power, Captain Yukitake projected a gentle presence, markedly different from Yamamoto's barely contained intensity. Captain Yukitake is my former superior, Rukia explained. One of the oldest and wisest captains in the Godai 13. You flatter me, Rukia, Yukitake smiled. I'm merely the messenger today. The captain commander has reviewed your report and agrees that the situation warrants intervention, particularly the possible involvement of Sosuke Aizen. Then Soul Society will assist us? Rukia asked. To a point, Yukitake replied cautiously. The captain commander has authorized me to assess the situation firsthand and provide limited support. However, our primary concern remains the stability of the dimensional boundaries, not the internal conflicts of the living world. We understand, Naruto said, speaking before Rukia could respond. Any help is appreciated, but we don't expect Soul Society to fight our battles for us. Yukitake studied Naruto with new interest. Well said, young man. Many in your position, suddenly discovering immense power and cosmic significance, might demand more. I've never been big on cosmic significance, Naruto replied with a hint of his old humor. I'm more concerned with protecting my friends and my village. A noble priority, Yukitake acknowledged. And one that aligns with our immediate goals. If the boundaries between worlds continue to deteriorate, all realms will suffer. The captain turned his attention to the village below, his expression growing more serious. I sense unusual spiritual activity throughout this region, currents of erasure flowing in patterns I've never observed before. Something fundamental is changing in the fabric of reality itself. The merger Nagato's spirit mentioned? Rukia suggested. Perhaps. Or simply the consequence of the almighty awakening in a world not accustomed to such power. Yukate's gaze returned to Naruto. Which brings me to the other reason for my visit. The Captain Commander wishes to understand your intentions, Naruto Uzumaki. Not just regarding this immediate threat, but your long-term plans for the power you've inherited. My intentions? Naruto repeated. I don't have any grand plans. I'm still trying to understand what's happening to me. A reasonable position, Yukate said. But the Almighty is not a power that remains passive for long. It shapes its wielder as much as it is shaped by them. Yhwach began with similar uncertainty, only to conclude that remaking all existence was his divine right. I'm not Yhwach, Naruto stated firmly, growing weary of making this same declaration to everyone he met. No, you're not, Yukate agreed, surprising him. Which is precisely why the Captain Commander has not moved against you directly. He sees potential where others see only threat, a quality that has served Soul Society well during his long tenure. The conversation might have continued, but they were interrupted by the arrival of a messenger, an ANBU operative who appeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto Uzumaki, Captain Kuchiki, the masked shinobi addressed them. Lady Hokage requests your immediate presence. Sasuke Uchiha's team has made contact, there's been a development at the Valley of the End. The Valley of the End looked nothing like Naruto remembered. Where once two massive statues had faced each other across a thundering waterfall, now a swirling vortex of energy rose from the valley floor, distorting the very air around it. The waterfall itself had frozen in an impossible configuration, water hanging suspended as if time had stopped locally. Naruto observed this from the relative safety of a ridge overlooking the valley, surrounded by the hastily assembled response team. Sasuke stood beside him, having rendezvoused with the Konoha forces an hour earlier. It started at dawn, Sasuke explained, his Rinnegan fixed on the phenomenon below. A small distortion at first, growing steadily since. My Sharingan can barely process what it's seeing, it's as if reality itself is being folded. That's not far from the truth, Captain Yukate said grimly. The boundary between the living world and the spiritual realms is being systematically weakened at this location. By Madara? Tsunade asked, her medical expertise making her particularly conscious of the risks to living beings caught in such a distortion. Partially, Yukate replied. But he's merely the instrument. This level of dimensional manipulation suggests a more experienced hand, likely Aizen's. And the purpose? Kakashi questioned, his Sharingan uncovered to better assess the threat. If I had to guess, Ishida interjected, they're creating a controlled merging point, a place where the rules of all realms apply simultaneously, allowing entities from any dimension to manifest fully. A beachhead for invasion, Shikamaru translated, his sharp mind immediately grasping the strategic implications. Or a staging ground for something worse, Rukia added. If they can stabilize such a merger point, they could potentially expand it, gradually consuming more territory. Naruto studied the vortex, extending his spiritual senses as Rukia had taught him. The energy patterns were chaotic but structured, not random deterioration, but a calculated unraveling of dimensional barriers. I can feel spirits gathering within it, he said quietly. Dozens of them, similar to Nagato, but different. Some feel, almost hollow-like. Arrancar, Yukate identified. Hollows that have removed their masks and gained Soul Reaper-like powers. Aizen's specialty. So we're facing an alliance between Madara's enhanced dead shinobi and these. Arrancar. Tsunade clarified. It appears so, Yukate confirmed. A concerning development. Arrancar are formidable opponents even for captains. What's our approach? Sasuke asked pragmatically. All eyes turned to Tsunade, who considered the situation with the gravity it deserved. We need to disrupt whatever ritual or technique is maintaining that vortex. Captain Yukitake, would a direct assault be effective? Unlikely, the white-haired captain replied. Dimensional distortions of this nature typically have anchor points, focal locations where the boundary weakening effect is generated. Destroy those, and the natural separation between realms should reassert itself. Can you identify these anchor points? Shikamaru asked. I can, Naruto said, surprising himself with his certainty. Through the Almighty, I think I can see the structure holding this thing together. Are you sure? Rukia asked, concern evident in her voice. Using the Almighty deliberately is dangerous, especially given your limited experience. We don't have many options, Naruto pointed out. And I've been getting flashes of it anyway, since the fight with Hashwolf. Better to try controlling it than have it activate unpredictably in battle. Rukia didn't look convinced, but Sasuke nodded in support. Do it. I'll watch your back while you focus. With that endorsement, Naruto closed his eyes and reached for the power he'd been both using and avoiding since its awakening. The Almighty, the ability to see all possible futures simultaneously. To perceive the world not as it was, but as it could be, in all its branching possibilities. At first, there was resistance, as if the power itself were cautious, unwilling to be fully unleashed. Then, like a dam breaking, it flooded through him. Naruto's eyes snapped open, the familiar cross pattern replacing his normal pupils. The world transformed before him. The vortex was no longer just a swirling mass of energy but a complex, multidimensional structure with clearly visible supports, 5 points arranged in a pentagram formation around the valley, each glowing with distinctive spiritual signatures. There, he said, pointing to each location in turn. 5 anchor points, for maintained by enhanced spirits, the 5th by something different. More powerful. Madara himself, perhaps, Sasuke suggested. Or this Aizen you've mentioned. We'll need to strike all 5 simultaneously, Shikamaru determined. Otherwise, they'll simply reinforce each other. 5 teams, then, Tsunade decided. Each targeting one anchor point. I'll take the strongest one, Naruto said immediately. The Almighty is showing me, it's the key. If that one falls, the others will destabilize more easily. Not alone, Rukia stated firmly. I'll accompany you. As will I, Sasuke added, allowing no room for debate. Tsunade nodded, accepting their decision. Kakashi, Sakura, and Captain Yukitake will lead the other 3 teams. Shikamaru, coordinate from here with our sensor division. And what about me? Ishida asked, adjusting his glasses with precision. You're with me, Tsunade replied. If this goes wrong and that vortex expands, we'll need your Quincy abilities to help contain it from this position. With the strategy established, the teams formed quickly, experienced shinobi pairing with those whose abilities might be effective against spiritual entities. Naruto maintained the Almighty's activation, using it to identify the optimal approach path for each group. Remember, Yukitake cautioned as they prepared to move out, our priority is disrupting the anchor points, not engaging in prolonged combat. Strike decisively, then withdraw to a safe distance. One more thing, Rukia added. If you encounter spirits like the one we saw yesterday, souls being manipulated against their will, try to incapacitate rather than destroy them. They're victims as much as enemies. With grim determination, the teams descended toward the valley floor, each taking separate routes toward their assigned targets. Naruto led Sasuke and Rukia along a path that skirted the edge of the distortion field, the Almighty allowing him to perceive safe passages through the increasingly unstable environment. The anchor points are protected, he warned as they approached. I can see defensive measures, spirit barriers and traps. Can you see past them? Sasuke asked. Find weaknesses? Not exactly. The Almighty shows me possibilities, not certainties. But I can see potential outcomes if we take different approaches. Then guide us through the path with the highest probability of success, Rukia suggested. They continued forward, moving with increased caution as they neared their target. The landscape grew increasingly surreal, rocks floating against gravity, plants aging and decaying in accelerated cycles, patches of air where colors inverted or sounds echoed wrongly. The laws of physics are breaking down, Rukia observed tensely. The merger is progressing faster than anticipated. Finally, they reached a small plateau overlooking the central portion of the valley. There, standing before a pillar of condensed spiritual energy that pulsed in rhythm with the larger vortex, was a figure Naruto recognized instantly despite the changes. Madara, Sasuke identified, his hand moving to his sword. The legendary Uchiha turned slowly to face them. Unlike Nagato's spirit, Madara appeared fully physical, though his form shimmered occasionally, revealing the spiritual nature beneath his manifestation. His Rinnegan eyes surveyed them with cold amusement. Right on schedule, he said, his voice carrying easily despite the chaotic energies swirling around them. The catalyst arrives to witness the fruition of our labors. This ends now, Madara, Naruto stated, channeling Reisher to form his bow. Whatever you're planning, whatever you've done to the spirits of the dead, it stops here. Such confidence, Madara remarked, seemingly unbothered by their hostile stance. But misplaced. What unfolds here cannot be stopped, not by you, not by Soul Society, not by anyone. The barriers between worlds have been deteriorating for millennia. We are merely accelerating the inevitable. There's nothing inevitable about manipulating the dead for your ambitions, Sasuke countered coldly. You've fallen even further than when we last defeated you. Defeated? Madara laughed, the sound distorted by the unstable reality around them. You merely freed me from mortal constraints. Death was my liberation, the doorway to understanding what truly governs existence. And I suppose Aizen helped you reach that understanding? Rukia asked, her Zanpakuto drawn but not yet released. Ah, the Soul Reaper knows of my associate. Madara's smile held no warmth. Yes, Sosuke Aizen has been instrumental in expanding my perspective. A visionary who recognized the artificial nature of the boundaries between realms. Where is he? Rukia demanded. Elsewhere, attending to the final preparations. This merging point is merely the first of many. Madara gestured to the pillar behind him. Even now, the other anchor points are linking across dimensions, creating a network that will eventually encompass all existence. Naruto maintained the Almighty's activation, analyzing the anchor point and the web of spiritual energy connecting it to the larger vortex. The other teams should be reaching their targets soon, he said quietly to his companions. We need to be ready to strike when they do. You see much with those eyes, son of Yhwach, Madara observed. But do you understand what you're seeing? The pattern forming across realities. The new order taking shape. I understand enough to know it needs to be stopped, Naruto replied. You're disrupting the natural order of life and death, forcing spirits into servitude instead of allowing them to move on. Natural order. Madara scoffed. There is nothing natural about the current arrangement of worlds. The separation was imposed, a convenient division that allowed the Soul King and others like him to maintain control. What we create now is the true natural state, a unified existence where the artificial boundaries between life and death no longer constrain us. At what cost? Rukia challenged. Millions will die in the chaos of such a merger. A transitional necessity, Madara dismissed. Those who survive will inhabit a reality free from the tyranny of separation, where loved ones are never truly lost, where knowledge flows unimpeded across what were once impermeable barriers. Despite himself, Naruto felt a momentary resonance with the vision Madara described, a world where death didn't mean permanent separation, where the boundaries that had taken Jiraiya and his parents from him didn't exist. But he quickly suppressed the thought, recognizing the manipulation behind it. Enough talk, Sasuke said abruptly, his patience clearly exhausted. You've made the same mistake you always make, Madara, assuming your vision justifies any atrocity. With blinding speed, Sasuke activated his Susanoo, the massive ethereal warrior forming around him, sword drawn and ready. To everyone's surprise, the spiritual construct appeared more substantial within the distortion field, its normally translucent form becoming almost solid. Fascinating, Madara remarked, genuinely intrigued. Your Susanoo manifests more fully here, where the spiritual and physical merge. Perhaps you'll provide a worthy challenge after all. Rukia raised her Zanpakuto. Dance, Sodi no Shirayuki. The blade transformed, turning pure white as the temperature around them plummeted. Naruto drew on both his Quincy abilities and the Ninetales chakra, attempting the controlled blend he'd been practicing. The energies resisted initially, then settled into an uneasy coexistence, orange-tinted ratio forming a bow of unprecedented density and power. 3 against 1, Madara observed, still unperturbed. But then, I'm not truly alone. He made a single-hand sign, and the air around them shimmered as 5 figures materialized, spirits like Nagato, but more substantial, their forms almost fully physical within the distortion field. Naruto recognized 2 immediately, Deidara and Sasori, former Akatsuki members who had died years ago. Your fellow Akatsuki members, Madara confirmed, noting Naruto's recognition. Enhanced by the power of the merging realms, their unique abilities now transcend the limitations they faced in life. Sasori raised his hands, and threads of chakra-infused spiritual energy extended from his fingertips, similar to his puppet control technique, but now capable of affecting the very fabric of reality around them. Deidara's hands revealed mouths that chewed not clay, but condensed ratio, forming explosives that existed simultaneously in physical and spiritual realms. The others I believe you know as well, Madara continued. Former Jinchuriki, their connection to the tailed beasts providing unique advantages in spiritual manipulation. The remaining 3 spirits took more defined shape, Yujito-ni, Utakata, and Fu, all former hosts to tailed beasts who had been captured and killed by the Akatsuki during their hunt for the Biju. You're using those you helped kill to further your ambitions? Sasuke asked, disgust evident in his voice. You truly have no honor left, Madara. Honor is a luxury of the living, Madara replied dismissively. In death, there is only purpose, and these spirits serve a greater purpose than they ever did in life. Naruto, Rukia said quietly, remember the Kanso technique we practiced. If we can free even one of these spirits from Madara's control. I'll try, Naruto promised, though facing 5 enhanced spirits plus Madara himself made the prospect challenging at best. Before they could strategize further, Madara raised his hand, a signal that set his spiritual puppets in motion. The battle for the Valley of the End, and potentially for the structure of reality itself, had begun. Deidara struck first, launching spirit-infused explosives that detonated in complex patterns, creating shockwaves that rippled across multiple planes of existence simultaneously. Sasuke's Susanoo absorbed the brunt of the assault, but even its enhanced form showed strain under the multidimensional attack. Some things never change, Deidara's spirit laughed, his voice distorted like sound underwater. Still hiding behind your defenses, Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasori's spiritual threads lashed out toward Rukia, attempting to ensnare her Zanpakuto. She countered with a precise ice technique, Sum no Mai, Tsukishiro. Creating a column of freezing energy that temporarily disrupted the thread's coherence. The former Jinchuriki spread out, their movements unnaturally fluid as they circled the battlefield, each manifesting abilities that echoed their tailed beast affinities. Yujito's spirit formed spectral blue flames, Utakata created bubbles that bent light and perception around them, and Fu generated a fine powder that seemed to eat away at the very fabric of reality where it settled. Through it all, Madara remained by the anchor pillar, channeling energy into it with focused intent, apparently confident in his spirit's ability to keep the intruders occupied. Naruto found himself facing Fu, the former Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. Her spirit form flickered between solid and transparent, making her movements difficult to predict. The Almighty helped, showing Naruto potential attack vectors seconds before they materialized, but even with this advantage, the spirit's unusual abilities made her a formidable opponent. The scales that bridge worlds, Fu's spirit intoned, her voice eerily vacant of the personality Naruto had briefly glimpsed during the war. Your blood recognizes them, Catalyst. The merger calls to you. I'm not your Catalyst, Naruto replied, firing a series of rapier arrows that passed through her insubstantial form. And Fu deserves peace, not enslavement. He attempted to close the distance, seeking an opportunity to employ the modified Konso technique Rukia had taught him. Fu's spirit responded by releasing another cloud of reality-eating powder, forcing him to retreat. Nearby, Sasuke's Susanoo engaged Deidara and Yujito simultaneously, its massive sword cleaving through their spirit forms only to have them reform seconds later. Physical attacks alone won't stop them, he called to Naruto. We need to disrupt their spiritual coherence. Working on it. Naruto shouted back, launching a more concentrated attack at Fu, this time channeling the Nine-Tails chakra through his Quincy bow, creating arrows that burned with orange-gold fire. These proved more effective, passing through Fu's spirit form but leaving disruptions in their wake, temporary gaps in her spiritual coherence that didn't immediately repair themselves. The fox within you, Fu's empty voice observed. It too bridges realms, a physical beast of spiritual origin. You already embody the merger, Catalyst. Why do you fight it? Naruto ignored the provocative question, focusing instead on the pattern of disruptions his attacks had created. If he could expand those gaps, perhaps he could create an opening large enough to attempt the Konso. Rukia, meanwhile, had managed to freeze Sasori's spirit form from the waist down, temporarily immobilizing him. Naruto, she called. Now's your chance, try the technique on Sasori while he's contained. Naruto immediately disengaged from Fu, using Hirenkyaku to flash across the battlefield toward the immobilized Akatsuki member. Sasori's eyes widened as Naruto approached, his puppet threads lashing out in desperate defense. Dodging the threads, Naruto pressed his palm against Sasori's chest, channeling the warm, fluid energy of the modified Konso. Release, he commanded, focusing his intent not on destruction but liberation, freeing the spirit from external control. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Sasori's eyes cleared, the vacant look replaced by confusion, then dawning horror. What have I? The puppet master's spirit gasped, looking down at his semi-transparent hands. What has he made me do? Sasori, Naruto said urgently, maintaining contact to complete the technique. You've been manipulated by Madara. Fight his control. Remember who you were. Recognition flickered in the spirit's eyes. Uzumaki. But we fought. I died. Yes. And you should have moved on. Madara is using your spirit, preventing you from finding peace. Across the battlefield, Madara noticed the change in Sasori and frowned. Interesting. The Catalyst has learned some Soul Reaper tricks. He made another hand sign, and Sasori's spirit convulsed, new threads of dark energy attempting to reassert control. No. Sasori's spirit cried out, genuine emotion breaking through the vacant tone. Not again. I won't be a puppet again. The irony of the master puppeteer resisting becoming a puppet himself wasn't lost on Naruto. He poured more energy into the Konso, attempting to complete the liberation before Madara could re-establish control. Let go, Naruto urged. Accept peace. Move on to whatever awaits you. Sasori's form began to glow with a soft light from within, the dark threads of Madara's control burning away like paper in flame. Grandmother, he whispered, a peaceful expression replacing his torment. I think I understand now, what you tried to teach me about life. With those words, his spirit dissolved, not into nothingness, but into particles of pure white light that rose upward, no longer bound to Madara's will. One down, Rukia called encouragingly, engaging Utakata's spirit with a series of precise sword strikes. A temporary setback, Madara stated, though his expression had hardened. The anchor points are nearly synchronized. Even if you free these few spirits, the process is self-sustaining now. As if to emphasize his point, the central vortex pulsed violently, expanding outward. The distortion field intensified, reality warping more dramatically around them. Trees twisted into impossible shapes, rock formations melted and reformed in defiance of physical laws, and the very air became visible as layers of multicolored energy. In that moment, Naruto felt something through his connection to the other teams, a series of simultaneous attacks on the remaining anchor points. Kakashi's team had engaged their target, lightning techniques combined with Yukate's spiritual power creating disruptions in the anchor's stability. Sakura's raw strength, enhanced by careful chakra control, was hammering at another anchor point with devastating effect. Now, Naruto called to Sasuke and Rukia. The other teams are attacking. We need to hit the main anchor. Sasuke immediately redirected his Susanoo, disengaging from the former Jinchuriki to focus on Madara himself. Rukia unleashed her most powerful ice technique, Hakuren. Creating a massive wave of spiritual ice that engulfed Utakata's spirit, temporarily removing him from the battle. Naruto gathered both Reisha and Chakra, forming not a bow this time but a variation of his Reisha Rasengan, more stable than his first attempt, with the two energy sources spinning in harmony rather than conflict. Madara observed their coordinated assault with cold calculation. Impressive teamwork. But futile. He formed hand signs in rapid succession, then slammed his palm against the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Limbo. The air around him distorted further as invisible presences materialized, Madara's unique Rinnegan technique that created shadow clones existing in a parallel dimension, now enhanced by the merging of realms to become partially perceptible even to normal senses. Sasuke's Susanoo clashed with these limbo clones, its sword meeting invisible resistance that nonetheless exerted physical force. I can see them with the Rinnegan, he called to the others. For clones, surrounding the anchor point. Rukia found herself suddenly thrown backward by an unseen force, one of the limbo clones targeting her. She recovered quickly, her battle experience evident as she adjusted her stance. If they exist partially in another dimension, perhaps. She reversed her grip on her Zanpakuto and made a precise thrust into seemingly empty air. The blade met resistance, and a ripple of distortion revealed the partial outline of a limbo clone. They're vulnerable to spiritual attacks, she realized. Naruto, your hybrid technique might be effective. Naruto nodded, adjusting his approach. Rather than charging directly at Madara, he created shadow clones of his own, dozens of them, each forming a Reisha Rasengan. Multi-directional assault, he commanded, and the clones attacked from all angles simultaneously. Most were intercepted by the limbo clones, the resulting collisions creating bursts of chaotic energy that further destabilized the already fractured reality around them. But in the confusion, the real Naruto managed to slip through, almighty enhanced perception guiding him between the invisible defenders. He lunged toward the anchor pillar, Reisha Rasengan extended. Madara moved to intercept, his own Rinnegan eyes narrowing as he formed a defensive barrier of condensed spiritual energy. You cannot stop what has already begun, Catalyst, Madara stated. The synchronization is complete. Even if you destroy this anchor, the process continues. We'll see about that, Naruto replied, pushing his hybrid technique against Madara's barrier. The two forces met in a deadlock, neither yielding. Then, unexpectedly, a blade of pure light pierced through Madara from behind. Sasuke, having maneuvered a specialized chakra, soared through a gap in the limbo defenses. You always did talk too much, Sasuke observed coldly as Madara's form flickered, the spiritual body temporarily destabilized by the precise strike. That moment of disruption was all Naruto needed. He pushed his Reisha Rasengan forward with all his strength, breaking through the weakened barrier and striking the anchor pillar directly. The impact was catastrophic. The pillar shattered, releasing a torrent of uncontrolled spiritual energy that lashed out in all directions. Simultaneously, Naruto felt the other anchor points collapsing as the teams accomplished their objectives. With its supports failing, the central vortex began to destabilize, its swirling pattern becoming erratic. Reality itself seemed to groan in protest as the forced merger began to unravel. "Retreat!" Rukia shouted over the cacophony of collapsing dimensional barriers. "The backlash will be devastating." Naruto and Sasuke didn't need to be told twice. They disengaged from Madara, who was struggling to maintain his physical manifestation as the spiritual environment that supported it collapsed. The remaining enhanced spirits were similarly affected, their forms becoming increasingly transparent. "This isn't over, Catalyst," Madara called after them, his voice distorting as his manifestation failed. "What we've begun cannot be truly stopped, only delayed. The walls between worlds grow thinner with each passage of time." His final words faded as his spirit form dissolved, not into the peaceful light that had claimed Sasori, but into a dark mist that retreated into the collapsing vortex. Naruto, Sasuke, and Rukia raced back toward the ridge where the command team waited, the landscape around them reverting to normal as they left the distortion field. Behind them, the vortex imploded with a silent flash of light, leaving the Valley of the End remarkably unchanged, save for the waterfall, which resumed its eternal descent as if nothing had happened. They reached the ridge just as the other teams returned, all showing signs of battle but with no apparent casualties. Captain Yukitake approached them immediately, his kind eyes sharp with concern. "The anchor points have been neutralized," he confirmed. "But Madara's right about one thing, this is merely a delay, not a resolution. The boundaries between worlds have been weakened, and will continue to deteriorate unless more permanent measures are taken." "What kind of measures?" Tsunade asked, her pragmatic nature focused on concrete solutions. "That remains to be determined," Yukitake replied diplomatically. "For now, the immediate threat has been contained." "But Madara escaped," Sasuke pointed out. "As did most of the enhanced spirits and presumably this Aizen character as well." "And they'll regroup," Naruto added grimly. "Try again somewhere else, perhaps somewhere less obvious than a landmark like the Valley of the End." "Then we remain vigilant," Tsunade decided. "Expand our sensory network, coordinate with Soul Society, prepare for their next move." As the others discussed strategy and next steps, Naruto found himself staring at the valley below, the Almighty still active in his eyes. Beyond the physical scene, he could perceive faint afterimages of the vortex, echoes of possibility that hadn't fully dissipated. "What do you see?" Rukia asked quietly, coming to stand beside him. "Threads," Naruto replied, his voice distant as he focused on the vision. "Connections between worlds that weren't there before. Like scars that haven't fully healed. The dimensional boundaries attempting to repair themselves," Rukia suggested. "But incompletely." "More than that," Naruto said, struggling to articulate what the Almighty was showing him. "It's like the worlds want to remain separate, but also don't. There's a tension, a natural force pushing toward unity that's balanced by another force maintaining separation. The Soul King's power," Yukitake identified, joining their conversation. "It maintains the balance between realms, preventing the natural collapse into a single unified reality." "But if that balance is artificial," Naruto asked, finally deactivating the Almighty as fatigue set in, "then is Madara right? Are we fighting against what's natural?" "Natural doesn't always mean good," Yukitake replied wisely. "A disease is natural, yet we fight it. A flood is natural, yet we build defenses. The separation of worlds may be artificial in origin, but it has allowed for millions of years of stable existence across all realms." Rukia nodded in agreement. "And any transition to a unified reality would come at an unacceptable cost in lives and suffering. Madara and Aizen don't care about that cost, they see only the power they might wield in a merged world." Naruto accepted this perspective, though questions lingered in his mind. Why had Yhwach sought to merge the worlds? Was it purely for power, as everyone seemed to assume, or was there more to his motivation? And why had he arranged for his power, specifically the Almighty, to awaken in Naruto after his defeat? These questions would have to wait. For now, they had won a victory, however temporary. The immediate threat had been averted, Sasori's spirit had found peace, and Naruto had gained valuable experience with both his Quincy abilities and the Almighty itself. As they prepared to return to Konoha, Naruto caught Rukia studying him with an unreadable expression. "What?" he asked. "You controlled the Almighty throughout the entire confrontation," she observed. "Without losing yourself to it. That's unprecedented. Is that good?" "It's significant," she replied carefully. "It suggests you might have a relationship with the power that differs from Yhwach's, less dominating, more collaborative." "Maybe because I already share my being with the Nine Tails," Naruto suggested. "I've had practice not letting power consume my identity." "Perhaps." Rukia's expression softened slightly. "Or perhaps you simply have a stronger sense of self than Yhwach ever did." The simple compliment warmed Naruto more than he expected. In a world suddenly filled with cosmic powers and dimensional conflicts, being recognized for his essential character rather than his inherited abilities felt surprisingly valuable. As they journeyed back to Konoha, the sun setting behind them, Naruto found himself caught between two conflicting emotions, pride in what they had accomplished today, and apprehension about what tomorrow might bring. Madara and Aizen were still out there, the boundaries between worlds remained compromised, and the full nature of Naruto's connection to Yhwach was yet to be understood. But for this moment, at least, there was peace. And sometimes, in a world of constant conflict, that was enough. Chapter 3, The Weight of Vision. Sleep eluded Naruto. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw them, branching paths of possibility spreading outward like the roots of an ancient tree, each timeline distinct yet interconnected. Some led to prosperity, others to ruin. In some, he recognized himself as a benevolent figure, in others, he became something he refused to acknowledge. The Almighty was growing stronger. 3 weeks had passed since the battle at the Valley of the End. Konoha had returned to a tense normalcy, with increased patrols and sensory barriers designed to detect spiritual intrusions. Training with Rukia and Ishida continued daily, Naruto's progress remarkable by any standard. But with that progress came the burden of foresight, glimpses of potential futures that intruded on his consciousness unbidden, particularly in the quiet hours of night. Dawn found him sitting on his apartment roof, watching the sun break over the Hokage monument with bleary eyes. The cool morning air offered some relief from his restless thoughts, but not enough. Another sleepless night? Naruto didn't need to turn to know Rukia had joined him. Her spiritual presence had become as familiar to him as his own chakra signature. "The visions are getting stronger," he admitted, rubbing his temples. "More detailed. It's like watching 1,000 movies playing simultaneously, except they're all possible versions of tomorrow." Rukia settled beside him, her captain's haori discarded in favor of a simple black kimono. In the weeks since her arrival, she'd adapted to the rhythms of Konoha life with surprising ease, though she maintained regular contact with Soul Society through brief returns via Senkaman. "The Almighty is responding to your mastery of Quincy abilities," she observed. "As your control over one aspect grows, so too does the power of the other." "Great," Naruto said with a wry smile. "So success is actually making things worse." "Not worse," Rukia corrected gently. "More complex, perhaps. But power itself is neutral, it's the wielder who determines its impact." It was a sentiment she'd expressed before, one that Naruto wanted desperately to believe. But the weight of the visions, their specificity and emotional impact, made abstract philosophical comfort difficult to embrace. "I saw Konoha burning last night," he said quietly. "Not in one potential future, but in dozens. Different causes, different aggressors, but the same result. How am I supposed to sleep knowing that's a possibility?" By remembering it's only one of many possibilities, Rukia replied. And by recognizing that foresight is a tool for prevention, not just a burden to bear. Her practical perspective helped, as it often did. In the weeks they'd spent training together, Rukia had become more than just his instructor in spiritual matters. She'd become a confidant, someone who understood the unique pressures he faced in ways even his closest friends could not. You sound like you've had experience with this sort of thing, Naruto observed. A shadow crossed Rukia's face. Not personally, but I've witnessed the consequences of foreknowledge. Captain Kairaku once told me that the hardest burden of leadership is seeing the storm before others feel the first raindrop. Your captain commander must have it rough, then. He does, Rukia acknowledged. Which is why he relies on his captains to share the weight. Her violet eyes met his directly. You need to do the same, Naruto. No one, not even the inheritor of the Almighty, should bear such a burden alone. Before Naruto could respond, a familiar chakra signature approached, Shikamaru, moving with uncharacteristic urgency across the rooftops. There you are, he called, landing lightly beside them. Lady Tsunade has called an emergency meeting. Captain Yukitake has returned from Soul Society with urgent news. Naruto and Rukia exchanged concerned glances before following Shikamaru toward the Hokage Tower. Since helping neutralize the dimensional anchor points at the Valley of the End, Captain Yukitake had split his time between Konoha and Soul Society, serving as a diplomatic bridge between the two realms. His return with urgent news could only mean trouble. Any idea what this is about? Naruto asked as they leapt from roof to roof. Something about an attack, Shikamaru replied grimly. Beyond that, I don't know the details. But Sasuke has also returned ahead of schedule, which suggests it's significant. The mention of Sasuke piqued Naruto's interest. His friend had been tracking Madara's movements since the Valley of the End, sending periodic reports but remaining in the field. If he'd returned in person, the situation must have evolved dramatically. They reached the Hokage Tower to find the meeting already in progress. Tsunade, Yukitake, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Ishida gathered around a large map that appeared to depict not the familiar nations of the shinobi world, but an entirely different realm. The attack occurred here, Yukitake was saying, pointing to a location on the map. A remote Quincy settlement in what they call the Shatten Breach, a hidden dimension adjacent to both the living world and Soul Society, where surviving Quincies have dwelled since their conflict with Soul Society. How many casualties? Rukia asked, taking in the situation quickly. 17 dead, 32 wounded, Yukitake replied grimly. And the settlement itself largely destroyed. The survivors have fled to other Quincy havens, but those locations may also be compromised. Aizen, Ishida concluded, his expression unusually emotional. This has his signature, targeting innocents to provoke a specific response. That aligns with what I've discovered, Sasuke confirmed. Madara's movements suggest he's following someone else's strategic direction, someone with more experience in spiritual warfare. The attack patterns are too precise, too calculated for his usual approach. But what does Aizen want? Tsunade asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. Why target the Quincies specifically? To draw me out, Naruto answered, the realization hitting him with sudden clarity. He knows I've awakened to my Quincy heritage. He's betting I'll feel responsible for them, that I'll respond to protect people I've never even met. And will you? Sasuke asked, his mismatched eyes studying Naruto carefully. The question hung in the air, weighted with implications. Until now, Naruto's training had focused on defending Konoha and understanding his new abilities. Venturing into unknown realms to protect distant Quincy settlements represented a significant expansion of his involvement, exactly what Aizen apparently wanted. It's a trap, Kakashi observed mildly. One designed specifically for you, Naruto. Obviously, Naruto agreed. But that doesn't mean I can ignore it. The question becomes whether walking into a known trap serves a greater purpose, Yukitake said thoughtfully. Sometimes, engaging an enemy on their terms is the only way to discover their true intentions. Tsunade leaned forward, her amber eyes narrowing. This isn't just about Naruto. If Aizen is targeting Quincy settlements, he may eventually turn his attention to Konoha or other shinobi villages. We need to understand his capabilities and objectives. There's another factor to consider, Ishida interjected, adjusting his glasses with precise movements. The Quincy settlements contain knowledge and artifacts that could be dangerous in Aizen's hands, techniques for manipulating spiritual energy that even Soul Society doesn't fully understand. Like what? Shikamaru asked, his tactical mind immediately focusing on potential threats. Let's still. Vollständig. Methods of enhancing Quincy powers beyond their natural limits, Ishida explained. And possibly information about Yhwach's unique abilities, including how he distributed his power and consciousness among his followers. The implications weren't lost on anyone in the room. If Aizen gained such knowledge, he might discover ways to manipulate or control Naruto's awakening abilities, or worse, replicate them. I think we have to respond, Naruto said finally. Not just to protect the remaining Quincies, but to prevent Aizen from gaining knowledge that could threaten everyone. Yukitake nodded approvingly. I believe that's wise. But not alone, this requires a coordinated effort between Konoha and Soul Society. Agreed, Tsunade said. I'm proposing a joint team, Naruto, Captain Kuchiki, and Ishida representing the Quincy interest, with Sasuke and Kakashi providing shinobi support. Captain Yukitake, would Soul Society contribute additional forces? I've already discussed this possibility with the Captain Commander, Yukitake confirmed. He's authorized a limited deployment of Soul Reapers to assist, specifically, 3rd Seat Madarame and 5th Seat Iasegawa from the 11th Division. They're experienced combatants with particular skill against Arrancar, which we expect Aizen to employ. When do we depart? Kakashi asked, ever practical. As soon as possible, Yukitake replied. The Soul Society forces will meet us at a predetermined location in the Shatten Breach. From there, we'll assess which settlements are most vulnerable and establish a defensive posture. As the meeting continued, detailing logistics and communication protocols, Naruto found himself momentarily distracted. A flicker of the Almighty activated unbidden, giving him a brief glimpse of branching possibilities stemming from this decision. Most paths led to conflict, that much was inevitable, but the outcomes varied wildly depending on subtle choices yet to be made. Naruto. Rukia's voice pulled him back to the present. Are you alright? He blinked, the cross-shaped pupils fading back to normal. Yeah, just, seeing possibilities again. Anything we should know about? Sasuke asked, missing nothing. Nothing specific, Naruto replied honestly. Just confirmation that we're heading into something complex. Multiple outcomes, depending on choices we haven't made yet. Tsunade regarded him with concern. These spontaneous activations of the Almighty, are they becoming more frequent? A bit, Naruto admitted. Usually when I'm considering important decisions or facing uncertainty. It's like the power wants to show me potential consequences before I commit. That could be valuable, Shikamaru observed. Tactical foresight is an invaluable advantage. Or a paralyzing burden, Ishida countered. Seeing too many possibilities can make decisive action difficult. It's partly why Yhwach became so ruthless, eliminating possible futures he found unacceptable until only his desired outcome remained. The comparison to Yhwach sent a chill through Naruto. I won't let that happen, he stated firmly. I'm not using this power to impose my will on reality. Just to protect people. Good intentions are a start, Yukitake said gently. But power has its own momentum. Vigilance against its influence is a constant necessity, not a one-time decision. The meeting concluded with final assignments and a departure time set for dawn the following day. As the others filed out to make preparations, Rukia lingered, clearly sensing Naruto's disquiet. The visions bothered you more than you let on, she observed once they were alone. It wasn't the visions themselves this time, Naruto replied, leaning against the window frame. It was what Ishida said about Yhwach, how seeing all possibilities made him want to control them. He met her gaze directly. What if that's inevitable? What if the Almighty corrupts everyone who wields it? Nothing is inevitable, Rukia stated with quiet certainty. Not even for those with the power to see the future. She moved closer, her presence steady and reassuring. Yhwach was shaped by centuries of conflict and ambition before he fully manifested the Almighty. You begin from a different foundation, one built on bonds rather than domination. Her confidence in him was touching, but Naruto couldn't entirely shake his concerns. I hope you're right. I usually am, she replied with unexpected lightness, drawing a surprised laugh from him. Now, we should prepare for tomorrow. The Shatten Breach isn't like either of our worlds, it exists in the shadows between realms, with its own rules and dangers. As they left the Hokage Tower, Naruto cast one last glance at the village spread out below. For the first time since becoming a shinobi, he was preparing to venture into a conflict that had no direct connection to Konoha or the five great nations, a conflict rooted in his Quincy heritage rather than his identity as a ninja. It felt like crossing a threshold, one that would irrevocably change his understanding of himself and his place in the world. Dawn arrived with a gentle rain that misted the village in silver droplets. The departure team gathered at a secluded training ground, where Yukitake and Ishida had spent the night preparing a special technique to access the Shatten Breach. Under normal circumstances, only those with Quincy blood can enter the Shadow Realm, Ishida explained as he meticulously arranged silver tubes of Jinto in a circular pattern. But with Captain Yukitake's knowledge of dimensional Kido and my understanding of Quincy techniques, we've created a hybrid method that should allow safe passage for everyone. Sasuke observed the preparations with his Rinnegan active, studying the spiritual energies being manipulated. The dimensional frequency is unlike anything in our world, he noted. Closer to the distortion field Madara created at the Valley of the End, but more stable. That's because the Shatten Breach was created deliberately, Yukitake explained. After the first Quincy extermination by Soul Society, surviving Quincies used their understanding of racial manipulation to carve out a pocket dimension where they could rebuild away from Soul Reaper interference. Naruto watched as Ishida completed the circle, then stepped back to inspect his work. The arrangement reminded him of complex sealing jutsu, but with an elegant precision unique to Quincy craftsmanship. Will we be able to return easily? Kakashi asked, practical as always. Yes, Ishida assured him. I'll maintain a return anchor that can be activated at any time. However, we should stay together when possible, the Shadow Realm can be disorienting for those not accustomed to its properties. What kind of properties? Naruto asked, suddenly curious about this world connected to his Quincy heritage. Fluid geography, for one, Ishida replied. Distances can shift based on spiritual pressure and intent. Light behaves differently there, shadows have substance, and darkness can be used as a medium for travel. Sounds delightful, Kakashi remarked dryly. With the preparations complete, the team gathered within the circle. Rukia stood beside Naruto, her Zanpakuto secured at her waist, while Sasuke and Kakashi positioned themselves on the opposite side. Yukitake joined Ishida at the edge of the circle, both prepared to activate the transport technique. Everyone ready? Yukitake asked, receiving nods of confirmation. Then let us proceed. Ishida poured the contents of the Jinto tubes in a precise pattern, the liquid ratio forming glowing blue symbols that hovered momentarily before sinking into the ground. Simultaneously, Yukitake began an incantation, a high-level Kido that harmonized with the Quincy technique, creating a resonance between the two spiritual methodologies. The air within the circle thickened, light bending strangely around them. Naruto felt a tugging sensation, as if some part of his being recognized the destination and reached for it eagerly. The Almighty stirred within him, responding to the proximity of a realm connected to Quincy heritage. Remember, Ishida said as the world around them began to fade, maintain your spiritual composure. The shadow realm responds to emotional states as much as physical presence. Reality shifted, folded, and then reformed, but not into anything resembling the world they'd left behind. The Schattenbarich greeted them with a landscape of impossible architecture, buildings that seemed to be constructed from solidified shadow, streets that wound in geometric patterns defying conventional physics, and a sky that wasn't quite sky but rather a dome of deepest blue interspersed with what appeared to be stars even in daylight. "Welcome to the realm between realms," Ishida said simply. Naruto stared in wonder at the alien yet strangely familiar environment. The air itself felt different, richer and racier than even the distortion field at the Valley of the End had been. His Quincy senses responded immediately, heightening to unprecedented clarity. "It feels alive," he observed. "In a sense, it is," Ishida confirmed. "The entire realm is composed of spiritually responsive material. The Quincies who created it poured their collective will into its formation." They stood on what appeared to be a hilltop overlooking a valley where scattered settlements dotted the landscape, clusters of buildings that seemed to grow organically from the shadow substance of the realm itself. Some appeared vibrant and inhabited, others lay in various states of abandonment or destruction. "The attack occurred there," Yhwach said, pointing to a settlement on the eastern edge of the valley where plumes of dark smoke still rose. "And according to reports, Aizen's forces have been sighted near these 3 other locations. How do we proceed?" Kakashi asked, his Sharingan uncovered to better perceive the unusual spiritual environment. "We should rendezvous with the Soul Society forces first," Yhwach suggested. "They've established a forward position here, equidistant from the vulnerable settlements." As they made their way down from the hilltop, Naruto became increasingly aware of the realm's unique properties. Shadows cast by objects seemed almost substantial, and occasionally he caught glimpses of movement within them, as if the darkness itself were sentient in some limited way. "The shadows are watching us," he said quietly to Rukia. "I can feel them, evaluating. The realm recognizes Quincy blood," she explained. "For me and the others, it's merely tolerating our presence. But for you and Ishida, it's actively responding." "Because of Yhwach?" "Partly," she acknowledged. "His influence shaped much of Quincy culture and power. But it's more than that. The Schattenbarich was created to preserve Quincy existence, it naturally resonates with those who carry the bloodline." They reached the designated meeting point, a circular clearing surrounded by what appeared to be stone monuments but were actually compressed shadows given permanent form. 2 figures waited there, both dressed in the black kimono of Soul Reapers but with distinctly different appearances. The taller one, completely bald with red markings at the corners of his eyes, rested a wooden sword across his shoulders with casual confidence. The other, more slender with chin-length black hair and colorful feathers adorning his right eye and eyebrow, stood with exaggerated elegance. "About time you showed up," the bald Soul Reaper called out. "Yumachika and I have been waiting forever." "It's been less than an hour, Ikaku," Yhwach corrected mildly. "Allow me to make introductions. This is 3rd Seat Ikaku Madarame and 5th Seat Yumachika Iasegawa of the 11th Division. They specialize in direct combat against powerful opponents." "How delightfully unusual," Yumachika remarked, studying the Konoha shinobi with undisguised curiosity. "Living humans with such distinctive spiritual pressure. And you," his gaze fixed on Naruto, "must be the one with Yhwach's power. How beautifully complex your spiritual composition is." Thanks." Naruto replied, somewhat taken aback by the Soul Reaper's flamboyant assessment. "Ignore him," Ikaku advised. "Yumachika has weird ideas about spiritual aesthetics. What matters is whether you can fight." His intense gaze evaluated each of them in turn, lingering longest on Sasuke. "You look like you might be interesting." Sasuke merely raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by the Soul Reaper's challenging demeanor. "We can discuss combat capabilities later," Yhwach intervened diplomatically. "First, we need an update on the situation. What have you observed since arriving?" Ikaku's expression turned serious. 3 Aaron-class entities spotted moving between settlements. Definitely Aizen style, they're methodical, targeting specific locations rather than causing random destruction. They appear to be searching for something, Yumachika added. Examining ruins carefully before moving on. Not typical hollow behavior at all. The Quincy archives, Ishida concluded grimly. Each settlement maintains records of techniques, bloodlines, and historical knowledge. If compiled, they could provide a comprehensive understanding of Quincy capabilities, including the mechanics of how Yhwach distributed and reclaimed his power. Which is exactly what Aizen would want, Rukia said. Knowledge is his preferred weapon, understanding systems so he can manipulate or circumvent them. Then our priority is clear, Kakashi stated. We need to secure any remaining archives before Aizen's forces can reach them. Ishida nodded. The nearest intact settlement is Silburn Minor, a satellite community of what was once our capital. Its archives are particularly significant, containing records dating back to Yhwach's first reign. Then that's where we head first, Yukitake decided. If the Aaron-car are being methodical, we may have a small window to reach it before they do. As they prepared to depart, Naruto felt a strange sensation, a pull toward the east, where the destroyed settlement still smoldered. The Almighty stirred again, more insistently this time, as if trying to show him something important. Wait, he said suddenly. I think we should split up. Not advisable, Yukitake responded immediately. In this realm, maintaining group cohesion is safer. I know, but... Naruto struggled to articulate what he was feeling. Something's wrong. The Almighty is trying to show me something about the destroyed settlement. Rukia studied him with concern. What are you sensing? It's not just destruction, Naruto said, focusing on the sensation. There's something there, something Aizen wanted us to miss by focusing on the intact settlements. A diversion. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. A classic strategy. Create an obvious threat to draw attention from the real objective. If Naruto's right, Kakashi mused, then the attack itself might not have been the primary goal. It could have been cover for something else. Ishida looked troubled. The eastern settlement had something unique, a ceremonial hall built directly over a convergence point of spiritual currents. In theory, someone with sufficient knowledge could use such a location to amplify techniques affecting the entire Shadow Realm. Or to create another dimensional distortion like the one at the Valley of the End, Sasuke suggested darkly. The implications settled heavily over the group. If Aizen had secured a position at a spiritual convergence point, he might be preparing something far more dangerous than mere information gathering. We need to investigate both locations, Naruto insisted. The archives are important, but whatever's happening at the destroyed settlement could be an immediate threat. I agree, Sasuke said. Tactical division makes sense here. After brief deliberation, they decided on 2 teams, Naruto, Rukia, and Ikaku would investigate the destroyed eastern settlement, while Sasuke, Kakashi, Ishida, Yukitake, and Yumachika would secure the archives at Silburn Minor. Stay in communication, Yukitake instructed, providing Rukia with a small spiritual device that resembled a butterfly made of light. If either team encounters significant resistance, the other will converge to provide support. As they separated, Naruto cast one last glance at the intact settlement where the others were headed. The Almighty had quieted somewhat now that they'd decided to investigate the eastern ruins, but an undercurrent of anxiety remained. Whatever awaited them there, he sensed it would force a confrontation he wasn't fully prepared for. The approach to the eastern settlement revealed destruction more comprehensive than reports had suggested. Buildings constructed of shadow substance had been reduced to formless mists that swirled aimlessly, while more conventional structures lay in ruins. The ground itself appeared wounded, with long furrows carved through the spiritual material of the realm as if by immense force. This wasn't just an attack, Rukia observed grimly. It was systematic erasure. Aizen style, Ikaku agreed, his usual brashness subdued by the devastation before them. He doesn't just destroy, he unmakes. They moved cautiously through the ruins, alert for any sign of survivors or lingering threats. Naruto extended his spiritual awareness as Rukia had taught him, scanning for anomalies in the already unusual environment. The convergence point Ishida mentioned, he asked. What would it look like? In this realm? Probably a place where shadows flow together naturally, Rukia suggested. A focal point of spiritual current. Like that? Naruto pointed toward the center of the settlement where the destruction seemed to spiral inward. At its heart stood what remained of a circular building, a ceremonial hall, as Ishida had described, though now barely recognizable. Beneath the ruins, shadows moved with purpose, flowing toward a central point like water down a drain. Yes, Rukia confirmed. And it's active, something or someone is drawing power from the convergence. They approached with increased caution, Ikaku drawing his Zanpakuto in preparation for combat. As they neared the ruined hall, Naruto felt a familiar presence, cold, calculating, and immensely powerful. We're not alone, he warned just as a figure materialized before them, stepping from a shadow as if emerging from a doorway. The man stood tall and elegant, with brown hair swept back from his forehead and eyes that conveyed both intelligence and utter contempt for everything they beheld. He wore a white outfit reminiscent of the Arrancar uniform but more refined, with a high collar and flowing design. Welcome, Naruto Uzumaki, he said, his voice smooth and cultured. I've been looking forward to meeting Yhwach's heir. Aizen, Rukia identified, her hand moving to her Zanpakuto. Sosuke Aizen. Captain Kuchiki, Aizen acknowledged with a mocking bow. How you've grown since our last encounter. A captain now, impressive for one with such humble beginnings. Spare me the false courtesy, Rukia replied coldly. Your attack on innocent Quincies reveals your true nature as clearly as ever. Aizen's smile never reached his eyes. Innocent? No Quincy is truly innocent, Captain. Their very existence disrupts the balance soul society claims to protect. I merely hastened an inevitable correction. Enough talk, Ikaku interrupted, pointing his Zanpakuto at Aizen. We didn't come here to listen to your philosophy. Grow, Hozukimaru. His weapon transformed, extending into a spear with a red horsehair tassel. Always so eager for battle, third seat Madarame, Aizen observed. But I'm afraid you're outmatched here. With a casual gesture, he released a wave of spiritual pressure so intense that it drove Ikaku to his knees despite his considerable power. Rukia managed to remain standing but visibly struggled against the overwhelming force. Only Naruto seemed relatively unaffected, the Almighty activating instinctively in response to the threat, his cross-shaped pupils allowing him to perceive the nature of Aizen's power more clearly than his companions. Interesting, Aizen remarked, studying Naruto with newfound curiosity. Your resistance to my spiritual pressure suggests the Almighty is already more developed than I anticipated. Perhaps this encounter will be educational for both of us. What do you want? Naruto demanded, forming a bow of rapier in his right hand. Why attack the Quincies? Direct questions deserve direct answers, Aizen replied. I want what Yhwach wanted, the truth about reality structure and the courage to act on that truth. As for the Quincies. He gestured to the convergence point behind him where shadows continued to spiral inward. They built their sanctuaries atop the very nodes that could facilitate true understanding. I merely reclaimed what they unknowingly guarded. The convergence point, Rukia realized, recovering somewhat from the initial shock of Aizen's spiritual pressure. You're using it as you used the Valley of the End, to thin the barriers between worlds. With greater precision this time, Aizen confirmed. Madara's approach was effective but crude. Here, in the Shatten Breach, the boundaries are already permeable. Perfect for more, targeted applications. Naruto felt the Almighty's perception expanding, showing him not just Aizen's physical presence but the web of spiritual manipulation he had woven throughout the ruins. The convergence point was being channeled, its energy redirected through complex patterns that resembled both Kido formulae and Quincy designs. You're creating a window, Naruto said, the realization flowing from what the Almighty revealed. Not a full merger of realms, but a controlled opening to somewhere specific. Aizen's expression showed genuine surprise, the first authentic emotion he'd displayed. Your perceptive abilities exceed reports. Yes, a window is an apt description. A precisely calibrated aperture between this shadow realm and another dimension entirely, one that Soul Society has long sought to keep sealed. The Valley of Screams, Rukia breathed, horror evident in her voice. You're trying to access the Valley of Screams. Among other places, Aizen acknowledged. The boundaries between dimensions are not binary, Captain Kuchiki. They exist on a spectrum, with countless realms occupying the spaces between the known worlds. The Shatten Breach itself is proof of that fact. Ikkaku, having regained his footing, moved to a fighting stance. Whatever you're planning, it ends now. Aizen regarded him with mild amusement. Your confidence is admirable, if misplaced. But I didn't arrange this meeting to fight, not yet. I wish to observe Yhwach's heir firsthand, to understand what makes him different from his predecessor. His gaze returned to Naruto, calculating and intense. You see, Naruto Uzumaki, Yhwach and I shared similar goals but disagreed on methodology. He sought to destroy the Soul King and collapse all realms into one. I recognize the value in maintaining certain separations while selectively removing others. You're both playing with forces beyond your control, Rukia stated firmly. The boundaries between worlds exist for a reason. Do they? Aizen challenged. Or were they imposed by entities seeking to compartmentalize power? To prevent beings like humans from understanding the true nature of existence. He turned back to Naruto. You, who exist between worlds, must have wondered this yourself. Why should a soul be confined to one realm or another? Why should death separate what life united? The question struck uncomfortably close to thoughts Naruto had indeed entertained, especially when considering the parents and mentor he'd lost, the friends who had fallen in battle. But he recognized the manipulation behind Aizen's words, the careful framing designed to create doubt. Whatever truth you think you found, Naruto replied, it doesn't justify sacrificing innocent lives. There's always another way, one that doesn't require stepping on others to achieve your goals. Spoken like a true idealist, Aizen said, his tone almost gentle. Yhwach began as an idealist too, you know. Before centuries of reality's harshness transformed idealism into pragmatic ruthlessness. His eyes narrowed slightly. I wonder what will transform you, Naruto Uzumaki. What crucible will forge your idealism into something more applicable? Without warning, Aizen made a swift gesture. The shadows around them responded instantly, erupting upward to form a dome that cut them off from the outside world. Within this shadow space, the air grew thick with spiritual energy, and the light dimmed to a twilight glow. Perhaps a demonstration will clarify what's truly at stake, Aizen said. Observe. The shadows forming the dome began to display images, not illusions, Naruto realized, but actual views into different locations. One section showed Konoha, peaceful in the morning light. Another revealed Soul Society's Suriidai, with its distinctive architecture and white towers. A third displayed what must be Hueco Mundo, a desert world of eternal night dominated by a massive palace. 3 primary realms, artificially separated, Aizen narrated. Each with its own rules, its own hierarchy, its own limitations. Now watch what happens when we introduce variables. The image of Konoha shifted, showing a new scene, massive hollow incursions tearing through the village, citizens running in terror as buildings collapsed. Soul Society similarly descended into chaos as strange entities, neither Hollow nor Soul Reaper, materialized within its boundaries. Hueco Mundo's image showed a different kind of disruption, tears in the very fabric of its reality, through which poured blinding light that seemed to dissolve everything it touched. This isn't real, Naruto stated, though the Almighty's activation made him less certain than he sounded. You're showing us illusions. Not illusions, Aizen corrected. Possibilities. Imminent ones, in fact. The boundaries are already failing, Naruto Uzumaki. What began with your awakening continues with or without my intervention. I merely seek to control the inevitable collapse, to channel it toward beneficial outcomes rather than random catastrophe. By beneficial, you mean outcomes where you rule, Rukia challenged. I mean outcomes where knowledge flows freely between realms, where death is not an exile but a transition, where souls need not fragment across artificial divisions. Aizen's voice remained calm, reasonable, as if explaining a simple truth to children. Consider your own situation, Naruto. A human with a tailed beast sealed within you, now awakened to Quincy heritage. You already embody the integration I seek to expand. The images shifted again, this time showing both Konoha and Soul society thriving, but fundamentally changed, inhabitants of both realms interacting freely, technology and knowledge from one enhancing the other. It was a seductive vision, Naruto had to admit, a world where the barriers that had separated him from his parents might never have existed. Enough, he said firmly, dispelling the erasure bow he'd been maintaining and instead gathering his chakra. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of clones appeared throughout the Shadow Dome, each forming their own bow of erasure. Simultaneously, Naruto channeled the Ninetales chakra, the orange energy flowing around him in stark contrast to the blue-white of his Quincy power. Impressive versatility, Aizen acknowledged, seemingly unconcerned by the sudden multiplication of opponents. But ultimately futile. Your clones, while spiritually active, lack the Almighty's protection. Observe. With a mere flicker of spiritual pressure, Aizen dispelled every clone instantly, not through direct attack but by somehow altering the spiritual environment to make their existence impossible. The difference between us, Naruto Uzumaki, is experience, Aizen continued. You possess remarkable power but lack the centuries of knowledge required to apply it effectively. Maybe, Naruto conceded. But I have something you don't. And what might that be? Friends who don't abandon each other. As if on cue, a blade of pure light pierced the Shadow Dome from outside. Rukia's butterfly communicator had evidently reached the other team, and Sasuke's sword of Kagutsuchi was now cutting through Aizen's spiritual barrier. The dome shattered as Sasuke completed his strike, the compressed shadows dispersing to reveal the ruins once more. Behind him stood Kakashi, Ishida, Yukitake, and Yumachika, all in combat stance. Your timing's perfect, Naruto called to them, never taking his eyes off Aizen. We found what was drawing me here. So I see, Yukitake replied grimly, his usually gentle demeanor hardened by the sight of his former fellow captain. Sosuke Aizen. I had hoped reports of your freedom were exaggerated. Captain Yukitake, Aizen greeted him with mock cordiality. Still serving the noble family's interests, I see. How disappointing that one of your intellect never questioned the system you uphold. I question it regularly, Yukitake replied evenly. The difference is that I seek to improve it rather than destroy it. Aizen's expression suggested he found this response naively amusing, but before he could reply, Sasuke activated his Susanoo, the massive ethereal warrior forming around him with unprecedented clarity in the ratio-rich environment of the Shadow Realm. Enough dialogue, Sasuke stated coldly. Either fight or withdraw. I have no interest in your philosophical justifications. For the first time, Aizen's composure showed a crack, a flicker of genuine annoyance at Sasuke's dismissive tone. You remind me of Byakuya Kuchiki, so certain of your superiority, so blind to your limitations. His spiritual pressure intensified, pressing down on everyone present. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. He drew his Zanpakuto, a simple katana with a green hilt, and held it before him. Shatter, Kyoka Suijetsu. Don't look. Yukitake warned sharply. His Zanpakuto creates perfect hypnosis in anyone who sees its release. But the warning came too late for most. The blade seemed to dissolve into a fine mist that enveloped the area. Only Naruto, protected by the Almighty's perception, and Sasuke, whose Rinnegan partially shielded him from the illusion, remained fully aware of reality. Now, Aizen said with quiet satisfaction, let us continue this discussion more productively. To those affected by Kyoka Suigetsu, Aizen appeared to remain motionless while continuing to speak. But Naruto saw his true movement, stepping backward toward the convergence point, his hands weaving complex patterns that manipulated the flowing shadows. Sasuke! Naruto called out. He's activating something at the convergence point. The others can't see it. Sasuke's Susanoo responded immediately, its massive arm sweeping toward where Aizen actually stood. But the former captain evaded with fluid grace, never interrupting his manipulations of the shadow currents. The Almighty and the Rinnegan, Aizen observed with scientific interest. Both capable of perceiving through my perfect hypnosis, though in different ways. Fascinating. Naruto created more shadow clones, this time with a different purpose. Everyone, he shouted. My clones will show you where he really is. The clones moved to surround Aizen's true position, making his location obvious even to those under the hypnosis. Yukitake recovered first, his centuries of experience allowing him to break through the illusion once given a reference point. Clever, the white-haired captain acknowledged. Bakudo 61, Rikujikoro. 6 beams of light shot toward Aizen, attempting to immobilize him. He deflected them with a casual sweep of his hand, but the attack forced him to pause his work with the convergence point. You're outnumbered, Aizen, Rukia stated, her Zanpakuto now released to its Shirkai state. Whatever you're planning will have to wait. Will it? Aizen smiled enigmatically. I've already accomplished most of what I came here to do. This encounter was merely confirmatory research. With a swift motion, he plunged his hand into the spiraling shadows of the convergence point. A pulse of energy radiated outward, causing the entire settlement to tremble. The shadows responded violently, twisting and coalescing around Aizen's arm as if being absorbed into his very being. What's he doing? Kakashi demanded, his Sharingan struggling to interpret the spiritual phenomena. He's absorbing the convergence point's power, Ishida realized with horror. Integrating it into himself. Stop him. Yukitake commanded, unleashing a powerful Kido blast that Aizen deflected one-handed, never removing his other arm from the swirling shadows. Naruto and Sasuke attacked simultaneously, Naruto firing a barrage of rapier arrows while Sasuke directed his Susanoo to strike from above. Aizen evaded both with impossible speed, all while continuing to draw power from the convergence. Your coordination is impressive, Aizen acknowledged. But ultimately futile. What I take from this place cannot be undone. A final pulse of energy burst from the convergence point as Aizen withdrew his arm, which now glowed with an inner light that shifted between colors in hypnotic patterns. The spiraling shadows collapsed, leaving only a dead void where the vibrant spiritual nexus had been. The first key, Aizen said, more to himself than to them. 3 remain. Key to what? Naruto demanded, the Almighty straining to perceive the nature of what Aizen had done. To everything, Aizen replied simply. Then, with a gesture, he opened what appeared to be a garganta, a tear in reality similar to those used by hollows, but more refined and stable. Until next time, Naruto Uzumaki. Consider what you've seen today. Consider which future you truly wish to shape. Before anyone could prevent his escape, Aizen stepped through the garganta, which sealed itself instantly behind him. The moment he vanished, the hypnotic effect of Kyoka Suigetsu lifted fully from those who had been affected. Damn it! Ikaku swore, realizing they'd been manipulated. He got away. And took something valuable with him, Yukitake added grimly, approaching the dead convergence point. This nexus was one of the oldest in the Shadow Realm, a natural junction between dimensions that the Quincies built their settlement around. He called it a key, Naruto said. And mentioned that 3 more remain. Ishida's expression darkened. If he's seeking dimensional convergence points and converting them into keys, then he's building towards something catastrophic, Rukia finished. Something that requires access to multiple dimensions simultaneously. We need to protect the remaining convergence points, Kakashi stated pragmatically. Where are they located? That's the problem, Ishida replied. Convergence points exist in all realms, not just the Shatten Breach. They're natural phenomena, places where the barriers between dimensions are naturally thinner. Like the Valley of the End in our world, Sasuke observed. A natural thin point that Madara exploited. Exactly, Ishida confirmed. And there are others, in Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the living world. If Aizen is systematically targeting these points, then nowhere is safe, Yukitake concluded. And we have no way to predict where he'll strike next. The grim assessment settled heavily over the group. They had encountered Aizen directly and failed to stop him. Worse, they had witnessed him acquire something of significant power while revealing little about his ultimate intentions. We should secure the archives at Silburn Minor, Rukia suggested after a moment. If they contain information about convergence points, we might gain insight into Aizen's next target. Agreed, Yukitake said. And we should warn both Konoha and Soul Society immediately. If Aizen is hunting convergence points, both realms are vulnerable. As the others discussed immediate tactical responses, Naruto found himself staring at the void where the spiritual nexus had been. The Almighty continued to show him fragmented possibilities, branching futures that had suddenly narrowed, as if Aizen's actions had eliminated certain potential outcomes. What do you see? Sasuke asked quietly, joining him. Change, Naruto replied. Before today, there were countless possible futures. Now, many paths have vanished. Whatever Aizen's doing, it's already altering what's possible. Can you see where he'll strike next? Naruto shook his head. It doesn't work that way. I see possibilities, not certainties. And right now, the possibilities are shrinking. That can't be good, Sasuke observed dryly. No, Naruto agreed. It's like, imagine a tree with thousands of branches. Now imagine someone systematically pruning entire sections, forcing growth in only the directions they choose. Aizen is pruning potential futures, Sasuke translated. Eliminating outcomes he doesn't want. Exactly. And I don't know how to stop him. Sasuke considered this, his mismatched eyes thoughtful. The Almighty shows you possibilities. What if you could experience them more directly? Not just see potential futures, but interact with them. The suggestion triggered something in Naruto, a connection he hadn't considered before. My shadow clones, he said slowly. They transmit experience back to me when they dispel. Combined with the Almighty, I might be able to send clones into potential futures, Naruto realized, excitement building. Not literally changing time, but experiencing possibilities clearly enough to understand them. To find weaknesses in Aizen's plan. It was a theoretical application of his abilities that neither Rukia nor Ishida had suggested, perhaps because neither was familiar enough with shadow clone mechanics to envision the combination. But it made perfect sense to Naruto. His clones weren't mere copies, they were extensions of himself, capable of independent thought and action while maintaining their connection to him. It's worth trying, Sasuke encouraged. But not here. We should return to Konoha first and approach this systematically. Naruto nodded, letting the Almighty's activation fade as fatigue set in. Using the power for extended periods still drained him significantly, though his endurance was improving with practice. They rejoined the others, who had finished examining the ruins for any clue Aizen might have left behind. We found nothing useful, Yukitake reported. Whatever knowledge was stored here, Aizen either took it or destroyed it. We should proceed to Silburn Minor as planned. As they prepared to depart, Naruto felt a tug of spiritual awareness, something familiar yet distant, like an echo of his own power. He turned toward the eastern horizon where a faint blue light pulsed momentarily before fading. Did anyone else see that? He asked. The others looked where he indicated, but only Ishida seemed to notice anything unusual. A Quincy signature, Ishida confirmed. Powerful, but controlled. Someone watching us. Hashwolf? Naruto suggested, remembering the former stern Ritter who had tested him. Possibly. Or another surviving stern Ritter. They've been in disarray since Yhwach's fall, but some maintain communication networks throughout the Shadow Realm. Could they help us locate the remaining convergence points? Kakashi asked. If they're willing, Ishida replied skeptically. Most view outsiders with extreme suspicion, especially Soul Reapers. But they might respond differently to Naruto, Rukia pointed out. If they recognize him as carrying Yhwach's blood. A consideration for later, Yukitake decided. For now, let's secure what we came for. The archives at Silburn Minor should be our priority. They set off across the unusual landscape of the Shatten Breach, Naruto casting occasional glances back at the destroyed settlement. Something told him this encounter with Aizen was merely a prelude. The former captain had revealed just enough to unsettle them while concealing his true objective. And somewhere in the branching possibilities the Almighty revealed, Naruto sensed a looming choice, one that would force him to decide exactly what kind of power he intended to become. Silburn Minor proved to be largely intact, a small settlement of elegant buildings constructed from a combination of shadow substance and more conventional materials. Unlike the geometric chaos of some parts of the Shadow Realm, this community had been built with careful attention to order and symmetry, reflecting the disciplined Quincy aesthetics Ishida had described. To Naruto's surprise, the settlement wasn't abandoned. As they approached, figures in white Quincy garb emerged from various buildings, regarding them with wary suspicion. Most carried weapons, bows of rapier or more conventional firearms modified to channel spiritual energy. Visitors, a voice announced from the center of the gathering. The crowd parted to reveal a slender woman with short silver hair and calculating eyes. She wore a white uniform with distinctive markings that identified her as a former stern Ritter. Including Soul Reapers and unexpected others. Her gaze fixed on Naruto, widening slightly as she sensed his spiritual signature. Interesting. Very interesting. Ishida stepped forward. Candace Catnip. I didn't expect to find you here. Yuryu Ishida, she replied with a brittle smile. The traitor who survived. And now you bring Soul Reapers to our sanctuary? Your audacity is remarkable. We come with warning, not threats, Ishida stated firmly. Aizen has attacked the eastern settlement and absorbed its convergence point. He called it a key and mentioned 3 more remain. Murmurs spread through the gathered Quincies at this news. Candace's expression hardened. We felt the convergence point's death, she acknowledged. But Aizen. You're certain? We confronted him directly, Yukitake confirmed. He's targeting something specific within the Shadow Realm structure, something connected to the dimensional boundaries themselves. Candace considered this information, her gaze repeatedly returning to Naruto. And this one, she finally asked. He carries His Majesty's power, yet stands with Soul Reapers. Explain. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto introduced himself. I recently awakened to Quincy abilities, including the Almighty. I'm still figuring out what that means. What it means, Candace said slowly, is that many among us have been waiting for you. Hashwalth spoke of your coming, of His Majesty's contingency awakening in a vessel from another world. Hashwalth survived? Ishida asked, clearly surprised. Barely, Candace confirmed. He's not here, but he left instructions regarding the one who would carry the Almighty after His Majesty's fall. Her expression showed conflicting emotions, hope mingled with resentment. Some believed you would restore the Wandenrake. Others feared you would complete what His Majesty began. I'm not here to rule anyone, Naruto stated firmly. I came because innocent Quincies were attacked, and because Aizen threatens everyone, Quincy, Soul Reaper, and human alike. Candace studied him for a long moment before making a decision. Follow me. The archives you seek are secured beneath the central hall. If Aizen hunts convergence points, you should understand what they truly are. She led them through the settlement to an imposing building of white stone and shadow glass. Inside, elaborate Quincy crosses adorned the walls, and erasure flowed in controlled patterns through architectural channels designed to amplify spiritual techniques. The Hall of Memory, Ishida explained quietly as they walked. Each Quincy settlement maintains one, a repository for our collective knowledge and techniques. And prophecies, Candace added, leading them to a circular chamber at the building's heart. Including those concerning the Almighty's return. The chamber contained countless scrolls and tomes arranged on shelves that spiraled upward for several stories. At its center stood a pedestal bearing a single book bound in white material that seemed to glow with inner light. The Codex Quincy, Candace identified. Our most sacred text, transcribed by Yhwach himself during the formation of the original Sternritter. It contains. She hesitated, glancing at the Soul Reapers present. Knowledge that Soul Society has long sought to suppress. We're not here to censor or confiscate, Yukitake assured her. Only to understand what Aizen seeks, so we might prevent catastrophe across all realms. After a moment's consideration, Candace activated a complex erasure mechanism that caused the pedestal to open, revealing a hidden compartment beneath the codex. From this, she withdrew a smaller volume bound in silver. The Book of Convergence, she explained. It details the nature of dimensional junctions and their significance to both Quincy techniques and the overall structure of reality. She placed the book on a reading table and opened it carefully. The pages contained diagrams of astonishing complexity, maps of what appeared to be the spiritual landscape underlying all realms, with specific points marked in glowing blue. Convergence points exist where dimensional barriers naturally thin, Candace explained, indicating the marked locations. They form a network, a web of connection between all realms. Most are minor, allowing only minimal spiritual transfer. But 9 major convergences exist across the dimensions, each with unique properties. And Aizen has claimed one of them, Kakashi observed. Yes. The Eastern Nexus in our realm, one of the 9 primary convergences. Candace turned several pages, revealing more detailed information about each major point. The others exist in Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, the living world, and other, less accessible dimensions. What happens if someone controls all 9? Naruto asked, already suspecting the answer. Candace's expression grew grave. According to our texts, one who holds the power of all 9 primary convergences could fundamentally restructure reality itself, not merely merging realms as Yhwach attempted, but potentially recreating them according to their will. That's what Aizen meant by keys, Rukia realized. He's not just weakening barriers, he's gathering the components for complete dimensional reconstruction. A power beyond even the Soul King, Yukitake added softly. The ability to rewrite existence itself. The implications were staggering. Aizen had always sought transcendence, to surpass the boundaries separating mortals from gods. This plan represented the ultimate expression of that ambition. The remaining convergence point in this realm, Sasuke asked practically. Where is it located? Candace turned to a specific diagram showing the Shadow Realm's spiritual geography. Here, beneath what we call the Silberreich, our holiest site. It's where Yhwach first established his throne after creating the Shadow Realm. And it's heavily defended? Kakashi inquired. By both constructed defenses and the nature of the location itself, Candace confirmed. The convergence responds only to Quincy blood of significant power, ideally, the blood of the Quincy Emperor himself. All eyes turned to Naruto. Which means Aizen will need either you, Rukia said to him, or someone else carrying Yhwach's power. Hashwolf, Ishida concluded. If he survived, he carries a portion of the Almighty. Enough, potentially, to access the convergence. Then we need to find Hashwolf before Aizen does, Naruto decided. And secure the Silberreich convergence. Candace closed the Book of Convergence, her expression troubled. Hashwolf moves constantly, avoiding both Soul Society and former Wandenreich officials who blame him for failing to protect his majesty. Finding him won't be simple. The Almighty might help, Naruto suggested. If Yhwach and I share a connection through Yhwach's power, I might be able to sense his location. A reasonable approach, Yukitake agreed. But we should also warn Soul Society about the convergence points in our realm. If Aizen targets them next, I can return immediately with this information, Rukia volunteered. The Captain Commander needs to know what we've discovered. And I should return to Konoha, Kakashi added. Lady Tsunade must be informed, and our village's defenses prepared. If Aizen or Madara target our world's convergence points, we'll need to protect the Valley of the End, Sasuke finished. And any other locations with similar properties. As they discussed division of responsibilities, Naruto felt the Almighty stirring again, this time not with visions of branching futures, but with a specific sensation. A pull, similar to what he'd felt at the destroyed settlement, but stronger and more defined. I know where Yhwach is, he said suddenly, interrupting the planning session. Or at least, I can find him. The Almighty is showing me a path. Through the shadow currents, Candace surmised. Those who share His Majesty's power can sometimes sense each other through the spiritual flows unique to this realm. Then our course is clear, Yukitake decided. Captain Kuchiki will return to Soul Society with our findings. Kakashi will do the same for Konoha. Naruto, Sasuke, and Ishida will seek out Yhwach with Madarame and Ayasegawa as support. And I will coordinate the defense of Silberreich, Candace added. If Aizen moves against our remaining convergence point, we must be prepared. With the plan established, they prepared to separate. As the others made final arrangements, Rukia approached Naruto privately. Be careful, she said, her voice conveying concern beyond professional duty. Aizen is a master manipulator, he excels at turning people's own virtues against them. Whatever he said to you in that shadow dome. He tried to make his goals sound reasonable, Naruto admitted. A world without separation between life and death, where knowledge flows freely between realms. The vision itself isn't evil, Rukia acknowledged. It's his methods and ultimate purpose that corrupt it. Aizen doesn't seek understanding, he seeks control. I know, Naruto assured her. I've met people like him before. They always justify their actions with grand ideals while ignoring the suffering they cause. Rukia seemed relieved by his clarity. Good. I've seen what Aizen's influence can do to people. How he twists noble intentions into serving his own ends. I'll be careful, Naruto promised. And I'll work on that technique we discussed, using shadow clones to explore the possibilities the Almighty shows me. If it works, we might gain insight into Aizen's true plan. A brilliant application of your abilities, Rukia said with genuine admiration. I wish I could stay to help develop it, but Soul Society needs to know what we've discovered, Naruto finished for her. I understand. Just come back when you can. He hesitated, suddenly aware of how much he'd come to rely on her guidance and companionship. I work better with you around. Something softened in Rukia's expression, a warmth that transcended their professional relationship. I'll return as quickly as possible. Just don't do anything reckless while I'm gone. Me? Reckless? Naruto grinned. Never. Her skeptical look drew a laugh from him, a moment of lightness amid the gravity of their situation. Then Yukitake called for her, and the moment passed. Until we meet again, Naruto Uzumaki, Rukia said formally, though her eyes conveyed more personal sentiment. May your path remain clear. As she departed with Kakashi to open a Senkamen back to their respective realms, Naruto turned his attention to the task ahead. Finding Yhwach before Aizen did was now his priority, not just to protect the former Stern Ritter, but to secure the knowledge and power he represented. The Almighty continued to tug at his awareness, showing him the direction to take through the Shadow Realm's fluid geography. Whatever awaited him there, Naruto sensed it would bring him one step closer to understanding his connection to Yhwach, and one step closer to the inevitable confrontation with Aizen. The path to Hashwolf led them through increasingly strange territories within the Shadow Realm. Unlike the settled areas they'd visited previously, these regions appeared wild and untamed, landscapes where shadow substance flowed freely, creating ever-changing formations that defied conventional physics. The borderlands, Ishida identified as they navigated a narrow path between columns of solid darkness that rose and fell like breathing organisms. The outermost reaches of the Shatten Breach, where it begins to blend with other dimensions. Feels unstable, Sasuke observed, his Rinnegan active to better perceive the spiritual currents around them. It is, Ishida confirmed. These areas were never fully incorporated into the Shadow Realm proper. They exist in a state of dimensional flux, neither fully here nor fully elsewhere. Ikaku and Yumachika followed behind, the normally talkative Soul Reapers uncharacteristically quiet as they observed their surroundings with evident discomfort. "This place gives me the creeps," Ikaku finally muttered. "Nothing stays put. Nothing behaves like it should. Yet it has a strange beauty," Yumachika countered. "An aesthetic of constant transformation. Unsettling, yes, but captivating in its way." Naruto led them onward, guided by the Almighty's persistent pull. The power had settled into a state of partial activation, not showing him branching futures, but rather illuminating the specific path Hashwolf had taken through this malleable environment. "He's hiding his presence from conventional detection," Naruto realized as they progressed. "But the Almighty leaves traces visible to another wielder." "Hashwolf was always cautious," Ishida remarked. As Yhwach's second-in-command, he had many enemies, both within and outside the Wandenrake. After His Majesty's fall, those enemies would have multiplied. They continued for what felt like hours, though time itself seemed questionable in this place where shadows bent and light behaved according to unfamiliar rules. Finally, they reached what appeared to be the edge of the Shadow Realm itself, a cliff overlooking an abyss of swirling darkness interspersed with points of brilliant light. The precipice, Ishida identified with evident awe. Few venture this far into the borderlands. Beyond lies the true void between dimensions. "And Hashwolf is here?" Sasuke asked skeptically, scanning the barren landscape. "Below," Naruto answered, pointing toward a formation jutting from the cliff face some distance down, a structure that appeared to be half natural and half constructed, blending seamlessly with the surrounding shadow substance. A watch post, Ishida realized. Positioned to observe multiple realms simultaneously. Clever. They made their way carefully down a narrow path that wound along the cliff face. As they approached the structure, Naruto felt a familiar spiritual pressure, similar to his own Quincy power, but more refined and controlled. "He knows we're here," Naruto warned the others. "I can feel him, preparing." The structure revealed itself to be more extensive than it had appeared from above, a complex of chambers and observation platforms built into the very substance of the cliff. At its center stood a lone figure, tall and golden-haired, regarding their approach with calm expectation. Naruto Uzumaki, Hashwolf greeted him, his voice carrying easily despite the void's strange acoustics. "You found me sooner than I anticipated. The Almighty develops quickly in you." "We need to talk," Naruto replied directly. "About Aizen, convergence points, and whatever a key means in this context." Hashwolf's expression remained neutral, but a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. "So Aizen has begun his collection. I feared as much when I felt the Eastern Nexus die." "You know what he's planning?" Sasuke demanded. "I have suspicions," Hashwolf replied, his gaze shifting to evaluate Sasuke with interest. "Your eyes, they see beyond conventional reality. A useful trait in these times." "Stop evading," Ikaku interrupted impatiently. "We need straight answers. What are these convergence points, and what happens if Aizen controls them all?" Hashwolf considered the question, then gestured toward the observation platform that extended out over the void. "Perhaps it's better shown than explained. Join me, Naruto Uzumaki. The rest may observe from here." Naruto glanced at his companions. Sasuke gave a slight nod, indicating he would be ready to intervene if necessary. Thus reassured, Naruto followed Yhwach onto the platform, which seemed to hover over infinite darkness. "Look," Yhwach instructed, pointing outward. "Not with your eyes, but with the Almighty. See what lies between the realms." Naruto activated the Almighty fully, his cross-shaped pupils manifesting as he gazed into the void. What had appeared as random points of light transformed into a comprehensible pattern, a vast network of glowing threads connecting shining spheres of various sizes and colors. "The structure of reality itself," Yhwach explained. "Each sphere represents a dimension: soul society, the living world, Hueco Mundo, the Shatten Barich, and countless others. The threads are connections between them, pathways that spiritual energy naturally follows. The convergence points," Naruto realized. "They're like junctions where multiple threads meet." Precisely. 9 primary junctions exist, places where particularly powerful connections intersect. They form the foundational architecture of existence itself. Yhwach's voice grew grave. By absorbing a convergence point, Aizen isn't merely taking its power, he's removing a cornerstone of reality's structure. And if he takes all 9, the entire framework collapses, Yhwach confirmed. But not into chaos. Rather, into a state of perfect malleability, a reality that can be reshaped according to the will of whoever holds the 9 keys. The implications were staggering. Aizen wasn't just seeking power within the existing system, he was attempting to rewrite the system itself. Why did Yhwach never attempt this? Naruto asked. If the convergence points offer such power. His Majesty sought to eliminate the artificial divisions between realms, to restore what he saw as the natural state of existence. But even he respected certain fundamental laws. Yhwach's expression darkened. Aizen acknowledges no laws but those he creates himself. His ambition exceeds even his Majesty's. So we need to protect the remaining convergence points, Naruto concluded. Starting with the one at Silberreich. It won't be so simple, Yhwach warned. Aizen has undoubtedly planned for resistance. And the convergence points in other realms may already be targeted. Which is why we need your help, Naruto pressed. Your connection to Yhwach's power, your knowledge of the Shadow Realm, both are invaluable against what's coming. Yhwach studied Naruto thoughtfully. You continue to surprise me, Naruto Uzumaki. Where His Majesty would have commanded, you request. Where he would have demanded loyalty, you seek alliance. Because that's how real strength works, Naruto replied simply. Not by dominating others, but by bringing people together for a common purpose. A philosophy at odds with traditional Quincy beliefs, Yhwach observed. Yet, not without merit. He seemed to come to a decision. I will assist you in securing the Silberreich convergence. But understand, even with my help, opposing Aizen directly is perilous. His power and intellect are formidable, and he plans in centuries, not moments. They rejoined the others, Yhwach explaining what he had shown Naruto. As the implications sank in, even Ikkaku's usual brashness subdued into grim determination. We should return to Silbern Minor immediately, Ishida suggested. Coordinate with Candace and the others to establish defenses around Silberreich. Agreed, Yhwach said. But first, there is something Naruto should understand about the Almighty's true potential, something that may prove crucial in the coming conflict. He turned to Naruto, his expression solemn. The visions you experience, glimpses of possible futures, are merely the surface of the Almighty's capability. Its deeper power lies not just in seeing possibilities, but in choosing between them. Yhwach could select which futures became reality, Ishida elaborated. Essentially rewriting fate according to his preference. I'm not sure I want that kind of power, Naruto admitted. Playing with people's futures feels wrong. A commendable hesitation, Yhwach acknowledged. But there is a middle path, one that honors free will while still utilizing the Almighty's insight. Your shadow clone technique suggests a unique approach that even His Majesty never considered. Using clones to explore possible futures, Naruto said, remembering his earlier conversation with Sasuke. Not to change outcomes directly, but to understand them better. More than that, Yhwach corrected. By distributing your consciousness across multiple potential timelines simultaneously, you could gather information otherwise inaccessible, including insights into Aizen's plans before they manifest. A reconnaissance of possible futures, Sasuke translated, immediately grasping the tactical advantage. How would it work? Naruto asked, both intrigued and cautious about this application of his abilities. Your shadow clones are extensions of your consciousness, Yhwach explained. The Almighty perceives branching possibilities. By creating clones while the Almighty is active and directing each to focus on a specific potential timeline, you could experience multiple futures simultaneously. And when the clones dispel, I'd receive their memories, including what they learned in those potential futures, Naruto realized, the concept clicking into place. It would require precise control, Yhwach cautioned. And the experience might be disorienting. Perceiving multiple divergent realities could strain your sense of what is actually present versus merely possible. But if it works, Yumachika observed, you'd essentially have perfect intelligence on any situation, knowing all possible outcomes before committing to action. The potential was undeniably powerful, perhaps even game-changing in their conflict with Aizen. But Naruto hesitated, aware that such abilities approached the kind of reality manipulation that had corrupted Yhwach. I'll try it, he decided finally. But carefully, and with clear limits. I won't use this to control others' choices, only to better understand what we're facing. Yhwach nodded, seeming satisfied with this approach. A wise restriction. Now, we should return to Silbern Minor without delay. If Aizen follows the pattern established in the past, he will allow time between acquisitions, time to study what he's gained before seeking the next key. But that window may be brief. As they prepared to depart, Naruto felt the Almighty's activation stabilize, settling into a state of controlled awareness rather than overwhelming vision. The conversation with Yhwach had somehow helped him better integrate the power, understanding its purpose and limitations rather than simply experiencing its effects. But as they made their way back through the borderlands, a new sensation emerged. A distant spiritual pressure that felt simultaneously familiar and utterly foreign. Something massive was shifting in the spaces between dimensions, responding to the convergence point's absorption. The structured reality Yhwach had shown him was already beginning to change, threads realigning as the network adapted to the missing junction. Do you feel that? He asked Sasuke, who walked beside him. Yes, Sasuke confirmed, his Rinnegan tracking something beyond normal perception. Like tectonic plates shifting after an earthquake. One change triggering others in sequence. The process has begun, Yhwach stated from ahead of them. Even if Aizen acquires no more convergence points, the damage to reality's structure is already propagating. We have limited time before the effects become evident even in the most stable realms. How long? Ishida asked. Difficult to estimate. Days, perhaps weeks. But eventually, the barriers between worlds will begin to deteriorate naturally, without need for artificial manipulation. Then we need to warn everyone, Naruto insisted. Not just Soul Society and Konoha, but all the hidden villages, all the realms that might be affected. A worthy impulse, Yhwach acknowledged. But perhaps premature. False warnings can be as damaging as no warning at all. Better to understand the full scope of what we face before spreading potential panic. The advice was sound, if frustrating. Naruto's instinct was always to act, to protect, especially when he saw danger others might not yet perceive. But the Almighty's burden included the responsibility of discernment, knowing when to speak and when to observe. As they continued their journey through the shifting landscapes of the Shadow Realm, Naruto found himself caught between two impulses. The urgency to prepare defenses against Aizen's next move, and the growing awareness that larger forces were now in motion, forces that transcended individual battles or specific threats. The convergence points were fundamental to reality itself. Their disruption wouldn't just create tactical problems, it would restructure existence at its most basic level. And somewhere in the branching futures the Almighty revealed, Naruto sensed a moment of terrible choice approaching, a crossroads where his decisions would ripple across all possible timelines. They returned to Silburn Minor to find the settlement transformed into a military encampment. Quincies from various surviving factions had gathered, setting aside historical grievances in the face of Aizen's threat. Candace had evidently been successful in rallying defense forces for the remaining convergence point. The Silberike is secured, she reported as they arrived. 3 concentric perimeters, each with specialized barrier techniques. If Aizen approaches, we'll know immediately. Good work, Yhwach acknowledged. But physical defenses alone won't suffice against Aizen's level of power. We need to consider more fundamental protections. Such as? Candace asked. Spiritual anchoring, Yhwach explained. Binding the convergence point more tightly to this realm's fabric, making it resistant to extraction. Is that possible? Ishida asked skeptically. Convergence points exist precisely because they transcend individual realms. It's theoretical, Yhwach admitted. But with sufficient Quincy power focused through an appropriate conduit. His gaze shifted to Naruto. Someone carrying His Majesty's blood could potentially reinforce the connection. You're suggesting I use the Almighty to, what? Lock the convergence point in place? Naruto asked, uncertain of the mechanics involved. Essentially, yes. The Almighty perceives connections between all possible futures. By extension, it can perceive, and potentially strengthen, connections between dimensional aspects. While the Quincies discussed technical details of this approach, a messenger arrived from the settlement's boundary, a young Quincy who approached with evident urgency. A Senkaman has opened at the eastern perimeter, he reported breathlessly. Soul Reapers requesting entry. They claim to bring critical information. Soul Reapers? Candace repeated suspiciously. How many? 2. One identifies herself as Captain Kuchiki. Rukia, Naruto said, surprised by how relieved he felt at the news of her return. She must have information from Soul Society. Yhwach nodded to the messenger. Grant them entry, but under escort. Current circumstances require caution, even with presumed allies. Sasuke moved to stand beside Naruto as they awaited the newcomers. Your Captain Kuchiki returns quickly, he observed. Soul Society must consider the situation grave indeed. She's not my captain, Naruto corrected automatically, though without heat. And yes, if she's back already, something significant has happened. Rukia arrived moments later, accompanied by a Soul Reaper Naruto hadn't met before, a tall woman with strawberry blonde hair and a notably generous figure partially exposed by her somewhat loose uniform. Despite her relaxed appearance, she carried herself with the confidence of a powerful fighter. Captain Kuchiki, Lieutenant Matsumoto, Yhwach greeted them formally. An unexpected return. Circumstances demanded it, Rukia replied, her expression grave. The Captain Commander sent us immediately upon receiving my report. Her gaze found Naruto, a brief smile breaking through her serious demeanor. I see you found Yhwach. The Almighty has its uses, Naruto replied with a matching smile. What's happening in Soul Society? Disruption, the blonde Soul Reaper, Lieutenant Matsumoto, answered. Spiritual anomalies appearing throughout Siriidii. Spaces where reality doesn't behave as it should. The effects of the convergence point's removal are manifesting already, Yhwach concluded grimly. Faster than anticipated. And not just in Soul Society, Rukia added. Similar reports are coming from the living world. Kakashi sent word that Konoha is experiencing localized dimensional instabilities, nothing catastrophic yet, but increasing in frequency and severity. The Captain Commander believes Aizen will target Soul Society's primary convergence point next, Matsumoto continued. It's located beneath the central great underground prison, Muken, where Aizen himself was once imprisoned. A location he knows intimately, Yukitake observed. And likely prepared for access during his time there. Precisely, Rukia confirmed. Which is why Captain Commander Kairaku has requested immediate assistance, specifically, someone with the ability to perceive and potentially counter Aizen's plans before they fully manifest. All eyes turned to Naruto. Me? He asked, though the answer was obvious. But what about the convergence point here? We can't leave it undefended. The defense of Silberreich can proceed without you, Hashwolf stated. I can oversee the spiritual anchoring with Candace and the others. Your abilities may be more crucial in Soul Society, where Aizen is likely to strike next. Naruto felt torn, divided between responsibilities that seemed equally vital. The Quincy convergence point needed protection, but so did Soul Societies. And beyond that, Konoha itself was experiencing growing instabilities that would eventually threaten his home and friends. This is exactly what Aizen wants, Sasuke pointed out quietly. To divide our forces, force us to make impossible choices between equally critical objectives. Then we refuse to play his game, Naruto decided. We find a way to address all fronts simultaneously. How? Candace asked skeptically. We can't be in multiple places at once. But even as she spoke, an idea formed in Naruto's mind, one that built upon what Hashwolf had suggested about his shadow clones and the Almighty. Actually, he said slowly, maybe I can. The plan was unprecedented, potentially dangerous, and exactly the kind of unorthodox approach that had defined Naruto's fighting style since childhood. By combining the Almighty's perception across dimensions with his shadow clone technique's ability to distribute his consciousness, he proposed something audacious, maintaining a presence in multiple realms simultaneously. It's theoretically possible, Hashwolf acknowledged after Naruto explained his concept. The Almighty transcends dimensional boundaries by nature. Combined with your clone technique, you could establish connections to multiple locations concurrently. The strain would be immense, Rukia cautioned, clearly concerned. Maintaining awareness across dimensions would tax even your considerable reserves. That's why I'd limit it to 3 locations, Naruto explained. My original self would go to Soul Society with you. One enhanced clone would remain here to assist with the convergence point's protection. Another would return to Konoha to help address the instabilities there. Enhanced clone? Sasuke questioned. A clone with a significant portion of my chakra and erasure, designed to last for days rather than dissipating after a single strong hit, Naruto clarified. I've used the technique before, though never while trying to maintain cross-dimensional awareness. The Ninetales chakra would make it possible, Ishida observed. Its unique properties could sustain the connection where normal spiritual energy would fail. After extensive discussion of the risks and mechanics, they agreed to attempt this unconventional approach. Naruto would need to create the enhanced clones while in a state of deep meditation, establishing the cross-dimensional links before they separated physically. I'll accompany the clone to Konoha, Sasuke volunteered. My Rinnegan might help stabilize the connection if difficulties arise. And I'll remain with the clone here, Ishida added. To monitor for any adverse effects and provide support as needed. With roles assigned, Naruto began the necessary preparations. In a quiet chamber provided by the Quincies, he sat in meditative posture, Rukia and Hashwolf providing guidance as he delved deeper into the Almighty's perception than ever before. Focus first on the connections between realms, Hashwolf instructed. See the threads that bind all dimensions into a coherent whole. Naruto's eyes changed, the cross-pattern of the Almighty manifesting as he accessed its deeper perception. Beyond the familiar branching futures, he began to perceive the dimensional structure Hashwolf had shown him, the vast network of interconnected realms, each with its own spiritual signature. Now identify the 3 points you wish to maintain awareness of, Rukia continued. Soul Society, the Shatten Barich, and your home village. Visualize them clearly. Following her guidance, Naruto focused on these 3 locations, establishing them as anchors within his expanded perception. The Almighty responded, showing him not just possible futures for each location, but the spiritual pathways connecting them. "I see them," he said, his voice distant as he maintained deep concentration. "The paths between worlds, they're already weakening. Fraying like old rope. Aizen's work progresses faster than we feared," Yhwach observed grimly. "Now, create your clones while maintaining this perception. Divide your consciousness but preserve the connections." Naruto formed the necessary hand sign, channeling both chakra and reisha in carefully measured portions. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, enhanced division. 2 clones appeared beside him, identical in appearance but radiating spiritual pressure nearly equal to his own. Unlike standard shadow clones, which contained only a small fraction of his power, these enhanced versions carried approximately 1/3 each of his total reserves. "Establish the links," Rukia guided. "Connect each clone to its destination while maintaining awareness of all 3 points." This was the most challenging aspect, creating stable connections that would persist even when the clones physically traveled to different dimensions. Naruto focused intensely, using the Almighty's perception to weave threads of his own consciousness between his original self and the 2 clones, anchoring each to its designated realm while maintaining the shared awareness. "It's working," the first clone reported, its cross-shaped pupils active. "I can see Konoha, and hear, and Soul Society simultaneously." "Same," the second clone confirmed. 3 perspectives, all active. "The connections appear stable," Yhwach assessed, observing the spiritual links between the 3 Narutos. "But maintaining them across dimensional boundaries will require constant attention. Any significant distraction or trauma could sever the links." "I understand," Naruto and his clones replied in unison, a somewhat disconcerting effect that highlighted their shared consciousness. With the connections established, they prepared for departure to their respective destinations. The original Naruto would accompany Rukia and Lieutenant Matsumoto to Soul Society. The first clone would return to Konoha with Sasuke. The second clone would remain in the Shatten Breach with Ishida and Yhwach. "This approach is unprecedented," Yhwach noted as final preparations were made. "His Majesty never attempted to divide his consciousness across dimensions in this manner. The insights you gain may prove invaluable. Or drive me completely insane," Naruto joked weakly, already feeling the strain of maintaining 3-way awareness. "That's why you'll maintain regular communication," Rukia insisted. "If the burden becomes too great, you must release the technique immediately." With farewells exchanged, the 3 groups separated. Rukia opened a Senkamen to Soul Society, the traditional sliding doors appearing in midair. Sasuke activated a specialized transportation technique developed by Orochimaru, creating a dimensional rift that would return them directly to Konoha. The clone assigned to the Shadow Realm remained with Yhwach and the others, prepared to assist with the Convergence Point's protection. As Naruto stepped through the Senkamen with Rukia and Matsumoto, he experienced a sensation unlike anything before, his consciousness simultaneously present in 3 separate locations, perceiving 3 different realities. Through his clone with Sasuke, he glimpsed Konoha's familiar skyline, already showing signs of dimensional instability as patches of air shimmered with unnatural colors. Through his other clone, he maintained awareness of the Shadow Realm, feeling the deep currents of spiritual energy flowing beneath Silbern Minor. And with his original body, he entered Soul Society for the first time, a realm of traditional Japanese architecture spread across a vast city, centered around a hill topped with white towers that gleamed in the sunlight. "Welcome to Siriidii," Rukia said as they emerged from the Senkamen. "The Court of Pure Souls, heart of Soul Society." Despite the beauty of his surroundings, Naruto immediately noticed signs of the disruption Rukia had described. Patches of space flickered like faulty television screens, buildings occasionally seemed to shift position slightly, and the very air felt thin in places, as if reality itself was struggling to maintain consistency. "The Captain Commander is waiting," Matsumoto informed them, leading the way toward the largest and most impressive of the white towers. "All captains have been summoned for emergency council." As they hurried through the streets of Siriidii, Naruto continued to process information from his other perspectives, his clone in Konoha reporting to Tsunade about the situation, his Shadow Realm clone joining Hashwolf in preliminary surveys of the Silberreich defenses. The triple awareness was disorienting but manageable, allowing him to monitor developments across all three fronts simultaneously. What he perceived was troubling. In all three realms, reality was becoming increasingly unstable, subtle in some areas, more pronounced in others, but clearly progressive. The removal of a single convergence point had already initiated cascading failures throughout the dimensional structure. And somewhere beyond normal perception, Naruto sensed Aizen watching, observing the consequences of his actions with clinical detachment, preparing his next move with meticulous precision. The Almighty showed countless branching futures stemming from their current path, but increasingly, those branches converged toward scenarios of fundamental change. The status quo was already lost, reality itself was transforming. The only question remaining was who would shape that transformation, and to what end. As they approached the Captain Commander's hall, Naruto steeled himself for the challenges ahead. He had committed to protecting three worlds simultaneously, an impossible task by conventional standards. But then, defying impossibility had always been his specialty. And in the convergence of dimensions, the weight of multiple worlds' futures pressing on his consciousness, Naruto Uzumaki prepared to face his greatest challenge yet, not just saving reality, but helping to determine what it would become. Chapter 4, Worlds in Collision. The Captain Commander's hall stretched before Naruto like something from another era, massive timber columns supporting a vaulted ceiling, tatami floors worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, and at its center, a semicircular arrangement of 13 cushions where the leaders of Soul Society now gathered. As Rukia led him into this ancient chamber, Naruto felt the weight of countless eyes upon him, evaluating and measuring. Captain Kuchiki returns with the Quincy heir, announced a solemn voice. At the head of the assembly sat a man unlike any Naruto had encountered, relaxed yet commanding, wearing a pink floral kimono over his captain's haori, his long hair tied back and an easy smile belying the shrewd assessment in his eyes. "Welcome to Soul Society, Naruto Uzumaki," the man said, tipping his straw hat slightly. "I am Shunsui Kairaku, Captain Commander of the Godii 13. We find ourselves in interesting times, wouldn't you say?" "That's one word for it," Naruto replied, maintaining his composure despite the extraordinary strain of processing information from three realms simultaneously. Through his clone in Konoha, he could sense Tsunade assembling an emergency response team to address growing rifts in the village's eastern district. Through his Shadow Realm clone, he felt Hashwolf directing preliminary defenses around the Silberreich convergence point. Kairaku gestured to an empty cushion. "Please, join our council. Unusual circumstances call for unusual protocols." As Naruto took his place, Rukia moved to her assigned position among the captains. Naruto noted the varied reactions among the assembled leaders, some openly suspicious, others curious, a few seemingly indifferent. A massive, scarred man with an eye patch leaned forward, grinning with undisguised interest. "So you're the one with Yhwach's power?" the scarred captain asked. "You don't look like much." "Kenpachi," Kairaku admonished mildly, "let's maintain decorum. Captain Yukitake has already vouched for Naruto's assistance at the Valley of the End." A white-haired woman with a gentle expression nodded. "Indeed. According to my brother, Naruto-san's abilities were instrumental in preventing a catastrophic merger of dimensions." "Your brother?" Naruto asked. "Captain Yukitake," she clarified with a small smile. "I am Captain Isane Kotetsu of the 4th Division. Healing is our specialty, and I fear we'll need much of it before this crisis resolves." Kairaku tapped his fan against the floor, bringing focus back to the matter at hand. "Let me summarize our situation for clarity. Sosuke Aizen has absorbed a convergence point from the Quincy Shadow Realm. These convergence points serve as fundamental anchors of reality structure. Their removal is causing accelerating instability across all dimensions." As if to emphasize his point, a shimmer rippled through the air near one wall of the chamber, reality briefly thinning to reveal what appeared to be a desert landscape before solidifying again. These dimensional breaches are occurring with increasing frequency, continued a small, childlike captain with white hair. Our 12th division estimates a 72% increase in anomalies over the past 24 hours. Thank you, Captain Hitsugaya, Kairaku acknowledged. Captain Kuratsuchi, your assessment. A bizarre figure with a black and white face paint and an elaborate headdress stepped forward, his movement mechanical and precise. The degradation follows a predictable pattern. Each convergence point removal exponentially accelerates the collapse of dimensional barriers. Based on current trajectories, complete structural failure will occur within 3 weeks if all 9 primary convergence points are compromised. And what exactly does complete structural failure mean in practical terms? Asked a captain with short dark hair and a pragmatic demeanor. Excellent question, Captain Shuhei, the painted captain replied with disturbing enthusiasm. Complete dimensional collapse would result in the violent merger of all realms simultaneously. The spiritual pressure differentials alone would eradicate approximately 87.3% of souls across all dimensions. Those remaining would exist in a chaotic soup of conflicting realities until a new equilibrium established itself, a process that might take millennia. A heavy silence fell over the assembly. Unless someone with sufficient power directed the reformation, Naruto said, the Almighty showing him this possibility with stark clarity. That's Aizen's plan, isn't it? Not just to destroy the current structure, but to position himself as the architect of whatever comes after. Kairaku's eyes sharpened. You perceive much, young man. Yes, that aligns with our understanding of Aizen's ambitions. He has always sought to transcend boundaries, to remake existence according to his vision. Which brings us to Soul Society's convergence point, Rukia interjected. Located beneath Muken, where Aizen was imprisoned. We believe it will be his next target. The central great underground prison is already under maximum security, reported a stern woman with her hair pulled into tight braids. I've personally reinforced the barriers with Kido of the highest level. Thank you, Captain Suifeng, Kairaku nodded. But we must assume conventional defenses, no matter how powerful, will prove insufficient against Aizen's current capabilities. Through his clone in Konoha, Naruto felt a sudden surge of disruptive energy. A building in the village's market district had partially phased out of existence, leaving bewildered civilians stranded between dimensions. Sasuke was coordinating an evacuation while Shikamaru worked to establish a containment barrier. Naruto's momentary distraction didn't go unnoticed. You seem troubled, observed a serene captain with long white hair tied in an elaborate style. Is there news from your other perspectives? Naruto refocused on the Soul Society Council, impressed by the captain's perception. Yes. The dimensional instabilities are affecting my village too. Buildings phasing in and out of reality, people getting caught in the fluctuations. Your divided consciousness technique is remarkable, the painted captain, Kuratsuchi, commented with scientific interest. Maintaining coherent awareness across 3 dimensions should be theoretically impossible. I would very much like to study your brain function during, not now, Mayuri, Kairaku interrupted firmly. Naruto, can you maintain this divided awareness while under combat conditions? Because I fear combat is inevitable. I believe so, Naruto replied honestly. It's straining, but manageable. Each perspective remains clear, though shifting focus between them requires concentration. Then let us proceed with strategic planning, Kairaku decided. Our priority must be protecting Soul Society's convergence point while coordinating with your counterparts to secure those in the other realms. A captain who had remained silent until now, a noble-looking man with long black hair and ornate hair accessories, spoke with cool precision. We should consider offensive measures as well. Aizen clearly intends to obtain all 9 convergence points. If we can determine his location between attempts, a preemptive strike might be warranted. Captain Kuchiki raises a valid point, Kairaku acknowledged. Byakuya, would your division be prepared to lead such an effort if an opportunity presents itself? Of course, the noble captain replied with quiet confidence. Naruto noticed Rukia watching this exchange with complex emotion, respect mingled with something more personal. He recalled she had mentioned being adopted into the Kuchiki clan. This captain was likely her brother. The challenge remains identifying Aizen's location, Captain Hitsugaya pointed out. His mastery of concealment has only grown since his escape from Myukan. Perhaps I can help with that, Naruto offered. The Almighty doesn't just show potential futures, it reveals connections between events across all timelines. Combined with my divided consciousness, I might be able to triangulate patterns in Aizen's movements across dimensions. Kuratsuchi's eyes gleamed with scientific fascination. Temporal triangulation through multidimensional perception. Theoretically sound, if you can process the cognitive load without your brain liquefying. Your encouragement is heartwarming, Naruto replied dryly, drawing a surprised chuckle from several captains. Kairaku tapped his fan again, bringing order. Let's establish clear assignments. Captain Suifeng, maintain security protocols around Myukan. Captain Kuratsuchi, develop detection systems specifically calibrated to identify Aizen's spiritual signature if he approaches. Captains Zaraki and Shuhei, prepare rapid response teams for immediate deployment. As Kairaku continued assigning responsibilities, Naruto felt another tug from his Konoha perspective. The situation was deteriorating faster than anticipated. A rift had formed near the academy, exposing students to what appeared to be hollow-like entities emerging from between dimensions. His clone was assisting with evacuations while Sasuke engaged the creatures. Simultaneously, his Shadow Realm clone reported increasing spiritual pressure around the Silberreich. Hashwolf had detected unusual energy signatures approaching from multiple vectors, not Aizen himself, but possibly Arrancar scouts testing the defenses. The strain of processing 3 simultaneous crises was mounting, but Naruto maintained his focus. The Almighty was showing him connections between these events. They weren't random deteriorations but coordinated pressure points being exploited with tactical precision. Aizen is testing our responses, Naruto realized aloud, interrupting the Captain Commander's assignments. All 3 realms are experiencing coordinated disruptions. He's gauging our defensive capabilities and resource allocation. Kairaku's expression sharpened with interest. You're certain these are deliberate provocations rather than natural consequences of the convergence points removal? The patterns are too precise, the timing too coordinated, Naruto explained. Through the Almighty, I can see tactical intention behind the distribution of anomalies. If true, this suggests Aizen commands forces sufficient to operate in multiple dimensions simultaneously, Byakuya observed. A concerning development. Rukia nodded in agreement. Madara Uchiha's enhanced spirits in the living world, Arrancar in the Shadow Realm, and presumably other assets here in Soul Society. A multi-front war, Kairaku concluded grimly. Well, we've faced worse odds. Perhaps not weirder, but certainly worse. Despite his light tone, Naruto sensed the ancient Soul Reaper was deadly serious beneath his relaxed exterior. The council continued strategizing while Naruto maintained his divided vigilance. The strain was becoming more pronounced, a dull pressure behind his eyes that suggested maintaining 3-way consciousness had physiological limits he would eventually need to reckon with. After the council adjourned, Rukia approached him with evident concern. You're pushing yourself too hard, she observed quietly. Your spiritual pressure is fluctuating, and your eyes. What about them? Naruto asked, suddenly aware of a warm trickle down his cheek. He touched it, his fingers coming away red. You're bleeding, Rukia said, her voice tight with worry. The strain of maintaining divided consciousness across dimensions is affecting you physically. I'll manage, Naruto insisted, though the pressure behind his eyes had intensified to a throbbing pain. Too much depends on maintaining awareness of all 3 realms. At what cost? She challenged. If you damage yourself beyond recovery, you'll help no one. Before Naruto could respond, Captain Aizen appeared beside them. Allow me, she said gently, her hands glowing with healing Kido as she assessed Naruto's condition. Fascinating. Your spiritual pathways are adapting to accommodate the divided consciousness, but the process is causing micro-ruptures in your spiritual structure. Can you help? Rukia asked. I can relieve the immediate symptoms, Aisane replied, her healing light spreading to envelop Naruto's head. But this is unprecedented territory. No soul should be able to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously without fragmenting. I'm not exactly normal, Naruto pointed out, feeling the healing Kido ease his pain somewhat. Clearly, Aisane agreed with a small smile. Your unique combination of Jinchuriki, Quincy, and Shinobi energies creates possibilities that defy conventional spiritual limitations. Still, I recommend caution. Even extraordinary beings have breaking points. As the healing continued, Naruto received urgent updates from his other perspectives. In Konoha, the hollow-like entities had been contained, but new rifts were forming in the village's western sector. In the Shadow Realm, the Arrancar scouts had retreated after brief skirmishes with perimeter guards, but their reconnaissance pattern suggested they were mapping defensive deployments. Something's coming, Naruto said, the Almighty's perception intensifying despite his fatigue. A coordinated move across all fronts. I can feel the possibilities converging toward conflict. How soon? Rukia asked, immediately alert. Hours, not days, Naruto replied, seeing branching timelines collapse toward imminent confrontation. Aizen is accelerating his timetable. Captain Aisane completed her healing and stepped back. I've stabilized your spiritual pathways temporarily, but they'll deteriorate again under continued strain. Be mindful of your limits. With a respectful bow to Rukia, she departed, leaving them alone in the chamber. Naruto stood, testing his balance and finding it steadier than expected. Thank you, he said to Rukia. For worrying about me. Most people just expect me to push through no matter what. Because you always do, she replied with a knowing look. But even your remarkable endurance has boundaries. The question is whether you'll recognize them before crossing the point of no return. Her concern touched him deeply. In the weeks since his Quincy awakening, Rukia had become more than just a mentor or ally, she'd become someone whose opinion and well-being mattered to him on a personal level. The realization was both comforting and unsettling, emerging as it did amid multidimensional crisis. I'll be careful, Naruto promised. But I can't release the technique yet. Not when it's giving us critical intelligence across all fronts. Rukia sighed, clearly dissatisfied but acknowledging the necessity. Then at least allow me to help moderate the strain. Soul Reapers have techniques for stabilizing spiritual disruptions. I'd welcome the help, Naruto admitted. She led him from the council chamber to a small meditation garden within the 13th Division's grounds. Here, surrounded by carefully arranged stones and miniature maple trees, she instructed him to sit in a specific orientation aligned with spiritual currents unique to Soul Society. This technique was developed for Soul Reapers who achieve Bankai too quickly, Rukia explained, positioning herself behind him. When power outpaces a soul's structural integrity, this helps reinforce spiritual pathways. She placed her hands on his shoulders, her spiritual pressure shifting to a cooler, more focused frequency. Relax and allow your consciousness to settle. Don't fight the division, but don't surrender to it either. Find the balance point where three perspectives exist in harmony rather than competition. Following her guidance, Naruto adjusted his approach to the divided consciousness. Rather than actively maintaining three separate awareness streams, he allowed them to exist simultaneously as facets of a single, expanded perception. The strain immediately lessened, though the information flow remained constant. That's remarkable, he said, surprised by the effectiveness of such a simple adjustment. It feels more natural now, less like forcing three separate minds to function independently. Because you are one consciousness, not three, Rukia explained. The division is illusory, a construct your mind created to process multiple inputs. By recognizing the underlying unity, you reduce the strain of artificial separation. Through this more integrated awareness, Naruto perceived developments across all three realms with greater clarity. In Konoha, Tsunade had established a crisis command center in the Hokage Tower, coordinating responses to dimensional breaches throughout the village. In the Shadow Realm, Hashwolf and Ishida were implementing advanced barrier techniques around the Silberreich, weaving Quincy crosses into elaborate defensive formations. And here in Soul Society, preparations for imminent conflict had transformed Siriidii into a highly organized military encampment. Soul Reapers moved with purpose between defensive positions, while Kido specialists reinforced barriers around critical infrastructure, particularly the approaches to Muken and its precious convergence point. "I should report what I'm seeing to Captain Commander Kairaku," Naruto said, rising from the meditation position while maintaining the new, more integrated approach to his divided consciousness. "He's already summoned us," Rukia replied, indicating a black butterfly that had appeared beside them. A hell butterfly, she explained, used for communication within Soul Society. They made their way to the 1st Division headquarters where an emergency operations center had been established. Captains and lieutenants moved with coordinated efficiency, directing forces and processing intelligence from throughout Soul Society. At the center of this controlled chaos stood Kairaku, his usual relaxed demeanor replaced by focused command. "Ah, Naruto, Captain Kuchiki, perfect timing," he greeted them. "We've detected unusual spiritual pressure fluctuations throughout the Rukongai. Captain Kuratsuchi believes they may indicate preparations for a major incursion. Similar patterns are occurring in Konoha and the Shadow Realm," Naruto confirmed, sharing intelligence from his other perspectives. "Coordinated pressure testing across all fronts." "Classic Aizen," commented a serious man with dark hair and prominent tattoos on his face. "Create simultaneous threats to divide opposition forces before striking at the true objective." "Well observed, Captain Shuhei," Kairaku acknowledged. "The question remains, which convergence point is Aizen's actual target in this phase? We've reinforced Muken extensively, but if that's a diversion." "It's not," Naruto said with sudden certainty, the Almighty showing him converging possibilities with unmistakable clarity. "Soul Society's convergence point is definitely his next target. But he won't approach directly, he's creating these disturbances to draw forces away from Muken's perimeter." "You're certain?" Kairaku asked, his eyes sharp beneath his casual exterior. "The Almighty shows the highest probability paths all leading to Muken," Naruto confirmed. "Though the specific approach vector remains unclear." "Then we maintain our focus on protecting the convergence point," Kairaku decided. "Captain Suifeng, redeploy your Onmitsukido to reinforce Muken's outer perimeter. Captain Zaraki, I know subtlety isn't your specialty, but try to appear as if you're responding to the disturbances while actually remaining in striking distance of the primary objective." The scarred captain grinned ferociously. "You want me to pretend to be somewhere else while waiting to ambush Aizen? I can do that." "I'm sure you can," Kairaku replied dryly. "Just try not to destroy too much of Siriidii in your enthusiasm." As preparations continued, Naruto received an urgent communication from his clone in Konoha. A major rift had formed near the village center, and something was emerging, not random hollows or dimensional debris, but organized forces. Madara Uchiha had been sighted directing what appeared to be an army of enhanced spirits, including several recognizable figures from the Fourth Great Ninja War. Simultaneously, his Shadow Realm clone reported that the Arankar scouts had returned in greater numbers, now launching coordinated attacks against the Silberreich's outer defenses. Hashwolf was organizing a counteroffensive, but the pressure was mounting rapidly. "It's starting," Naruto announced, his voice cutting through the operational chatter. "Coordinated attacks in Konoha and the Shadow Realm. Large-scale diversionary actions while Aizen prepares to strike here." "How long until?" Kairaku began, but his question was answered by a massive explosion that shook the entire compound. Warning bells sounded throughout Siriidii as spiritual pressure of extraordinary magnitude manifested near Muken. "He's already here," Rukia realized. The diversions in other realms were just preludes. "Captains to defensive positions." Kairaku commanded, his relaxed persona completely replaced by battlefield authority. Execute Contingency Protocol 3. As Soul Reapers rushed to their assignments, Naruto focused his almighty perception directly on the source of the spiritual disruption. Through layers of reality, he perceived a familiar figure approaching Muken with calm deliberation, Aizen, accompanied by several powerful Arrancar and, more disturbingly, what appeared to be Madara Uchiha himself, or at least a spiritually enhanced projection of him. Madara is here too, Naruto reported urgently. Or some version of him. He shouldn't be able to manifest in Soul Society without significant support. Aizen must be channeling power to him directly, Rukia theorized. Using their connection to bypass normal dimensional constraints. Either way, it confirms their alliance extends beyond mere convenience, Kairaku observed grimly. We face a coordinated assault by two of the most dangerous entities in existence. Another explosion rocked Siriidii, closer this time, defensive barriers falling to overwhelming force. Through the operations center windows, they could see a column of purple-black energy erupting from the direction of the central great underground prison. We need to move, Kairaku stated simply. Naruto, your almighty perception could be crucial in this confrontation. Are you combat-ready despite maintaining your divided consciousness? I am, Naruto confirmed, though the strain was mounting again despite Rukia's stabilization technique. My other perspectives are engaged in their own battles, but I can still function effectively here. Good, Kairaku nodded. Captain Kuchiki, you'll accompany us. Your relationship with Naruto appears to help stabilize his divided consciousness, which may prove tactically significant. Rukia acknowledged the order with a formal bow, though Naruto caught the brief flicker of emotion in her eyes at Kairaku's perceptive assessment of their connection. They moved swiftly through Siriidii toward Muken, joined by other captains converging on the crisis point. The spiritual pressure intensified as they approached, becoming so dense that it manifested visibly as distortions in the air. Aizen's power has grown significantly since his escape, Kairaku observed grimly. The convergence point he already absorbed must have enhanced his capabilities beyond our estimates. They reached the outer perimeter of Muken to find carnage. Soul Reapers lay defeated across the courtyard, some still struggling to rise while others remained ominously still. Standing amid this devastation was Aizen himself, as composed and elegant as ever, regarding their arrival with polite interest. Captain Commander, he greeted Kairaku as if they were meeting for tea rather than battle. How considerate of you to greet me personally. And you've brought Naruto Uzumaki, excellent. I was hoping to continue our enlightening conversation from the Shadow Realm. Beside Aizen stood a figure that radiated malevolence, Madara Uchiha, his form translucent yet substantial, Rinnegan eyes gleaming with otherworldly power. Behind them, several Arrancar maintained what appeared to be a stabilization field, the mechanism allowing Madara to manifest in Soul Society. Aizen, Kairaku acknowledged with deceptive casualness. Breaking into Muken again? Most people avoid returning to prison once they've escaped. Sentimentality, perhaps, Aizen replied with a small smile. I spent so many contemplative millennia here. It seemed fitting to return for the next stage of evolution. You won't reach the convergence point, Naruto stated, the Almighty showing him the complex web of barriers and defenses still protecting Soul Society's dimensional anchor. It's too well protected, even for you. Is it? Aizen asked mildly. Perhaps you overestimate Soul Society's defenses. Or perhaps. His gaze sharpened with cunning intelligence. Perhaps you underestimate how long I've been planning this moment. With a gesture that seemed almost lazy, Aizen released a pulse of spiritual pressure so intense that the very ground beneath their feet cracked. Simultaneously, Madara formed hand signs, impossible for a normal spirit, but achieved through whatever enhancement Aizen had provided. Dimensional reflection technique, Madara announced, his voice distorted as if reaching them from across a vast distance. The air before them shimmered, and reality itself seemed to invert. Where solid barriers had protected Muken's approaches, transparent pathways now appeared, as if the defensive architecture had been turned inside out. A rather useful application of your ninja arts, enhanced by spiritual principles, Aizen commented to Madara. The ability to invert dimensional properties, turning protection into accessibility. Quite elegant. This collaboration continues to yield interesting results, Madara agreed, his Rinnegan scanning the inverted pathways with evident satisfaction. Kairaku didn't waste time on further dialogue. With a swift movement, he drew both his swords. Flower Wind Rage and Flower God Roar, Heavenly Wind Rage and Heavenly Demon Sneer, Kaiten Kayakatsu. His Zanpakuto released into Shirkai form, two distinctly different blades radiating complex spiritual pressure. Around them, other captains released their own Zanpakuto, preparing for all-out battle. Naruto formed a bow of Rapier, enhanced with the Ninetales chakra to create arrows of unprecedented density. Beside him, Rukia released Sodi no Shirayuki, her blade transforming into its pure white form as the temperature around her plummeted. How delightful, Aizen observed. Such an impressive reception. But I'm afraid we don't have time for a proper battle today. He gestured to his Arrancar escorts. Occupy our guests while Madara and I attend to business below. The Arrancar, 5 in total, each radiating captain-level spiritual pressure, moved forward to engage the Soul Reapers. Simultaneously, Aizen and Madara began moving toward the inverted pathways leading into Muken's depths. Stop them. Kairaku commanded, attempting to bypass the Arrancar to reach Aizen directly. An Arrancar with 6 arms intercepted him, each limb wielding a different weapon with blinding speed. Chaos erupted as captains engaged the powerful Arrancar. Despite their numerical advantage, the Soul Reapers found themselves effectively bottlenecked, unable to pursue Aizen and Madara as they descended toward the convergence point. We need to get past them. Naruto shouted to Rukia as they fought back-to-back against an Arrancar with mirror-like skin that reflected attacks back at their source. Agreed, she replied, her breath frosting in the air as she executed a precise ice technique. But these aren't ordinary Arrancar, they've been enhanced somehow. Possibly by the power Aizen absorbed from the first convergence point. Through his clone in Konoha, Naruto sensed parallel desperation. Madara's forces had breached the village's inner defenses, with enhanced spirits of fallen shinobi engaging Konoha's defenders in bitter street-by-street combat. Sasuke was holding the line near the Hokage Tower, but the situation was deteriorating rapidly. In the Shadow Realm, his other clone reported similar developments. The Silberika's outer defenses had collapsed under Arrancar assault, forcing Hashwalth and the Quincies to fall back to inner perimeters surrounding the convergence point itself. The coordinated nature of the three-front offensive was undeniable. Aizen had carefully orchestrated simultaneous pressure across all dimensions, preventing any realm from reinforcing another. Despite their preparations, they were reacting according to his design. This isn't working, Naruto realized, the Almighty showing him the failing probabilities of their current approach. We're playing defense on his terms. A new possibility formed in his mind, radical and risky, but with higher success potential than their current tactics. Rukia, he called, dispatching the mirror-skinned Arrancar with a precisely aimed Rapier arrow, I need to try something dangerous. Cover me for 30 seconds. Her eyes widened with concern, but she nodded sharply, moving to create a defensive perimeter around him with elaborately layered ice techniques. Whatever you're planning, be careful. Your spiritual structure is already strained to its limits. Naruto centered himself, drawing on the Almighty's deepest perception while integrating his divided consciousness more completely than ever before. What he attempted now went beyond maintaining awareness across dimensions, he sought to actively harmonize his 3 perspectives into a single, unified action. In Konoha, his clone disengaged from direct combat and moved to a position of relative safety. In the Shadow Realm, his other clone did the same. With all 3 aspects of his consciousness aligned, Naruto executed a technique unprecedented in any realm. Multidimensional shadow clone integration, he announced, forming a unique hand sign while channeling both chakra and Rapier. The strain was immediate and overwhelming, like trying to force three separate rivers to flow upstream simultaneously. Blood trickled from his eyes and ears as his soul protested this violation of dimensional laws. But he pushed through the resistance, the Almighty guiding his manipulation of spiritual forces beyond conventional understanding. In a flash of golden blue light that momentarily outshone even the ongoing battle, Naruto achieved the impossible, his consciousness fully unified across 3 dimensions, enabling coordinated action at a level transcending normal limitations. Through this integration, he directed his Konoha clone to execute a specific summoning technique while his Shadow Realm clone performed a complementary Quincy ritual. In Soul Society, his original body became the focal point where these cross-dimensional energies converged. "What are you doing?" Rukia asked urgently, maintaining her defensive ice barrier despite obvious strain. "Changing the game," Naruto replied, his voice resonating strangely as if multiple voices spoke in perfect unison. The air around them began to shimmer with increasing intensity. Reality itself seemed to fold inward, creating a localized distortion that mirrored on a smaller scale what Aizen sought to achieve globally. For a moment, the boundaries between Konoha, the Shadow Realm, and Soul Society thinned precisely where Naruto stood. Then, with a sound like reality itself tearing, 2 figures materialized beside him, Sasuke from Konoha and Hashwalth from the Shadow Realm, both looking disoriented but combat-ready. "It worked," Naruto gasped, blood now flowing freely from his nose and ears as the strain of this dimensional manipulation reached critical levels. Temporary cross-dimensional transport. "Naruto!" Rukia cried in alarm as he staggered, the unified consciousness technique clearly taking a devastating toll. Sasuke caught him before he could fall, supporting his weight while assessing the battlefield with his Rinnegan. Impressive technique, but clearly not sustainable. "What's the situation?" "Aizen and Madara have breached Muken's outer defenses," Rukia explained rapidly. "They're heading for Soul Society's convergence point while these Arrancar keep us occupied." Similar coordinated attacks in Konoha and the Shadow Realm, Hashwalth added, having experienced this through his connection with Naruto's clone. Classic diversion tactics across multiple fronts. "Then we end the diversion," Sasuke stated with cold precision. His Rinnegan pulsed as he activated his Susanoo, the massive spectral warrior materializing with unprecedented clarity in Soul Society's ratio-rich environment. Simultaneously, Hashwalth drew his sword, spiritual pressure radiating from him in waves that rivaled the captains surrounding them. "The balance," he intoned, his blade transforming as he activated his Skrift ability. The arrival of these powerful reinforcements from other dimensions immediately shifted the battle's dynamic. Sasuke's Susanoo engaged 2 Arrancar simultaneously, its spiritual-physical hybrid nature proving devastatingly effective against them. Hashwalth's balance ability redirected damage inflicted upon allies back to their attackers, creating a cascading effect that rapidly overwhelmed another Arrancar. "Go after Aizen," Sasuke commanded, his Susanoo clearing a path toward Muken's entrance. "We'll handle these distractions." Kairaku, quickly adapting to this unexpected development, nodded in agreement. "Captain Kuchiki, escort Naruto. Your combined abilities may be our best chance to intercept Aizen before he reaches the convergence point." "What about our other realms?" Naruto asked, struggling to maintain coherence as his unified consciousness technique began to fragment under the strain. "Konoha and the Shadow Realm are still under attack. Focus on the immediate threat," Hashwalth advised. "If Aizen secures Soul Society's convergence point, all realms face accelerated collapse regardless of local victories." Rukia helped steady Naruto as they moved toward the inverted pathways leading into Muken's depths. "Can you maintain combat effectiveness?" she asked quietly, her concern evident despite her professional demeanor. "I'll manage," Naruto replied, though his condition was clearly deteriorating. The blood flowing from his eyes had slowed, but his spiritual pressure fluctuated erratically, evidence of profound structural strain. They descended through inverted reality, familiar corridors and chambers rendered alien by Madara's dimensional reflection technique. Security measures designed to prevent escape now facilitated invasion, barriers meant to keep dangers contained now useless against external threats. We're getting close, Naruto warned, the Almighty showing him Aizen and Madara's position relative to their own. They've almost reached the central chamber. Rukia nodded grimly, her Zanpakuto at the ready. Be prepared for anything. Aizen's illusions are perfect, even knowing their illusions provides little protection. The Almighty sees through them, Naruto reminded her. At least partially. Then you're our best hope for countering Kyoka Suigetsu, Rukia acknowledged. Just stay alive long enough to use that advantage. They reached a massive door that had been partially melted, spiritual corrosion eating through metal designed to contain the most dangerous criminals in Soul Society. Beyond this compromised barrier lay Muken's deepest level, and the convergence point Aizen sought. Without hesitation, they passed through the damaged doorway into a vast, darkened chamber. Here, reality itself seemed thinner, light behaving strangely, sound echoing with unexpected harmonics, the very air charged with primordial energy. At the chamber's center hovered a phenomenon unlike anything Naruto had encountered, a nexus of pure spiritual energy where multiple dimensions touched, its light pulsing with the rhythm of existence itself. Before this cosmic junction stood Aizen and Madara, already engaged in some complex ritual. Aizen's right arm, the one he had used to absorb the Shadow Realm's convergence point, glowed with shifting patterns as he extended it toward Soul Society's counterpart. We're too late, Rukia whispered in horror. No, Naruto countered, the Almighty showing him narrow possibilities still open. The absorption process isn't instantaneous. We can still interrupt it. Without waiting for further discussion, Naruto formed his most powerful Reisher bow yet, enhanced by both the Nine-Tails chakra and the Almighty's perception. He drew back the string, creating an arrow of unprecedented density and focus. I see you've joined us, Naruto Uzumaki, Aizen remarked without turning, apparently sensing their presence despite his concentration on the convergence point. And Captain Kuchiki as well. How appropriate that you should witness this historic moment. The only thing I plan to witness is your failure, Naruto replied, releasing his arrow with perfect precision. The projectile streaked toward Aizen with blinding speed, only to pass harmlessly through him, an illusion. The real Aizen stood slightly offset from where he appeared, continuing his absorption ritual undisturbed. Kyoka Suigetsu's perfect hypnosis, Rukia warned. Even knowing it's an illusion doesn't help if you can't perceive reality accurately. Naruto activated the Almighty more fully, pushing through the pain as his cross-shaped pupils manifested. Through this enhanced perception, he could see faint outlines of truth beneath the illusion, Aizen's actual position, Madara maintaining some kind of stabilization field around him, and the true state of the convergence point itself, already beginning to destabilize under Aizen's influence. Dance, Sodi no Shirayuki, Rukia intoned, her Zanpakuto transforming as she executed a precise attack. First dance, White Moon. A circle of ice formed beneath where Naruto indicated Aizen truly stood, erupting upward in a pillar of freezing energy. For a moment, it appeared to connect, then shattered as Aizen's spiritual pressure overwhelmed the technique. Impressive coordination, Aizen acknowledged, his illusion dispelling as he turned to face them directly. Your connection to the Almighty provides limited resistance to Kyoka Suigetsu. Fascinating. Madara regarded them with cold interest, his transient form somehow maintaining substantial presence through whatever enhancement Aizen had provided. The Jinchuriki grows more interesting. Three-dimensional consciousness, spiritual perception beyond conventional boundaries, he's evolving rapidly. As predicted, Aizen agreed. Evolution under pressure, precisely the catalyst required. I'm not your catalyst, Naruto declared, forming another Reisher arrow despite the increasing strain on his system. And I won't let you destroy reality for your twisted ambitions. Destroy. Aizen's expression showed genuine amusement. You misunderstand completely, Naruto Uzumaki. I'm not destroying reality, I'm liberating it from artificial constraints imposed by entities who feared true integration. Integration that would kill billions, Rukia countered sharply. A transitional cost, Madara dismissed. Those who survive would inhabit a unified existence where the barriers between life and death no longer constrain evolution. Enough talk, Naruto decided, the Almighty showing him rapidly diminishing opportunity windows. Drawing on his remaining reserves, he formed not just a erasure arrow but a hybrid technique, combining Quincy energy manipulation with Shinobi Rasengan principles. Erasure Rasengan arrow, he announced, the technique manifesting as a spiraling projectile of unprecedented complexity. He launched it directly at the junction where Aizen's arm connected with the convergence point, targeting the vulnerable moment in the absorption process. Simultaneously, Rukia executed another dance of her Zanpakuto, creating a wave of freezing energy to approach from the opposite vector. Aizen's eyes narrowed slightly, the first indication that their coordinated attack presented genuine challenge. With his free hand, he deflected Rukia's ice wave, but Naruto's hybrid technique struck true, disrupting the absorption process and forcing Aizen to momentarily disengage from the convergence point. Inconvenient, Aizen remarked, though his composure remained largely intact. Madara, perhaps you could provide our guests with appropriate occupation while I complete this delicate procedure. The spectral Uchiha stepped forward, Rinnegan eyes spinning with hypnotic patterns. With pleasure. I've been curious about how the Almighty would interact with these eyes of mine. Naruto braced himself as Madara executed a technique that seemed to bend space itself, Almighty enhanced perception revealing it as a spiritual adaptation of Rinnegan abilities, modified to function in Soul Society's unique environment. Universal pull, Madara intoned, extending one hand. Naruto felt himself violently yanked forward by an irresistible force. He attempted to counter with a erasure platform, but the pull overwhelmed his resistance, drawing him directly toward Madara's waiting grasp. Rukia intervened with perfect timing, flash-stepping into the force vector and executing her most powerful ice technique. Third dance, White Sword. The temperature plummeted as moisture in the air instantly froze, creating a barrier of ice that disrupted Madara's technique long enough for Naruto to regain his footing. Without hesitation, he formed shadow clones, conventional ones rather than the enhanced versions maintaining his dimensional consciousness. The clones charged Madara from multiple angles while Naruto attempted to circle back toward Aizen, who had resumed his interaction with the convergence point. Through the Almighty, Naruto could see the absorption process progressing, tendrils of the convergence point's energy flowing into Aizen's arm, changing the patterns that already adorned it. Rukia, he called. Aizen's nearly complete. We need to interrupt him now. She acknowledged with a sharp nod, disengaging from Madara to execute a precisely targeted Kido spell. Bakudo 61, Rikujikoro. 6 beams of light shot toward Aizen, attempting to immobilize him. Simultaneously, Naruto launched another specialized erasure arrow, aimed at the exact point where energy was transferring from the convergence point to Aizen's arm. For a moment, it seemed their coordinated attack might succeed, the Kido connected, temporarily restricting Aizen's movement, while Naruto's arrow disrupted the energy flow. The convergence point's light stabilized, the absorption process momentarily halted. Then reality itself seemed to hiccup, a disorienting shudder that affected everything within the chamber. The Kido binding Aizen shattered, and Madara's form briefly flickered as if struggling to maintain coherence. What was that? Rukia asked, her voice tight with alarm. Dimensional tremor, Naruto realized, the Almighty showing him cascading failures across reality structure. The removal of the first convergence point is causing accelerated deterioration. The boundaries between realms are becoming increasingly unstable. Aizen smiled, a genuine expression of satisfaction. Right on schedule. The process becomes self-sustaining once properly initiated. With renewed purpose, he plunged his arm directly into the convergence point's core. Unlike his methodical absorption of the Shadow Realm's nexus, this time he executed a swift, violent extraction, pulling the convergence point's essence into himself in a single catastrophic motion. The chamber shook violently as reality protested this fundamental violation. The convergence point's light flared blindingly before collapsing inward, leaving a dead void where cosmic energy had once pulsed. Simultaneously, Aizen's form changed subtly, his spiritual pressure evolving into something even more fundamentally wrong, existing partially outside conventional dimensional constraints. The second key, he stated with quiet triumph. Soul Society's anchor point joins the Shadow Realms in a new configuration. What have you done? Rukia demanded, horror evident in her voice as the chamber continued to shake around them. Freed another fundamental component of reality from artificial containment, Aizen replied simply. 2 convergence points absorbed, their energy reconfigured to serve a more natural purpose. 7 remain before the complete restructuring can commence. Another, more violent dimensional tremor shook the chamber. Madara's spectral form fluctuated wildly, clearly struggling to maintain coherence as reality itself became increasingly unstable. The connection is failing, he reported to Aizen, his voice distorting. I cannot maintain manifestation in Soul Society under these conditions. No matter, Aizen responded calmly. Return to the living world. Secure the convergence point there while I proceed to Hueco Mundo. We'll reconvene once the third key is obtained. Madara nodded before his form dissolved entirely, returning to whatever anchor point maintained his enhanced spirit in the living world. Naruto immediately felt the consequences through his Konoha clone, Madara's spiritual projection returning to direct the assault there with renewed vigor. You won't escape, Naruto declared, forming another Reisher bow despite his rapidly depleting reserves. Not with 2 convergence points destabilizing reality itself. Escape? Aizen seemed genuinely amused by the concept. I'm not fleeing, Naruto Uzumaki. I'm progressing, advancing through necessary stages in reality's evolution. You could join this progression if you wished. Your unique constitution makes you ideally suited to thrive in the integrated existence that approaches. Not interested in your evolution, if it comes at the cost of billions of lives, Naruto replied, launching a barrage of Reisher arrows that Aizen deflected with casual ease. Such limited perspective, Aizen observed with what sounded like genuine disappointment. I had hoped the Almighty would grant you vision beyond conventional morality. Perhaps in time, as you witness the inevitable transformation, you'll reconsider. With a gesture that seemed to fold space itself, Aizen created a gateway unlike any Naruto had seen before, not a Garganta or Senkaman, but something more fundamental, as if he were simply stepping between inherent aspects of reality. Until our next encounter, Aizen said by way of farewell. Which will come sooner than you might expect. Before either Naruto or Rukia could prevent his departure, Aizen stepped through the gateway, which sealed seamlessly behind him. The moment he vanished, the chamber's instability intensified dramatically, walls phasing in and out of existence, gravity fluctuating wildly, the very air becoming difficult to breathe as reality struggled to compensate for the convergence point's removal. We need to get out of here, Rukia urged, grabbing Naruto's arm as the floor beneath them began to disintegrate. Muken is collapsing without the convergence point to anchor it. Naruto nodded, too exhausted for argument. The strain of maintaining dimensional consciousness while engaging in high-level combat had pushed him to his absolute limits. Blood flowed freely from his eyes and ears, and his spiritual pressure fluctuated dangerously, signs of impending structural failure. They retreated through rapidly deteriorating corridors, flash-stepping and using Reisher platforms to navigate areas where solid footing no longer existed. Behind them, Muken, Soul Society's most secure prison, collapsed into dimensional chaos, the void left by the convergence point's removal creating a singularity that consumed everything in its vicinity. They emerged into Siriidii to find conditions deteriorating throughout Soul Society. The sky itself had developed visible fractures, like cracks in glass, through which other realms could be glimpsed momentarily before shifting to new configurations. Buildings phased between substantiality and translucence, and Soul Reapers struggled to maintain order as panicked residents fled increasingly unstable areas. The battle against Aizen's Arrancar had concluded, evidently Sasuke and Hashwalth had prevailed, though at considerable cost based on the destruction surrounding Muken's entrance. Kairaku stood amid this devastation, coordinating emergency responses while maintaining remarkable composure given the circumstances. "Captain Commander," Rukia called as they approached. "Aizen has absorbed the convergence point. Muken is collapsing into a dimensional void." Kairaku's expression remained steady despite this catastrophic news. "I suspected as much when reality began unraveling around us. Evacuations are already underway from the affected districts." "It won't help," Naruto said grimly, the Almighty showing him cascading failures throughout reality's structure. With 2 convergence points removed, the deterioration is becoming self-sustaining. Dimensional barriers will continue to weaken regardless of local containment efforts. "Then we adapt," Kairaku replied simply. "Soul Society has faced extinction before and endured. We will do so again." He studied Naruto with concern. "Though your condition suggests more immediate problems. Maintaining cross-dimensional consciousness is taking a severe toll." Indeed, Naruto could feel his control slipping. The connection to his Konoha clone had become tenuous, while his Shadow Realm clone reported similar strain. The unified consciousness technique that had allowed him to transport Sasuke and Hashwolf had done significant damage to his spiritual structure, damage that continued to compound as he maintained divided awareness. "I need to release the technique soon," Naruto acknowledged reluctantly. "But not yet. Not while battles continue in all 3 realms." Stubborn as Ichigo, Rukia observed with equal parts exasperation and admiration. "At least let Captain Aizen examine you before you collapse entirely." Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke and Hashwolf approached, both showing signs of intense battle but remaining combat effective. Behind them walked several captains, including Byakuya Kuchiki in the fierce Kenpachi Zaraki. Aizen escaped with the convergence point's power, Sasuke observed, his Rinnegan perceiving the void where Muken had been. Based on the dimensional fluctuations, he's headed for Hueco Mundo next. 3 keys in sequence, Hashwolf confirmed grimly. A methodical approach to dimensional restructuring. With each convergence point absorbed, the remaining ones become more vulnerable to extraction. "Then we must prevent further acquisitions," Byakuya stated with cool precision. "Captain Commander, I request permission to lead a task force to Hueco Mundo to intercept Aizen before he can secure the 3rd convergence point." "Granted," Kairaku agreed immediately. "Take whatever forces you deem necessary. But be aware that conventional approaches may prove ineffective against Aizen's enhanced capabilities." "I should go too," Naruto started, only to stagger as another wave of structural strain hit him. Blood spurted from his nose and ears, and his vision momentarily doubled as his divided consciousness technique faltered. "You're done," Sasuke stated flatly, moving to support him. "Any further strain will cause permanent damage to your soul structure." "He's right," Rukia agreed, genuine alarm in her voice. "You need to release the divided consciousness immediately." Naruto wanted to protest, to insist that maintaining awareness across all 3 realms remained tactically vital. But the Almighty was showing him with brutal clarity the consequences of continued resistance, spiritual fragmentation leading to complete soul collapse if he pushed beyond his body's absolute limits. "All right," he conceded finally. "But I need to communicate with my clones first, coordinate final instructions before releasing the technique." They helped him to a relatively stable area where he could sit and focus. Through increasingly tenuous connections, he communicated with both enhanced clones, sharing critical intelligence and confirming their final actions before separation. His Konoha clone, fighting alongside the village's defenders against Madara's enhanced spirits, acknowledged the imminent dissolution with grim determination. It would use its remaining chakra and erasure to execute one final, powerful technique to disrupt Madara's control over his spirit army before dispersing. His Shadow Realm clone, supporting Quincy defenders at the Silberreich, made similar preparations, a targeted strike against the Ehrenkar command structure to create maximum tactical advantage before the clone dissipated. With these final coordinates established, Naruto prepared to release the technique that had maintained his consciousness across 3 dimensions simultaneously. The Almighty showed him that the resulting spiritual recoil would be significant, like a rubber band stretched to its limit suddenly snapping back. This might be unpleasant, he warned those surrounding him. We're prepared, Rukia assured him, her hand on his shoulder providing steady support. Just let it go, controlled rather than catastrophic. Naruto nodded, then executed the release sequence, a careful unwinding of the spiritual and chakra connections binding his consciousness across dimensions. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then reality itself appeared to hiccup around him as dimensional laws reasserted themselves. The backlash was immediate and overwhelming, all the strain he had been suppressing crashed through his system at once. Naruto convulsed violently, blood erupting from his eyes, ears and nose as his soul struggled to reintegrate from its divided state. Through the Almighty's fading perception, he saw possibilities collapsing toward unconsciousness, his awareness narrowing to a single point of excruciating pain before darkness claimed him entirely. His last conscious thought was a desperate hope that the final actions of his clones would provide enough advantage to compensate for his absence from those battlefields. Then nothing. Consciousness returned gradually, in fragments rather than a coherent whole. Naruto first became aware of voices, distant and muffled, as if reaching him through water. Then sensation, his body feeling simultaneously weightless and leaden. Finally, limited perception, light filtering through eyelids too heavy to open immediately. Spiritual structure stabilizing, but the damage was extensive, a female voice was saying. Captain Aisane, he identified after a moment. Without Captain Unohana's advanced healing techniques, I doubt he would have survived the reintegration. But he will recover. Another voice, Rukia's, tense with concern barely contained beneath professional composure. Yes, though not instantly. His soul needs time to heal from being stretched across multiple dimensions. The fact that he maintained the technique as long as he did is remarkable, and frankly, should have been impossible. Naruto specializes in the impossible, commented a dry voice that Naruto recognized as Sasuke's. It's his most consistent quality. With considerable effort, Naruto managed to open his eyes. He found himself in what appeared to be a healing chamber within Soul Society, clean, minimalist architecture with paper screens and tatami flooring. Several figures surrounded his bed, their expressions showing varying degrees of concern and relief as they noticed his return to consciousness. "Welcome back," Rukia said, a smile breaking through her worried expression. "You've been unconscious for 3 days." 3 days? Naruto attempted to sit up, only to discover his body responded sluggishly to his commands. "What's happened?" "Konoha, the Shadow Realm, both still standing," Sasuke assured him. "Your final clone actions proved decisive in both battles. Madara's spirit army was disrupted long enough for Konoha to establish effective countermeasures. The Silberreich remains under Quincy control, though the outer perimeter was lost. And Soul Society?" "Adapting to post-convergence conditions," Captain Aisane replied. "Approximately 20% of Rakongai has been lost to dimensional instability, but Siriidii remains largely intact thanks to specialized barrier techniques." Naruto absorbed this information, relief mingling with continued concern. "And Aizen? Did the task force intercept him in Hueco Mundo?" A shadow crossed Rukia's expression. "No. By the time Captain Kuchiki's forces arrived, Aizen had already absorbed the convergence point and departed. 3 keys now in his possession." The implications settled heavily. With each convergence point absorbed, reality's structure weakened exponentially. 3 points removed meant the deterioration was now accelerating beyond any hope of natural recovery. "Where is he targeting next?" Naruto asked, pushing himself upright despite his body's protests. "Based on dimensional disturbance patterns, we believe he's headed for the living world next," Sasuke replied. "Specifically, a convergence point located in what humans call the Bermuda Triangle, a natural thin point between dimensions that's caused maritime legends for centuries. We need to intercept him," Naruto stated, attempting to stand only to have his legs buckle beneath him. Only Rukia's quick intervention prevented him from collapsing entirely. "You need to continue healing," she insisted, helping him back onto the bed. Your spiritual structure is still rebuilding. Pushing yourself now could cause permanent damage. There's no time, Naruto argued, though he lacked the strength to resist her guidance. With each convergence point Aizen absorbs, reality becomes more malleable to his will. If he secures all 9. Others are responding, Sasuke assured him. Konoha has dispatched a team to coordinate with human world authorities. Soul Society has stationed forces near the convergence point. The remaining Quincies have contributed what forces they can spare from defending the Silberreich. A true multidimensional alliance, Captain Aizen observed with cautious optimism. Perhaps the first in recorded history. Despite these assurances, Naruto felt the weight of absence acutely. His divided consciousness technique had allowed him to coordinate across realms with unprecedented effectiveness. Without it, responses would inevitably become fragmented, each realm prioritizing its own immediate concerns over the greater cosmic threat. I need to recover quickly, he insisted. The Almighty's perception could be crucial in the coming confrontation. Then focus on healing properly rather than rushing half-recovered into battle, Rukia countered pragmatically. Captain Aizen has developed a specialized treatment regimen to accelerate your spiritual reconstruction. Indeed, the healing captain confirmed. A combination of advanced Kido techniques and principles adapted from Quincy Reaper manipulation. With your cooperation, we might reduce recovery time from weeks to days. Reluctantly, Naruto acknowledged the wisdom in their approach. Even the Almighty showed him that attempting premature action would likely result in failure, his weakened condition leaving him vulnerable precisely when maximum effectiveness was required. Fine, he conceded. But keep me informed of developments in all realms. And the moment I'm stable enough for travel, I want to join the forces at the Living World Convergence Point. Agreed, Rukia promised. Rest now. I'll return later with updates. As the others departed to allow him to rest, Sasuke lingered momentarily. Your technique saved Konoha, he said quietly. The clone's final action disrupted Madara's control matrix at a critical moment. Without that intervention, casualties would have been significant. The admission, from Sasuke, who rarely acknowledged others' contributions so directly, underscored the severity of the situation Konoha had faced. Are you going back? Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded. Tonight. Tsunade has requested my assistance with developing countermeasures against further spiritual incursions. Your clone's memories, transmitted through you, provided invaluable intelligence on Madara's enhanced spirit techniques. Tell everyone I'll return as soon as possible, Naruto said. And, watch over them until I can. Something like understanding passed between them, the bond forged through years of rivalry and eventual friendship transcending their current dimensional separation. I will, Sasuke promised simply. Then, with a nod of farewell, he departed. Left alone, Naruto closed his eyes and focused inward, assessing his spiritual condition with the Almighty's perception. The damage was indeed extensive, his soul showing fracture patterns throughout its structure, evidence of the tremendous strain imposed by maintaining divided consciousness across dimensions. Yet even as he catalogued this damage, Naruto noted something unexpected: his spiritual structure wasn't merely healing, it was evolving. The trauma of dimensional division had forced adaptations, creating new pathways and configurations that hadn't existed before. His soul was reconstructing itself to better accommodate the power flowing through it, both the Almighty and the Ninetales chakra integrating more harmoniously than before. Evolution under pressure, exactly as Aizen had predicted. The realization was unsettling, suggesting the former captain understood Naruto's development with uncomfortable precision. Had this too been part of Aizen's calculations? Was Naruto's growth somehow factored into whatever cosmic restructuring he planned? The Almighty offered no clear answers, only branching possibilities, some leading to triumph, others to catastrophic failure, with countless variations between. The future remained unwritten, despite Aizen's methodical erosion of reality's foundational structure. As fatigue reclaimed him, Naruto's thoughts turned to the immediate challenges ahead. Intercepting Aizen at the living world convergence point represented their best remaining hope of halting the dimensional collapse before it reached irreversible momentum. After 3 failures, they needed a victory, not just to protect a single convergence point, but to demonstrate that Aizen's plan could be opposed effectively. The stakes transcended any conflict Naruto had faced before, encompassing not just his village or world but the very fabric of existence across all realms. Yet as consciousness faded into healing sleep, his determination remained unshaken. Whatever evolution his soul underwent through this ordeal, whatever power the Almighty might ultimately manifest, he would direct it toward one unwavering purpose: protecting the connections that gave reality meaning, the bonds between people that transcended dimensions, the relationships that made existence itself worth preserving. In this, at least, he and Aizen stood in fundamental opposition. Where the former captain sought to remake reality according to abstract principles, Naruto fought to preserve the messy, imperfect connections that constituted reality's true value. And as dimensions continued to collide around him, that difference would prove crucial in the conflicts to come. Chapter 5, Throne of Two Worlds. Recovery proved slower than Naruto wished but faster than anyone expected. 7 days after collapsing from the strain of divided consciousness, he stood on a training field in Soul Society's 13th division, testing his restored abilities under Rukia's watchful eye. Better, she observed as he maintained a complex racier construct, a network of interlocking Quincy crosses that hovered around him like a protective constellation. Your control is more precise than before. Naruto nodded, feeling the difference himself. The near-catastrophic damage to his spiritual structure had indeed forced evolution, his soul reconstructing itself along more efficient pathways, integrating the diverse energies that flowed through him with greater harmony. It feels different, he admitted, dissolving the construct and allowing the racier to disperse. Less like forcing 2 separate powers to cooperate and more like one unified energy with different expressions. Captain Aizen mentioned something similar during your treatment, Rukia said, moving closer to examine his spiritual pressure directly. She believes the trauma of dimensional division triggered fundamental adaptation in your soul's architecture. Evolution under pressure, Naruto murmured, recalling Aizen's prediction. A shadow crossed Rukia's face at the reference. Perhaps. But evolution doesn't necessarily proceed according to anyone's design, not even Aizen's. Whatever changes have occurred in your spiritual structure, they're uniquely yours. Her reassurance helped dispel the unsettling notion that his development somehow served Aizen's greater plan. Still, questions remained about the ultimate purpose behind Yhwach's power awakening in him specifically, at this precise cosmic moment. Any word from the living world, he asked, changing the subject to more immediate concerns. The defensive perimeter around the Bermuda Triangle convergence point holds for now, Rukia replied. But dimensional instabilities continue to worsen throughout all realms. 3 convergence points removed has pushed reality to a critical threshold, the deterioration is now self-sustaining. And Aizen? No confirmed sighting since Hueco Mundo, but energy signatures consistent with his enhanced spiritual pressure have been detected near the living world convergence point. Intelligence suggests he's methodically testing defenses before committing to direct engagement. Naruto absorbed this information with growing concern. Each day Aizen remained undetected brought reality closer to irreversible collapse. Time was becoming their most precious and rapidly depleting resource. I need to join the forces at the Bermuda Triangle, he stated. Today. My recovery is sufficient for combat operations. Captain Aizen hasn't officially cleared you, we don't have the luxury of waiting for official clearance, Naruto interrupted, his tone respectful but firm. The Almighty is showing me probability threads collapsing toward imminent confrontation. If we miss this opportunity to intercept Aizen before he secures the 4th key, the consequences will be catastrophic. Rukia studied him for a long moment, her violet eyes assessing beyond mere physical readiness. Your spiritual pressure has stabilized remarkably, she conceded finally. And your insight through the Almighty provides strategic advantage we can't afford to ignore. She paused, making a decision. I'll speak with Captain Commander Kairaku. If he approves, we can depart by nightfall. Thank you, Naruto said, genuine gratitude in his voice. During his recovery, Rukia had remained his most constant visitor and advocate, balancing protective concern with respect for his determination. Their relationship had deepened through this crisis, professional respect evolving into something more personal, though neither had found opportunity to acknowledge this shift explicitly amid the mounting cosmic emergency. As Rukia departed to secure authorization, Naruto turned his attention inward, activating the Almighty to assess the current state of reality's structure. What he perceived was troubling. The removal of 3 convergence points had created cascading failures throughout the dimensional framework. Reality itself resembled a complex tapestry unraveling from multiple points simultaneously, its fundamental pattern dissolving into chaotic entropy. Yet within this deterioration, he detected an emerging order, not natural healing, but deliberate reconstruction according to an imposed design. Aizen wasn't merely destroying the existing structure, he was simultaneously laying foundations for something new, a reality configured according to his vision. The implications were both terrifying and fascinating. If successful, Aizen would essentially become reality's architect, rewriting fundamental laws of existence across all dimensions. But the transition period between old and new configurations would subject countless souls to unimaginable suffering as incompatible realities collided violently. Naruto's contemplation was interrupted by the appearance of Captain Commander Kairaku, approaching with his characteristic unhurried gait that belied his formidable power. Rukia tells me you're eager to rejoin the front lines, Kairaku observed, his tone conversational despite the gravity of their circumstances. Captain Aizen suggests another week of recovery would be optimal, but you believe otherwise? With respect, Captain Commander, optimal recovery is a luxury we no longer have, Naruto replied. The Almighty shows convergence toward imminent confrontation at the living world nexus. My abilities could prove decisive in that engagement. Kairaku studied him thoughtfully, his ancient eyes seeing beyond surface determination to the deeper currents beneath. The Almighty, he mused. A power that sees all futures simultaneously. Tell me, Naruto Uzumaki, in these countless futures you perceive, do you see any path to victory against Aizen? The directness of the question caught Naruto momentarily off guard. He'd been focusing on immediate tactical objectives rather than ultimate outcomes. Now, prompted to consider the greater arc, he activated the Almighty more fully, his cross-shaped pupils manifesting as he searched probability threads for victorious conclusions. What he found was sobering. Countless futures ended in catastrophic failure, reality collapsed or remade in Aizen's image. Victory paths were vanishingly rare, dependent on precisely coordinated events across multiple dimensions and split-second decisions at crucial junctures. Yes, he answered finally. But they're narrow and require perfect execution. In most probability threads, Aizen succeeds in acquiring all 9 convergence points. Yet you remain determined to oppose him, despite these odds. Wouldn't you? Naruto countered. Even the slimmest chance of preserving reality as we know it is worth fighting for. Kairaku's expression softened into something like approval. Indeed. Though I wonder if preserving reality as we know it is even possible at this juncture. 3 convergence points removed has already initiated irreversible change. Whatever emerges from this crisis will differ fundamentally from what existed before. This assessment aligned with what Naruto had observed through the Almighty. Then we fight not to prevent change, but to influence its direction, to ensure whatever reality emerges preserves what matters most. And what matters most, in your estimation? Kairaku asked, his tone suggesting this wasn't merely philosophical inquiry but tactical assessment. Naruto considered carefully before responding. Connections, he said finally. The bonds between people that give existence meaning. Free will. The opportunity for souls to forge their own paths rather than conform to someone else's vision of perfection. Kairaku nodded, seemingly satisfied. A worthy objective. Very well, I authorize your deployment to the living world convergence point. Captain Kuchiki will accompany you, along with a specialized task force including representatives from multiple divisions. Thank you, Captain Commander. Don't thank me yet, Kairaku cautioned. I'm sending you into what may be the defining battle of our age, with reality itself at stake. If you succeed, there will be time for gratitude. If you fail. He left the sentence unfinished, the implications clear enough. I understand. I believe you do, Kairaku acknowledged. Preparations are already underway. You depart at sunset. As the Captain Commander turned to leave, he paused, adding almost as an afterthought, the Almighty is a tremendous power, Naruto Uzumaki. Perhaps the most dangerous in existence, for it tempts its wielder to impose their will upon all potential futures. Yhwach ultimately succumbed to this temptation, believing his vision alone should determine reality's course. I'm not Yhwach, Naruto stated firmly, a declaration he'd made repeatedly since his awakening. No, Kairaku agreed, his eyes reflecting centuries of wisdom. You're not. And therein lies our hope. Sunset brought Naruto to a specialized Senkaman facility where Soul Society maintained controlled access to the living world. Here, final preparations were underway for the task force's deployment. Rukia coordinated efficiently, her captain's authority evident in the precision with which orders were executed. The assembled team represented Soul Society's elite, Captain Hitsugaya with his ice-based Zanpakuto, Lieutenant Renji Abarai whose Bankai could potentially counter Aizen's spiritual pressure, 3rd Seat Ikaku Madarame and 5th Seat Yumachika Ayasegawa from the combat-specialized 11th Division. Additional support units included Kido specialists and communications experts to coordinate with allied forces already positioned at the convergence point. Impressive deployment, Naruto observed, joining Rukia as she completed final assignments. Especially given Soul Society's ongoing crisis management. The Captain Commander understands priorities, she replied. If we fail to secure the living world convergence point, local stabilization efforts become irrelevant. Either we prevent Aizen from obtaining the 4th key, or reality's deterioration accelerates beyond any hope of containment. Her pragmatic assessment matched Naruto's own analysis through the Almighty. They had reached the critical threshold where further convergence point removals would trigger exponential rather than linear deterioration. We've received confirmation that Konoha forces have arrived at the convergence point, Rukia continued, checking a specialized communications device. Sasuke leads a team including Kakashi, Shikamaru, and several ANBU specialists. Additionally, Quincy representatives from the Shadow Realm have established a presence, former Sternritter including Hashwalth and others who recognize the existential threat Aizen poses. A true multidimensional alliance, Naruto noted with cautious optimism. Maybe the first time Soul Reapers, Shinobi, and Quincies have fought together rather than against each other. Crisis forges unlikely alliances, Rukia agreed. Though coordinating forces with fundamentally different approaches to combat presents its own challenges. Before Naruto could respond, a new arrival drew their attention, Captain Byakuya Kuchiki, Rukia's adoptive brother, approaching with characteristic dignity. His expression remained impassive as he addressed them. Final preparations are complete, he stated. The specialized Senkaman has been calibrated to deposit us precisely at the living world convergence point coordinates. Thank you, brother, Rukia acknowledged formally, though Naruto detected subtle warmth beneath the professional exchange. We're ready to depart. Byakuya's gaze shifted to Naruto, assessing. Naruto Uzumaki. Captain Aizen reports your recovery as incomplete but functional. Are you combat ready? Yes, Naruto replied simply, meeting the noble captain's evaluating stare directly. Very well. Byakuya seemed satisfied, if not entirely convinced. Your unique perception may prove decisive in the coming confrontation. But understand, if your condition deteriorates under combat stress, you become a liability rather than an asset. I understand, Captain Kuchiki. Byakuya nodded once, then turned to address the assembled task force. Our mission is clear. Prevent Sosuke Aizen from acquiring the living world convergence point by any means necessary. Failure is not an option. Reality itself depends on our success. With that stark assessment, he signaled the Kido specialists to activate the Senkaman. Traditional sliding doors materialized, opening to reveal not the usual tunnel connecting Soul Society to the living world, but a direct pathway to their destination, a shimmering corridor that seemed to bend space itself. Specialized transit, Rukia explained quietly to Naruto. Designed to bypass normal dimensional boundaries and deliver us directly to the convergence point's proximity. Conventional approaches would likely be detected and countered by Aizen's forces. The task force moved with disciplined efficiency, entering the modified Senkaman in predetermined formation. Naruto found himself positioned between Rukia and Renji, the latter greeting him with a respectful nod despite evident reservations about fighting alongside someone carrying Yhwach's blood. "Heard you can see the future," Renji commented as they traversed the dimensional corridor. "Must be convenient." "Not exactly," Naruto replied. "I see possibilities, countless branching futures stemming from each moment. Identifying which possibilities are most probable is the challenge." "Still sounds useful in a fight," Renji persisted. "Knowing your opponent's moves before they make them. It has advantages," Naruto acknowledged. "But seeing too many possibilities can be paralyzing if you don't have a clear objective guiding your choices." Their conversation ended as the Senkaman completed its transit, depositing them in a location unlike any Naruto had experienced before. They stood on what appeared to be a small island, though "island" seemed inadequate to describe the reality-warped environment surrounding them. The sky above swirled with unnatural patterns, clouds forming geometric shapes that defied meteorological logic, colors shifting between spectrums not normally visible to human perception. The ocean surrounding the island behaved equally strangely, waves moving in contradictory directions simultaneously, water occasionally flowing upward in defiance of gravity before returning to conventional behavior. Most striking was the convergence point itself, a phenomenon occupying the island's center, resembling a vertical pool of liquid light that pulsed with cosmic rhythm. Unlike the relatively stable nexus Naruto had seen in Soul Society, this convergence point displayed visible instability, its edges fluctuating erratically, occasionally releasing bursts of dimensional energy that distorted nearby reality. "The deterioration is more advanced than reports suggested," Byakuya observed, his tone betraying rare concern. "The removal of 3 convergence points has significantly destabilized this one. Makes extracting it easier for Aizen," Captain Hitsugaya noted grimly. "But also potentially more dangerous. An unstable convergence point might release catastrophic energy if improperly manipulated." Surrounding the island, Naruto could see evidence of the multidimensional alliance Rukia had described. Barriers of various types formed concentric protective rings around the convergence point, Soul Reaper Kido, Quincy Erasure constructs, and shinobi sealing techniques working in concert to stabilize and defend the critical nexus. Near one of these barrier formations, Naruto spotted familiar figures, Sasuke directing a team of Konoha shinobi and maintaining a specialized containment seal, while Kakashi coordinated with what appeared to be representatives from other hidden villages. "Your friends arrived yesterday," Rukia informed him, following his gaze. "They've been instrumental in establishing the outer defensive perimeter." Before Naruto could respond, Hashwalth approached their position, the former Sternritter's appearance slightly more haggard than when they'd last met, evidence of the strain imposed by ongoing dimensional crisis. "Soul Society's reinforcements arrive at last," he observed, his tone neutral despite the implicit criticism. "The convergence point's degradation accelerates by the hour. Without additional stabilization, it may collapse naturally within days, regardless of Aizen's intervention. Our intelligence suggests Aizen will move before that occurs," Byakuya replied. "He requires the convergence point's power intact for his purposes." "Agreed," Hashwalth acknowledged. "Our perimeter sensors have detected spiritual pressure consistent with his enhanced signature approaching from multiple vectors. He appears to be testing our defensive configuration, searching for vulnerabilities. Then we strengthen those defenses immediately," Rukia decided. "Captain Hitsugaya, your ice techniques could help stabilize the convergence point's southern quadrant where fluctuations are most severe." As the Soul Reapers integrated into the existing defensive structure, Naruto activated the Almighty to assess their tactical position more comprehensively. What he perceived was sobering. Probability threads heavily weighted toward Aizen's success despite their unprecedented multidimensional alliance. The former captain's methodical approach, enhanced by the power of 3 convergence points already absorbed, gave him advantages that conventional forces struggled to counter. Moreover, the accelerating deterioration of reality itself played into his strategy. The more unstable things became, the more their defensive efforts were divided between combating Aizen directly and preventing collateral catastrophes from dimensional instability. "You see it too," Sasuke observed, approaching quietly while Naruto was deep in almighty perception. "The tactical imbalance. We're fighting conventionally against an opponent who has transcended conventional limitations." "Yes," Naruto acknowledged, deactivating the Almighty to conserve energy. "But I also see narrow victory paths, specific sequences of events that could potentially counter Aizen's advantage." "Share them," Sasuke requested simply. "We need every edge available." Naruto hesitated, aware that articulating almighty insights risked oversimplification. The power showed him probability webs of staggering complexity, causality chains so intricate that reducing them to verbal explanations inevitably lost critical nuance. "The most promising approach involves forced synchronization," he said finally. "Aizen's power derives from controlled asymmetry. He operates between dimensions rather than within them, manipulating boundaries that others must respect. If we could temporarily synchronize our forces across dimensional frequencies, we might briefly nullify that advantage." Sasuke's eyes narrowed in thought. Synchronization across dimensions. "My Rinnegan might facilitate that, particularly if combined with your almighty perception to identify the correct frequency harmonics." "Exactly," Naruto confirmed, impressed by Sasuke's rapid grasp of the concept. "But timing would be critical. The synchronization would create momentary vulnerability in our defensive structure, a gap Aizen would certainly exploit unless countered by precisely coordinated offensive action." "High risk, high reward," Sasuke summarized. "Let's discuss it with the command team. If this represents our best probability for success, we should prepare implementation protocols immediately." As they moved toward the central command post where Byakuya, Rukia, and other leaders coordinated defense efforts, an alarm sounded, high-pitched tones that cut through the strange acoustics of the reality-warped environment. "Perimeter breach," called a Soul Reaper monitoring specialized detection equipment. Multiple spiritual signatures approaching from Sector 7, Aaronkar-class entities accompanied by. He faltered, checking his readings with evident confusion. "Unknown classification. Spiritual structure similar to Hollows but with chakra integration patterns consistent with shinobi energy manipulation." "Madara's enhanced spirits," Naruto identified grimly. "Combined with Aizen's Aaronkar forces. The assault begins." Defensive forces mobilized with practiced efficiency, moving to reinforce the threatened sector. Byakuya issued precise commands, coordinating Soul Reaper response while Hashwolf directed Quincy forces to specific support positions. Sasuke and Kakashi similarly organized the shinobi contingent, emphasizing flexible response to the hybrid threat. Naruto found himself in an unexpected position, neither fully integrated with any single faction, yet connected to all three through his unique combination of abilities. As forces deployed around him, he activated the Almighty again, searching probability threads for optimal positioning. What he saw prompted immediate action. "They're coming from multiple vectors," he called urgently. "The Sector 7 approach is a diversion. Primary force approaching from," his warning came too late. The ocean surrounding the island erupted as massive Garganta portals tore through reality at multiple points simultaneously. From these dimensional gateways emerged an invasion force of staggering diversity, Aaronkar in their distinctive white uniforms, enhanced spirits of fallen shinobi retaining their distinctive techniques, and what appeared to be modified Quincies bearing Aizen's influence rather than Yhwach's. Encirclement strategy, Byakuya observed with cold precision. Textbook battlefield control. Maintain defensive integrity, Rukia commanded. Primary objective remains convergence point protection. Do not be drawn away from assigned sectors regardless of provocations. The battle erupted with violent intensity, Kido blasts illuminating the unnatural sky as Soul Reapers engaged the invasion force. Quincy arrows formed blue-white constellations of destructive energy, while shinobi techniques manipulated elements with devastating effect against the advancing enemy. Naruto found himself fighting alongside Rukia and Rinji, combining his hybrid Quincy shinobi abilities with their Zanpakuto techniques to devastating effect. His Reishirbao had evolved since his recovery, now manifesting as a more complex construct that could generate multiple arrow types simultaneously, each calibrated to specific targets. On your left. Rukia called, her Zanpakuto executing a precise ice technique that immobilized an Arrancar attempting to flank their position. Naruto responded instantly, launching a specialized Reishir arrow that shattered the frozen enemy into spiritual particles. Their coordination had developed remarkable efficiency, movements anticipating each other's with intuitive precision born of shared combat experience. Despite their effective defense, Naruto could see the battle's concerning trajectory through periodic almighty activation. The enemy forces weren't actually attempting to overwhelm them directly, rather, they were systematically testing defensive configurations, probing for specific vulnerabilities while gradually maneuvering defenders away from key tactical positions. This is reconnaissance in force, he realized, sharing the insight with Rukia between engagement sequences. They're mapping our defensive capabilities while subtly repositioning us according to Aizen's design. Agreed, she replied, her tactical acumen matching his almighty enhanced perception. But knowing that doesn't necessarily help unless. Her eyes widened with sudden understanding. Unless we deliberately present false vulnerabilities, controlled weaknesses designed to draw Aizen himself into engagement under conditions we define. Exactly, Naruto confirmed, impressed by her strategic intuition. The Almighty shows higher success probability if we seize initiative rather than merely responding to his provocations. Rukia immediately communicated this approach to Byakuya through a specialized Kido technique. The noble captain received the intelligence with characteristic composure, immediately adapting the defensive strategy to implement their recommendation. As the battle continued, defensive positions subtly reconfigured, not haphazardly retreating under pressure, but deliberately creating apparent vulnerabilities while actually establishing concealed counterpositions. Soul Reapers, Quincies, and Shinobi worked with remarkable coordination, transcending historical animosities to execute this complex tactical deception. Through it all, Naruto maintained awareness of the convergence point itself, the pulsing nexus of dimensional energy that represented both their primary objective and greatest vulnerability. Its instability had increased since their arrival, reality distortions emanating outward in waves of increasing frequency and intensity. During a momentary lull in direct combat, Sasuke rejoined them, his Susanoo dissipating after dispatching a particularly powerful group of enhanced spirits. The synchronization strategy, he said without preamble. I've discussed it with Hashwolf and several Kido specialists. We believe implementation is possible, but would require precise timing and specific catalyst components. What components? Naruto asked, firing a rapid sequence of Reishir arrows to cover Rinji as he engaged a flank attack. A focal point for dimensional harmonization, Sasuke replied. Something, or someone, capable of establishing resonance across all three primary realms simultaneously. The implication was clear even before Rukia verbalized it, someone like you, Naruto, with active connections to Shinobi Chakra, Quincy Reishir, and hollow adjacent energy through the Nine Tails. Essentially, yes, Sasuke confirmed. Naruto would serve as the synchronization nexus, while my Rinnegan and Hashwolf the balance ability would stabilize the harmonic frequency. Kido specialists would then amplify the effect to encompass our entire defensive perimeter. It was a logical approach that aligned with what the Almighty had shown Naruto, one of the narrow probability paths that offered genuine chance of success. Yet the risks were equally clear. The synchronization would place tremendous strain on whoever serves as the focal point, he observed. given my recent recovery from divided consciousness trauma. The risk is significant, Sasuke acknowledged bluntly. Potentially fatal if the synchronization frequency destabilizes while you're serving as its anchor. Before they could discuss further, another wave of attacks demanded immediate attention, this one more coordinated and aggressive than previous assaults. The enemy forces had apparently completed their reconnaissance phase and now executed focused offensive operations against specific defensive sectors. For the next hour, conversation became impossible as they fought with increasing desperation to maintain their defensive perimeter. The enemy's tactical approach evolved continuously, adapting to counter their responses with unsettling precision, suggesting real-time direction from a commanding intelligence with comprehensive battlefield awareness. Aizen himself remained conspicuously absent, a tactical choice that denied them opportunity to concentrate force against the primary threat while fragmenting their defensive capabilities against his subordinates. Fatigue began affecting even the most powerful defenders. Kido barriers flickered as their maintainers depleted spiritual reserves. Quincy arrows lost density and precision as racial manipulation grew increasingly strained. Shinobi techniques diminished in effectiveness as chakra reserves approached critical thresholds. During a brief respite while rotating to a secondary defense position, Rukia approached Naruto, her expression revealing concern beneath professional composure. The convergence point's destabilization accelerates, she reported. Our scientists estimate complete structural collapse within 3 hours unless Aizen's forces are repelled and specialized containment measures implemented. If the convergence point collapses naturally, what happens? Naruto asked, though he suspected the answer. Catastrophic dimensional rupture, Rukia confirmed grimly. This entire region would essentially cease to exist in conventional spacetime, neither fully in the living world nor any other realm. The resulting void would accelerate reality's deterioration exponentially. The implications were clear, they were operating under a hard deadline. Either they repelled Aizen's forces and stabilized the convergence point, or environmental factors would render their defensive efforts irrelevant. The synchronization strategy, Naruto decided. We need to implement it now, while we still have sufficient reserves to execute effectively. Are you certain? Rukia asked, her concern now openly personal rather than merely tactical. The strain could, I know the risks, Naruto interrupted gently. But the Almighty shows diminishing success probabilities with each passing minute. If we wait for perfect conditions, we'll have no chance at all. After a moment's hesitation, Rukia nodded. I'll inform Captain Kuchiki and coordinate with Yhwach. We'll need approximately 20 minutes to establish the necessary support structure for synchronization. I'll hold position here and conserve energy until then, Naruto promised. As Rukia departed to make arrangements, Naruto activated the Almighty once more, searching probability threads with greater focus than before. What he perceived was concerning, successful synchronization paths narrowing rapidly as battlefield conditions deteriorated. Moreover, he detected a subtle pattern suggesting Aizen anticipated this strategy, enemy movement specifically designed to disrupt the very approach they now prepared to implement. Before he could process these insights further, reality itself seemed to hiccup, a disorienting shudder that affected everything within the convergence point's influence. The sky briefly inverted, ocean and air exchanging properties for several terrifying seconds before snapping back to conventional configuration. Dimensional frequency shift, explained Yhwach, who had approached unnoticed during Naruto's almighty perception. The convergence point's degradation accelerates faster than projected. We may have less time than your Captain Kuchiki estimated. Then we accelerate the synchronization preparations, Naruto responded. Can you establish the stabilization framework with reduced setup time? Possibly, though with increased risk of harmonization failure, Yhwach replied. The balance can compensate for certain instabilities, but not indefinite deviation from baseline parameters. Another reality fluctuation interrupted their discussion, this one more violent than the previous, accompanied by a sound like cosmic fabric tearing. The convergence point flared with blinding intensity, its previously vertical configuration beginning to warp into an unstable spiral. Critical deterioration threshold approaching, Yhwach observed tensely. We proceed immediately or not at all. Naruto nodded agreement, rising despite fatigue to follow the former Sternritter toward the hastily established synchronization array. Soul Reapers had created a specialized Kido formation surrounding a central platform where Sasuke already waited, his Rinnegan active as he monitored dimensional frequencies. Ready? Sasuke asked simply as Naruto took position at the array's center. As I'll ever be, Naruto replied with a grim smile. Rukia arrived moments later, completing the command group assembled to oversee this desperate gambit. Defensive forces have been reconfigured to provide maximum coverage during the synchronization process, she reported. But our perimeter grows increasingly fragile. Whatever we're attempting must succeed quickly. Understood, Naruto acknowledged. Let's begin. Yhwach took position at one point of the triangular array, while Sasuke occupied another. Rukia completed the formation, her Zanpakuto released to provide stabilizing influence through its ice-based energy manipulation. The process requires 3 phases, Yhwach explained. First, dimensional frequency identification. Uchiha's Rinnegan will locate the resonance points connecting our 3 primary realms. Second, harmonic stabilization. My Script ability will temporarily balance the otherwise incompatible spiritual frequencies. Third, synchronized propagation. Naruto becomes the conduit through which the harmonized frequency extends to encompass our entire defensive perimeter. And the objective? Rukia asked, seeking confirmation of their tactical purpose. Neutralization of Aizen's dimensional advantage, Sasuke replied. By synchronizing frequencies across all 3 realms simultaneously, we temporarily create a unified field where his ability to operate between dimensions becomes irrelevant. Within this field, he must engage directly rather than manipulating boundaries. For approximately 3 minutes, Yhwach added. After which the harmonic destabilizes regardless of our efforts. Those 3 minutes represent our window for decisive action. Another violent reality fluctuation interrupted them, this one severe enough to momentarily dissolve solid matter into probabilistic haze before reconstituting. The convergence point spiral configuration accelerated, its energy pulsing with increasing irregularity. We're out of time, Sasuke observed tersely. Beginning frequency identification. His Rinnegan pulsed with intensified energy as he executed techniques beyond conventional dojutsu application, perceiving not just chakra but fundamental dimensional frequencies underlying reality itself. After several tense moments, he nodded sharply. Frequency identified. Yhwach, harmonic stabilization. The former Sternritter activated the balance, his Script manifesting as glowing patterns across his skin and extending outward to encompass the synchronization array. The air within the formation changed subtly, acquiring strange acoustic properties as incompatible frequency patterns began reluctant alignment under his influence. Stabilization at 60%, Yhwach reported, evident strain in his voice. 70%, 80%, sufficient for initial propagation. Naruto, you may begin. This was the critical moment, the phase where Naruto would essentially become the living embodiment of dimensional synchronization, channeling harmonized frequencies through his uniquely composite spiritual structure. The Almighty showed him exactly what was required, though executing it remained formidably challenging. Naruto closed his eyes, focusing inward to the place where his various power sources converged, Shinobi Chakra, Quincy Erasure, the Ninetales' unique energy, and the Almighty itself. Rather than maintaining their usual separation, he deliberately dissolved the boundaries between them, allowing these distinct energies to intermingle in configurations that would normally prove catastrophically unstable. Pain erupted immediately, cellular-level agony as his body struggled to contain fundamentally incompatible forces. Blood trickled from his eyes and ears as spiritual pressure built beyond conventional containment thresholds. Yet he maintained focus, directing this chaotic energy confluence toward the specific harmonic frequency Sasuke had identified. Gradually, agonizingly, synchronization began. The energy stabilized not through separation but through perfect harmonic alignment, different frequencies coming into phase relation rather than destructive interference. From Naruto's perspective, it felt like forcing multiple rivers to flow upstream simultaneously, then suddenly discovering they had always been a single current moving in perfect circular harmony. Synchronization initiating, Rukia reported, monitoring through specialized Kido sensing. Harmonic propagation extending beyond the array perimeter. The effect spread outward in visible waves, reality itself seeming to ripple as dimensional frequencies aligned across previously incompatible boundaries. The battleground surrounding the convergence point transformed subtly yet fundamentally, Soul Reapers, Quincies, and Shinobi suddenly operating within a unified dimensional context rather than maintaining their separate existential frameworks. Enemy forces reacted with immediate confusion, Arrancar abilities faltering as their techniques designed to exploit dimensional boundaries encountered unexpected unification. Enhanced spirits similarly struggled, their existence predicated on specific frequency differentials that synchronization temporarily eliminated. "It's working," Sasuke observed with rare amazement. Complete harmonic alignment across all three primary realms. The tactical advantage manifested immediately. Defensive forces previously hampered by compatibility issues suddenly operated with unprecedented coordination, Kido seamlessly reinforcing Shinobi techniques, Quincy abilities enhancing Soul Reaper attacks. The multidimensional alliance became truly unified rather than merely cooperative. Perimeter stabilizing, Rukia reported. Enemy forces retreating from synchronized zones. Through it all, Naruto maintained the harmonic focal point, his body trembling with the strain of channeling energies beyond conventional limits. Blood now flowed freely from his eyes, nose, and ears as the synchronization exacted its predicted toll on his physical form. 2 minutes remaining before harmonic destabilization, Yhwach warned, his own condition deteriorating as the balance struggled to maintain equilibrium across expanding synchronization fields. "Where is Aizen?" Sasuke demanded, Rinnegan scanning the battlefield for their primary adversary. This synchronization should force him into direct engagement rather than boundary manipulation. As if summoned by the question, reality distorted directly above the convergence point, not the chaotic fluctuations of natural deterioration, but a precise, controlled folding of dimensional space. From this perfectly executed distortion emerged Aizen himself, his elegant appearance belying the catastrophic power he now commanded. "Fascinating," he observed, studying the synchronization effect with scientific interest. Dimensional frequency harmonization through triple realm resonance focusing. Quite innovative. His right arm, the one he had used to absorb 3 convergence points, glowed with hypnotic patterns that shifted between colors in mesmerizing sequences. His spiritual pressure had evolved beyond conventional parameters, existing partially outside standard dimensional constraints even within the synchronization field. Aizen, Byakuya acknowledged coldly, flash-stepping to position himself between the former captain and the convergence point. Other defenders rapidly converged, Rukia, Renji, Captain Hitsugaya, Yhwach, and Sasuke forming a protective perimeter while Naruto maintained the synchronization nexus. Captain Kuchiki, Aizen returned with mock cordiality. And the rest of Soul Society's finest, accompanied by Quincy remnants and Shinobi representatives. A truly historic gathering. "Your invasion has failed," Byakuya stated flatly. "This convergence point remains protected." "Failed?" Aizen's expression suggested gentle amusement. "You misunderstand the situation entirely. This wasn't an invasion, it was a calibrated pressure application designed to accelerate specific outcomes." His gaze shifted to the convergence point itself, the spiraling nexus now pulsing with increasing irregularity as deterioration approached critical threshold. "Outcomes like pushing an already unstable convergence point toward natural collapse," he continued. "Creating conditions where its energy becomes accessible without need for conventional extraction techniques." Understanding dawned with horrifying clarity. The entire battle had been elaborate misdirection, defenders focusing on repelling invasion forces while the convergence point's natural deterioration progressed toward precisely the condition Aizen required. 1 minute to harmonic destabilization, Yhwach warned, strain evident in his voice. Byakuya didn't waste time on further dialogue. "Scatter, Senbenzakura," he commanded, his Zanpakuto dissolving into thousands of razor-sharp cherry blossom petals that surged toward Aizen with deadly precision. Simultaneously, other defenders launched coordinated attacks: Rukia's ice techniques, Renji's Zabumaru, Hitsugaya's frozen dragons, Sasuke's Amaterasu, and Hashwaltha's spiritual arrows, all converging on Aizen from multiple vectors. The former captain responded with disturbing calm, raising his glowing right hand in a simple gesture. Reality itself seemed to bend around him, attacks distorting as if passing through uneven glass before dissipating harmlessly. "The power of 3 convergence points grants certain conveniences," Aizen observed mildly. "Including localized reality manipulation beyond conventional defensive techniques." With another casual gesture, he released a wave of spiritual pressure so intense that it drove several defenders to their knees despite the synchronization field moderating its impact. Only the strongest remained standing, Byakuya, Sasuke, and Hashwalth withstanding the onslaught through sheer power and determination. 30 seconds to harmonic destabilization, Hashwalth reported through gritted teeth. Naruto maintained the synchronization nexus despite escalating physical deterioration, his body now visibly breaking down under the strain, skin cracking to reveal glowing energy beneath as the harmonic frequencies pushed beyond his structural limitations. Through the Almighty, he perceived rapidly collapsing probability threads, their unified defense strategy unraveling as Aizen's true objective became clear. The former captain had never intended conventional extraction of the convergence point. Instead, he sought to trigger its natural collapse under precisely controlled conditions, harvesting its power through catastrophic release rather than methodical absorption. "We need to change approach," Naruto called, his voice distorted by the energies coursing through him. "Synchronization alone won't prevent convergence point collapse." "What do you propose?" Byakuya demanded, maintaining defensive position despite the evident futility of conventional attacks against Aizen. The Almighty showed Naruto a single remaining possibility, narrow and desperate, with catastrophic failure potential, yet offering their only remaining chance to prevent Aizen from acquiring the fourth key. "Controlled detonation," he stated, the cross pattern in his eyes intensifying as he perceived the precise parameters required. "We trigger the convergence point's collapse ourselves, but under conditions that disperse its energy rather than allowing concentrated absorption." "That's insane," Renji objected. "The resulting dimensional rupture would be significantly less devastating than allowing Aizen to absorb its power intact," Naruto interrupted. "The Almighty shows this clearly." "He's right," Sasuke confirmed, his Rinnegan perceiving the same fundamental truth. "Dispersed collapse represents our only remaining option with acceptable outcome parameters." 15 seconds to harmonic destabilization, Hashwalth warned. Byakuya made the command decision with characteristic decisiveness. "Proceed with controlled detonation. All forces prepare for immediate tactical withdrawal following execution." Aizen, who had observed this exchange with clinical interest, finally displayed genuine concern. "A desperate gambit," he observed, his tone hardening. "But ultimately futile." He moved then with blinding speed, crossing the distance to the convergence point faster than most defenders could track. Only Byakuya and Sasuke reacted quickly enough to intercept, engaging him directly while others maintained defensive positions. 10 seconds, Hashwalth called. Naruto began reconfiguring the synchronization field, not releasing it, but altering its harmonic properties to facilitate controlled convergence point detonation rather than stabilization. The strain intensified exponentially, blood now flowing freely from his every pore as his body struggled to channel energies beyond its structural capacity. 5 seconds. The battle between Aizen, Byakuya, and Sasuke reached impossible intensity, Kido blasts illuminating the unnatural sky, Senbenzakura's cherry blossoms creating lethal constellations around Aizen's position, while Sasuke's Susanoo manifested in its most complete form despite the spiritual drain. Yet Aizen continued advancing steadily toward the convergence point, each defensive technique countered with disturbing precision. His right arm glowed with increasing intensity as he prepared to execute whatever specialized absorption method he had developed for this fourth key. Now, Naruto. Rukia called, recognizing the critical moment had arrived despite the countdown not reaching 0. With a final surge of determination, Naruto executed the controlled detonation sequence, redirecting the harmonized energy of the synchronization field directly into the convergence point's unstable spiral structure, while simultaneously establishing dispersal vectors to prevent concentrated absorption. The result was immediate and catastrophic. The convergence point's spiral configuration accelerated exponentially, colors shifting through impossible spectrums as its structural integrity collapsed under precisely applied pressure. Rather than imploding towards singularity as Aizen had intended, it exploded outward in a controlled dispersion pattern, energy scattering across dimensional frequencies rather than concentrating for absorption. Aizen's expression shifted from confidence to rage as he realized his carefully orchestrated plan was failing. With desperate intensity, he thrust his glowing right arm directly into the dispersing convergence point, attempting to salvage what energy he could from the controlled detonation. The collision of forces created reality distortion beyond anything they had yet experienced, the island itself beginning to disintegrate as dimensional laws failed catastrophically within the detonation radius. Defenders implemented emergency extraction protocols, Soul Reapers opening evacuation senkamen while Quincies and Shinobi utilized their own transportation techniques to escape the collapsing environment. Through it all, Naruto maintained the harmonic field despite his body's accelerating deterioration, ensuring the convergence point's energy continued dispersing rather than concentrating for Aizen's absorption. The strain had become terminal, his physical form now more energy than matter as the synchronization literally consumed him from within. Naruto. Rukia called desperately, refusing evacuation despite the catastrophic collapse surrounding them. You have to release the technique. Now. But he couldn't, not yet. The Almighty showed with perfect clarity that maintaining synchronization for precisely 7 more seconds was necessary to ensure sufficient energy dispersal to prevent Aizen's absorption. 7 seconds that would likely prove fatal given his already critical condition. Aizen himself remained at the convergence point's epicenter, his expression contorted with furious determination as he attempted to counter the dispersal pattern through sheer force of will and the power of the 3 keys already acquired. Reality warped around him in impossible configurations as incompatible forces collided with cosmic intensity. 6 seconds. 5. Naruto's consciousness began fragmenting as his physical form destabilized beyond sustainable thresholds. Blood no longer flowed from his body, instead, his very being seemed to dissolve into constituent energy patterns, maintaining synchronization through will alone as structural integrity failed. 4 seconds. 3. Naruto. Rukia had reached him somehow, fighting through reality distortions to grasp what remained of his physical form. Please. You have to release it now. 2 seconds. 1. With the final necessary moment achieved, Naruto released the synchronization technique, harmonic fields collapsing as the carefully maintained dimensional frequency alignment shattered. The backlash was immediate and overwhelming, reality itself seeming to hiccup as natural separation reasserted itself between previously synchronized realms. The convergence point completed its dispersal sequence, energy scattering across dimensional frequencies in patterns that prevented concentrated absorption despite Aizen's desperate efforts. The former captain's rage manifested as pure spiritual pressure, distorting reality around him as he recognized his carefully orchestrated plan had failed. This changes nothing, he shouted over the dimensional collapse surrounding them. Only delays the inevitable. 3 keys provide sufficient foundation to continue the sequence, even with the 4th temporarily beyond reach. With those defiant words, he executed some technique beyond conventional understanding, reality folding around him in precisely controlled fashion despite the chaotic environment. Before anyone could prevent his escape, he vanished, not through Garganta or Senkamen, but via direct dimensional translation beyond conventional transport methods. The island itself was now disintegrating completely, reality failing catastrophically where the convergence point had maintained dimensional stability. Rukia supported Naruto's barely conscious form as Byakuya created an emergency extraction Senkaman directly adjacent to their position. "We have to leave now," the noble captain stated, maintaining the gateway through sheer force of will despite the hostile dimensional environment. "This entire region is collapsing into void." Rukia helped Naruto toward the Senkaman, his condition critical beyond conventional healing parameters. His body maintained only the barest semblance of physical coherence, more spiritual energy than material substance, held together through stubborn will rather than structural integrity. "Stay with me," she urged, her voice betraying emotion beyond professional concern. "Just a little further." They passed through the Senkaman moments before complete dimensional collapse consumed the island entirely, reality itself seeming to fold inward where the convergence point had once anchored the fabric of existence to stable parameters. Naruto's last conscious perception before darkness claimed him was Rukia's face, determination and something deeper etched in her expression as she guided him to safety through sheer force of will. Then nothing. Consciousness returned gradually, in fragmented impressions rather than coherent awareness. Naruto first became aware of voices, distant and indistinct, gradually resolving into recognizable patterns. Then sensation, his body feeling simultaneously weightless and impossibly heavy. Finally, limited perception, light filtering through eyelids too leaden to open immediately. "Spiritual reconstruction progressing better than expected," a female voice was saying. "Captain Isane," he identified after a moment. Though the damage was unprecedented in scope. Without the combined healing efforts of our most advanced practitioners, recovery would have been impossible. "But he will recover." Another voice, Rukia's, tense with barely concealed concern. "Yes, though not to previous specifications. His spiritual structure has been fundamentally altered by the synchronization trauma. He's evolving into something different." "Different how?" This from a male voice, Sasuke, Naruto realized with mild surprise. His soul architecture now incorporates elements previously considered incompatible, Isane explained. Quincy Reaper structures, shinobi chakra pathways, hollow adjacent energies from the Nine Tails, and something else, a framework supporting the Almighty that seems to be evolving beyond Yhwach's original configuration. "Is that dangerous?" Rukia asked. "Unknown," Isane admitted. "We're in uncharted territory regarding spiritual evolution of this nature." But his core identity remains stable despite these structural changes. His consciousness, memories, and fundamental personality appear intact. With considerable effort, Naruto finally managed to open his eyes. He found himself in what appeared to be a specialized healing chamber within Soul Society, traditional architecture enhanced with equipment he didn't recognize. Captain Isane stood near monitoring devices displaying complex spiritual metrics, while Rukia and Sasuke occupied positions near his bed. "He's awake," Sasuke observed, noticing Naruto's open eyes first. Rukia moved immediately to his side, relief evident in her expression despite her attempt at professional composure. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Like I tried to synchronize 3 dimensions using my body as the conduit," Naruto replied, his voice rough from disuse. "How long was I unconscious?" 11 days, Isane informed him. "Your spiritual structure required extensive reconstruction following catastrophic system failure. By conventional medical standards, you shouldn't have survived." "But I did," Naruto observed. "Yes," Isane confirmed. "Though perhaps not entirely through our intervention. Your spiritual structure appears to have initiated self-regeneration protocols beyond conventional healing parameters, essentially rebuilding itself according to new architectural principles rather than restoring previous configurations." "Evolution under pressure," Naruto murmured, recalling Aizen's prediction. "Perhaps," Isane acknowledged. "But evolution following your pattern, not anyone else's design." The distinction was meaningful, addressing concerns about whether his development somehow served Aizen's greater plan. Whatever changes had occurred in his spiritual structure, they represented his soul's unique adaptive response rather than external manipulation. The convergence point, Naruto said, memories of the battle returning with greater clarity. Did we succeed in preventing Aizen from acquiring it? Yes, Rukia confirmed. The controlled detonation dispersed its energy across dimensional frequencies rather than allowing concentrated absorption. Aizen obtained fragments, but not the intact power he sought. And reality's overall condition? Deteriorating, but at reduced pace, Sasuke reported. Without the fourth key, Aizen's restructuring sequence encounters significant resistance from natural dimensional laws. The three keys he already possesses grant him unprecedented power, but insufficient for immediate completion of whatever cosmic reconfiguration he intends. How long until he attempts to acquire another convergence point? Unknown, Rukia admitted. Intelligence suggests he's temporarily withdrawn to consolidate his existing power and develop alternative extraction methodologies. The controlled detonation strategy won't work twice, he'll anticipate and counter similar approaches in future encounters. Naruto absorbed this information with mixed feelings. They had achieved tactical victory by preventing Aizen from acquiring the fourth key, but strategic concerns remained. Reality continued deteriorating, albeit at reduced pace, and Aizen retained the power of 3 convergence points along with his formidable intellect and centuries of preparation. Where are the remaining convergence points located? He asked. 2 in Soul Society's outer regions, 1 in the deepest level of Hueco Mundo, 2 in the Shadow Realm beyond the Silberreich, and 1 in your world near the Valley of the End, Rukia replied. All have been placed under maximum security with multidimensional defensive protocols. Which won't stop Aizen indefinitely, Naruto observed. Not with the power he's already acquired. No, Sasuke agreed. But it buys time to develop more effective countermeasures. Your synchronization approach, despite its nearly fatal consequences, proved that conventional dimensional boundaries can be temporarily neutralized under specific conditions. That insight provides foundation for new defensive methodologies. Captain Aizen, who had been monitoring Naruto's spiritual metrics during this conversation, interjected with professional concern. Further strategic discussion should wait until his condition stabilizes completely. Despite remarkable recovery progress, his spiritual structure remains in active reconstruction phase. Rukia nodded agreement. Rest and complete healing take priority. Strategic planning continues among allied forces across all realms. Though frustrated by enforced inactivity when reality itself faced existential threat, Naruto recognized the wisdom in their approach. His near dissolution during synchronization had pushed beyond sustainable limits, recovery was necessary before further engagement. Fine, he conceded. But keep me informed of significant developments. And I want to resume training as soon as medically cleared. Of course, Rukia agreed, her expression softening slightly. Though perhaps with less self-destructive techniques than dimensional synchronization using your soul as the primary conduit. Her gentle teasing drew a smile from Naruto despite his concerns. No promises. Self-destructive techniques seem to be my specialty. A trait you share with Ichigo, she observed with fond exasperation. Though he at least attempts to keep his spiritual structure intact between world-saving endeavors. Captain Aizen, satisfied that Naruto's condition remained stable despite extended conversation, excused herself to attend other duties after providing strict instructions regarding rest requirements and activity limitations during continued recovery. Sasuke similarly prepared to depart, explaining that coordinated defense efforts across realms required his attention. Before leaving, however, he addressed Naruto with uncharacteristic directness. Your actions at the convergence point saved countless lives across multiple dimensions, he stated simply. Remember that during recovery. Coming from Sasuke, who rarely offered praise or recognition, the acknowledgement carried particular weight. Naruto nodded appreciation for both the sentiment and its unspoken subtext, that self-recrimination over tactical failure to completely neutralize Aizen served no constructive purpose. After Sasuke's departure, only Rukia remained, her captain's duties apparently adjusted to accommodate extended presence in the healing chamber. She moved a chair closer to Naruto's bed, settling into it with the controlled grace that characterized her movements. "You should rest too," Naruto observed, noting subtle signs of fatigue beneath her composed exterior. "Captain's responsibilities plus babysitting duty seems excessive." "Is that what you think this is?" she asked, violet eyes studying him with unreadable expression. "Babysitting duty?" Something in her tone suggested deeper currents beneath the simple question. Naruto adjusted his approach, recognizing this conversation had shifted from professional to personal territory. "No," he replied honestly. "But I'm not sure what it is exactly." "Neither am I," Rukia admitted after a moment's consideration. "When you collapsed after releasing the synchronization technique, your spiritual structure disintegrating before my eyes, I realized something that professional detachment couldn't adequately explain." "And what was that?" Naruto asked, his heart rate increasing slightly, a change immediately reflected in the monitoring equipment, causing Rukia's lips to curve in a small smile. "That my concern transcended duty or alliance," she replied, her usual composure giving way to rare vulnerability. "That somewhere during these chaotic weeks, you became important to me beyond strategic consideration or professional collaboration." The admission hung between them, simple words carrying complex implications that neither had previously articulated amid the mounting crisis. Their relationship had evolved organically through shared experiences and mutual respect, creating foundation for something deeper without conscious intention. "I feel the same," Naruto acknowledged, finding unexpected relief in finally voicing what had been developing beneath their focused exterior. "From the beginning, you've been more than just an ally or mentor. Something about you just resonates." "Resonates?" Rukia repeated, amusement warming her expression. "That's your romantic declaration? Spiritual frequency compatibility?" "Hey, I've been unconscious for 11 days after nearly disintegrating my soul," Naruto protested with answering humor. "My eloquence reserves are depleted." Their shared laughter eased the tension, allowing this fragile new acknowledgement room to exist naturally rather than forcing immediate definition. Whatever was developing between them would require time to fully articulate, time that reality's ongoing crisis might not readily provide. "What happens now?" Naruto asked after comfortable silence had settled between them. "With Aizen, with reality's continuing deterioration, with everything." Rukia considered before responding, her expression reflecting the complexity their situation demanded. "Now we adapt. Aizen has revealed both his methodology and ultimate objective through his actions thus far. That knowledge allows coordinated defense across realms rather than fragmented reaction." "And personally?" "Personally," she echoed, understanding his meaning immediately, "we acknowledge what exists between us without allowing it to compromise the responsibilities we both carry. We find moments where possible, recognizing they may be limited by circumstance." It was a pragmatic approach that honored both their developing connection and the reality of their situation, neither ignoring genuine feeling or allowing it to overshadow the cosmic crisis demanding their attention. "I can work with that," Naruto agreed. He reached for her hand, finding it waiting for his. The simple connection carried meaning beyond words, acknowledgement of something worth preserving amid reality's uncertain future. Recovery continued with remarkable speed, Naruto's reconstructed spiritual architecture demonstrating unprecedented adaptability. Within 3 days of regaining consciousness, Captain Aizen authorized limited movement within Soul Society's Siriidii district. By the 7th day, she permitted supervised training to assess functional capability of his evolved spiritual structure. These training sessions revealed significant changes in his abilities. The Almighty had integrated more completely with his other power sources, allowing partial activation without the severe strain previously experienced. His Quincy techniques demonstrated increased precision rather than raw power, while his shinobi abilities showed enhanced spiritual resonance beyond conventional chakra manipulation. Most notably, the boundary between these various abilities had diminished significantly, no longer separate powers operating in parallel, but a unified spiritual framework expressing different aspects of a coherent whole. The synchronization trauma had forced evolution beyond artificial divisions, creating something genuinely unprecedented across any realm. Throughout recovery, Naruto maintained contact with Konoha through specialized communication Kido maintained by 13th Division experts. These exchanges confirmed that his home village continued implementing enhanced defenses against dimensional instabilities, with Sasuke leading efforts to adapt shinobi techniques for cross-dimensional application. Similar reports arrived from the Shadow Realm, where Yhwach coordinated Quincy forces defending remaining convergence points with increasingly sophisticated barrier techniques. The multidimensional alliance forged through Crisis maintained operational integrity despite historical tensions, united by recognition of Aizen's existential threat to all realms. 14 days after regaining consciousness, Naruto was officially cleared for full duty by Captain Aizen, her final examination confirming stable integration of his reconstructed spiritual architecture. That same day, he was summoned to a specialized strategy council convened by Captain Commander Kairaku to address developing situations across multiple dimensions. He arrived at the 1st Division headquarters to find representatives from all three primary realms gathered in solemn conclave. Soul Society's captains occupied their traditional positions, while delegates from Konoha, including Kakashi and Shikamaru, and the Shadow Realm, Yhwach and several former Sternritter, completed the assembly. "Ah, Naruto Uzumaki joins us at last," Kairaku greeted him with characteristic relaxed demeanor that belied the gravity of their gathering. "Perfect timing, as we've just received concerning intelligence from multiple sources." "What's happened?" Naruto asked, taking the position indicated beside Rukia, who acknowledged him with a subtle nod that carried personal warmth beneath professional composure. "Coordinated dimensional disturbances have been detected near 3 remaining convergence points simultaneously," Kairaku explained. Suggesting Aizen prepares for synchronized extraction rather than sequential acquisition as previously observed. "Multiple targets at once?" Naruto frowned, immediately recognizing the strategic implications. "That's a significant tactical shift." "Indeed," Kairaku agreed. "And one that presents considerable defensive challenges. Our forces are substantial but finite, dividing them between 3 high-priority targets inevitably creates vulnerabilities." "Which is precisely what Aizen intends," Shikamaru observed. "Force division leading to concentrated breakthrough at whichever convergence point he personally targets while Arrancar and enhanced spirits occupy defenders at secondary locations." "Classic misdirection," Yhwach agreed. "Though executing such strategy across dimensional boundaries requires resources beyond conventional limitations. Resources Aizen now possesses through the power of 3 convergence points," Byakuya noted coldly. "Enhanced capabilities that transcend normal constraints, including unprecedented coordination across realms." The strategic challenge seemed insurmountable, 3 critical targets requiring maximum defensive commitment, with insufficient forces to ensure adequate protection for all simultaneously. Conventional tactical approaches offered no satisfactory solution to this fundamental resource imbalance. "The Almighty provides potential insight," Naruto offered, partially activating the power to search probability threads for viable approaches. Aizen's simultaneous pressure against 3 targets appears coordinated, but contains subtle asymmetry suggesting primary focus on the convergence point near the Valley of the End in my world. "Why target that one specifically?" Kakashi asked. "Tactical significance." "Symbolic resonance," Naruto replied as the Almighty revealed underlying patterns. The valley already experienced partial dimensional rupture during Madara's previous attempt. Reality remains thin there, requiring less energy expenditure for extraction compared to more stable convergence points. Additionally, Yhwach added, that location holds personal significance for Naruto as Yhwach's heir, a psychological component Aizen likely considers relevant to his greater design. "So we concentrate defensive forces at the Valley of the End?" Kairaku asked, seeking confirmation of the tactical recommendation. "Not exactly," Naruto clarified, the Almighty showing more complex probability patterns than simple force concentration would address. Aizen anticipates that we'll recognize his primary target and respond accordingly. He's prepared specialized counters for concentrated defense at that location. Then what approach do you recommend? Rukia asked, professional focus temporarily superseding personal connection. Naruto fully activated the Almighty, cross-shaped pupils manifesting as he searched probability threads with unprecedented precision, his evolved spiritual structure allowing deeper perception without the strain previously experienced. What he discovered was concerning yet offered narrow possibility for effective response. Aizen isn't simply targeting convergence points for raw power acquisition, he explained, as understanding crystallized through almighty perception. He's specifically selecting frequencies that complement existing harmonic patterns established by the three keys already possessed. The convergence point near the Valley of the End resonates at precisely the frequency required to complete the first harmonic sequence in his restructuring methodology. Meaning? Kairaku prompted, cutting through technical explanation to core strategic relevance. Meaning we don't defend the convergence points directly, Naruto clarified. Instead, we target the harmonic framework Aizen has established around each location, the spiritual architecture designed to channel extracted energy into his existing configuration. Counter-harmonic disruption, Hashwalth translated, immediately grasping the concept. Rather than preventing extraction directly, we ensure extracted energy follows dispersal patterns incompatible with Aizen's intended configuration. Exactly, Naruto confirmed. The Almighty shows higher success probability through targeted harmonic interference rather than conventional defensive concentration. That's why he targeted you specifically during the previous confrontation, Rukia realized. Your ability to perceive and manipulate dimensional harmonics represents direct threat to his methodology. Most likely, Naruto acknowledged. Though I wasn't consciously aware of this capability until reconstruction forced evolution in my spiritual architecture. The Strategy Council spent several hours developing specific implementation protocols based on Naruto's almighty insights. Forces would be divided between the three threatened convergence points, but with specialized focus on harmonic disruption rather than conventional defense, each team equipped with techniques designed to interfere with Aizen's resonance patterns rather than preventing extraction directly. A sophisticated approach, Kairaku observed as their planning concluded. Though execution requires unprecedented coordination across dimensional boundaries. Which we've now established through multi-realm alliance structures, Shikamaru noted. Communication and synchronization capabilities that didn't exist before the crisis began. Evolution under pressure, Naruto murmured, recognizing that adaptation extended beyond individual development to encompass entire civilizations and their relationship structures. As the Council prepared for implementation, assigning specific forces to each convergence point location, Kairaku addressed Naruto directly. You perceive probability threads more clearly than anyone present, the ancient Soul Reaper observed. Where do you believe you should be positioned for maximum strategic effect? The Almighty had already shown Naruto this answer with perfect clarity, a specific location where his presence could prove genuinely decisive rather than merely contributory. The Valley of the End, he stated with quiet certainty. Not because it's Aizen's primary target, but because harmonic disruption there requires specific frequency manipulation that my evolved abilities can uniquely provide. And the considerable personal risk such positioning entails? Kairaku asked, his casual tone belying the serious inquiry beneath. Acceptable given probability alternatives, Naruto replied simply. Very well, Kairaku acknowledged. Captain Kuchiki will command Soul Society forces at that location, coordinating with Konoha's defensive deployment under Kakashi's direction. Naruto noticed he hadn't specified which Captain Kuchiki, Byakuya or Rukia, would command Soul Society's contingent. From Rukia's subtle smile, she had caught the deliberate ambiguity as well. With assignments established and implementation protocols finalized, the Council dispersed to prepare for immediate deployment. Intelligence suggested Aizen's coordinated extraction attempt would commence within 24 hours, leaving minimal time for defensive positioning. As Naruto prepared to depart with forces assigned to the Valley of the End, Rukia approached him in a quiet moment between preparations. The Almighty shows you something beyond tactical positioning at the valley, she observed perceptively. Something you didn't share with the council. He smiled slightly, unsurprised by her insight. Yes. Probability threads converging toward a specific confrontation, not just with Aizen, but with the fundamental question of what the Almighty itself represents. Yhwach's legacy, Rukia translated. The choice between using his power to dominate or to heal. Exactly, Naruto confirmed, impressed by her immediate understanding. The Valley of the End is where that choice crystallizes across all probability threads, where the Almighty's purpose in awakening through me rather than someone else becomes clear. And you face this alone? She asked, concern evident beneath her composed exterior. No, he replied simply, reaching for her hand. Not alone. The acknowledgement carried meaning beyond tactical partnership, recognition that whatever challenges awaited at the Valley of the End, they would face them together. Their personal connection had evolved alongside their professional collaboration, creating foundation for something that transcended conventional definitions. As Soul Society forces mobilized for deployment, reality itself seemed balanced on precipice, the outcome of imminent confrontation determining not just immediate tactical victory, but the fundamental direction reality would take as it inevitably transformed under escalating pressure. And at the center of this cosmic fulcrum stood Naruto Uzumaki, heir to Yhwach's power but forge of his own destiny, carrying the Almighty not as instrument of domination but potential catalyst for healing across fractured dimensions. The stage was set for final confrontation at the Valley of the End, not just between opposing forces, but between competing visions for reality's future configuration. The Valley of the End had transformed beyond recognition since Naruto last stood within its iconic boundaries. Where massive statues of Madara and Hashirama had once faced each other across thundering waterfall, now existed a landscape of surreal dimensional instability, reality itself fractured into overlapping configurations that shifted between states with disturbing fluidity. The waterfall still flowed, but followed impossible geometries, sometimes upward, sometimes splitting into multiple divergent streams that reconnected through paths defying conventional physics. The surrounding cliffs phased between solid matter and probabilistic haze, their very substance uncertain as dimensional boundaries continued deteriorating. At the valley's center, where previous rupture had occurred during Madara's initial attempt, hovered the convergence point, a nexus of cosmic energy pulsing with increasing irregularity as reality's structural integrity failed around it. Unlike the convergence points Naruto had previously encountered, this one displayed advanced degradation, its energy patterns fragmented and chaotic rather than coherent. Deterioration progresses faster than anticipated, Byakuya observed as the advance team secured preliminary positions around the convergence point. Natural collapse may occur regardless of Aizen's intervention if stabilization measures aren't implemented immediately. Agreed, Kakashi confirmed, his Sharingan uncovered to better perceive dimensional anomalies surrounding them. Conventional containment techniques are proving insufficient against this level of instability. Defensive forces had established concentric perimeters around the convergence point, Soul Reapers maintaining specialized Kido barriers, Konoha shinobi implementing enhanced sealing techniques, and a small contingent of Shadow Realm Quincies contributing reishi-based stabilization mechanisms. Yet despite this unprecedented coordination, the convergence point's deterioration continued accelerating. It's responding to resonance patterns established by the three keys Aizen already possesses, Naruto explained, the Almighty revealing underlying harmonic structures invisible to conventional perception. Even without direct intervention, the convergence points have begun synchronizing to frequencies he established through previous extractions. Can we counter this passive harmonization? Rukia asked, her Zanpakuto released to its Shirkai form as she maintained ice-based stabilization around critical junction points. Temporarily, Naruto replied, activating specialized harmonic disruption techniques developed through Almighty Insight. But sustainability requires continuous adjustment as resonance patterns evolve in response to our interference. The situation epitomized their fundamental disadvantage against Aizen's methodology, reactive defense against proactive restructuring, temporary containment against permanent transformation. Even with multidimensional alliance and unprecedented coordination, they struggled to maintain status quo while Aizen systematically implemented cosmic reconfiguration. Specialized communication techniques provided regular updates from other threatened convergence points, confirming similar conditions at each location, accelerating deterioration regardless of defensive measures, passive harmonization with patterns established by Aizen's previous extractions, and increasing dimensional instability surrounding each nexus. "We're fighting inevitable transformation," Sasuke observed, joining Naruto near the central containment perimeter after completing Rinnegan-enhanced assessment of their tactical position. Reality's structure has already passed critical threshold for sustainable maintenance of current configuration. Yes, Naruto acknowledged, the Almighty showing him this fundamental truth with perfect clarity. The question isn't whether reality transforms, but how, according to whose vision and serving what purpose. Aizen's vision versus what alternative? Sasuke asked pragmatically. Before Naruto could respond, reality itself seemed to hiccup, a disorienting shudder that affected everything within the valley. The convergence point flared with sudden intensity, its irregular pulsations shifting toward coherent pattern that suggested external influence rather than natural deterioration. "It begins," Byakuya announced tensely, his spiritual pressure intensifying as he prepared for imminent confrontation. Defensive positions at maximum readiness. Unlike previous engagements, no preliminary skirmishes preceded the main event, no Arrancar testing defenses, no enhanced spirits conducting reconnaissance in force. Instead, reality simply folded with precision elegance at a point directly above the convergence point, creating an aperture through which stepped Aizen himself, calm, composed, and radiating power beyond conventional parameters. "Predictable positioning," he observed, studying their defensive configuration with clinical detachment. "Though I note interesting harmonic disruption techniques integrated within conventional barriers. Your understanding evolves impressively." His right arm glowed with hypnotic patterns representing the power of 3 convergence points already absorbed, shifting colors and configurations suggesting active harmonic manipulation rather than mere power storage. His spiritual pressure had evolved beyond conventional definition, existing partially outside standard dimensional constraints while maintaining coherent focus within current reality. "Aizen," Byakuya acknowledged coldly. "Your extraction attempt fails here. This convergence point remains protected." "Protected?" Aizen's expression suggested gentle amusement. "You misunderstand fundamental principles involved, Captain Kuchiki. This isn't about preventing extraction, that became inevitable the moment 3 keys entered harmonized configuration. What occurs now merely determines transition methodology, not ultimate outcome." His gaze shifted to Naruto, studying him with scientific interest. "Your spiritual architecture has evolved considerably since our last encounter. Forced adaptation through synchronization trauma, impressive resilience and integration parameters. Not through your design," Naruto stated firmly, activating the Almighty to perceive Aizen's true position within probability threads, his apparent location potentially differing from actual presence given Kyoka Suigetsu's perfect hypnosis capabilities. "Design implies deterministic approach," Aizen corrected mildly. "I merely established environmental conditions conducive to natural evolution, then allowed inherent adaptation mechanisms to progress without interference. Your development follows organic patterns rather than imposed configuration, a crucial distinction." While this philosophical exchange continued, defensive forces maintained disciplined focus on their primary objective, implementing harmonic disruption protocols designed to prevent the convergence point's energy from integrating with Aizen's existing configuration should extraction occur. Soul Reapers, Shinobi, and Quincies worked with coordinated precision despite the surreal environmental conditions surrounding them. "Enough dialogue," Byakuya stated flatly. "Your extraction attempt fails here, regardless of philosophical justification. Scatter, Senbonzakura." His Zanpakuto dissolved into thousands of razor-sharp cherry blossom petals that surged toward Aizen from multiple vectors. Simultaneously, other defenders launched coordinated attacks, Rukia's ice techniques, Sasuke's Amaterasu, Kakashi's lightning manipulation, and specialized Kido from Soul Society forces all converging on Aizen's position. The former captain responded with disturbing calm, raising his glowing right hand in simple gesture. Reality itself seemed to bend around him, attacks distorting as if passing through uneven glass before dissipating harmlessly. Conventional offensive approaches remain ineffective against reality manipulation capabilities granted by 3 convergence points, Aizen observed. Though I note improved coordination and tactical innovation compared to previous encounters. With casual elegance, he extended his glowing right arm toward the convergence point, not attempting direct contact yet, but establishing preliminary harmonic resonance between his existing configuration and the valley's nexus. The convergence point responded immediately, its chaotic pulsations shifting toward patterns matching the hypnotic sequences flowing across Aizen's arm. Harmonic synchronization initiating, Naruto warned, the Almighty showing him precisely what Aizen attempted. He's establishing resonance bridge before physical extraction. Defenders immediately implemented counterharmonic protocols, specialized techniques designed to disrupt the resonance patterns Aizen established. Soul Reapers executed precisely calibrated Kido sequences, Shinobi performed enhanced sealing techniques targeting specific frequency bands, and Quincies manipulated erasure configurations to create interference patterns. For several tense moments, stalemate ensued, Aizen establishing harmonic bridges that defenders immediately disrupted through coordinated counterfrequencies. The convergence point's pulsations fluctuated between Aizen's imposed patterns and chaotic instability, unable to achieve stable configuration in either direction. Interesting approach, Aizen acknowledged, genuine appreciation in his voice. Counterharmonic disruption rather than conventional barrier defense. Someone has been studying dimensional resonance principles with remarkable insight. His gaze fixed on Naruto. Your almighty perception provides tactical advantages beyond conventional analysis. Without warning, Aizen shifted approach, not intensifying his existing methodology, but implementing entirely different technique that defenders hadn't anticipated. Rather than establishing direct harmonic bridge between himself and the convergence point, he created resonance network throughout the valley itself, the entire environment becoming extension of his harmonic configuration. Distributed resonance, Naruto realized with alarm, the Almighty showing him implications immediately. He's using the valley's existing dimensional instability as amplification network. Counterharmonic protocols proved ineffective against this approach, designed to disrupt direct bridges rather than distributed networks leveraging environmental factors. The convergence point responded to this distributed resonance with increasing coherence, its chaotic pulsation stabilizing into patterns matching Aizen's existing configuration. We need to adapt, Rukia stated urgently, recognizing their tactical disadvantage. Conventional counterharmonics won't disrupt distributed resonance. Alternative approach required, Byakuya agreed, immediately signaling defensive forces to implement contingency protocols. The Almighty showed Naruto their narrow remaining options with perfect clarity, conventional approaches insufficient against Aizen's evolving methodology, yet one possibility remaining through unprecedented application of his uniquely evolved abilities. I need to establish counternetwork, he informed Rukia and Sasuke, who had positioned themselves nearby during the escalating confrontation. Not disrupting his resonance directly, but creating parallel harmonic structure that diverts energy flow into alternative configuration. That would require spiritual architecture capable of processing multiple dimensional frequencies simultaneously, Sasuke observed. Similar to synchronization technique that nearly destroyed your soul structure previously. Yes, Naruto acknowledged. But my reconstructed spiritual architecture includes adaptations specifically evolved to handle such processing requirements. The synchronization trauma forced development beyond previous limitations. Evolution under pressure, Rukia murmured, recognizing the pattern Aizen had predicted manifesting through organic adaptation rather than imposed design. Exactly, Naruto confirmed. But evolution following my pattern, not his intended configuration. Without waiting for further discussion, Naruto activated specialized technique developed during recovery, not the crude synchronization that had nearly destroyed him previously, but refined harmonic manipulation leveraging his evolved spiritual architecture. The Almighty guided precise frequency calibration, allowing him to establish counternetwork matching Aizen's distributed resonance without self-destructive consequences. The effect manifested immediately, reality around them responding to competing harmonic structures establishing dynamic equilibrium rather than progressive dominance. The convergence point's pulsations stabilized in neutral configuration, neither following Aizen's patterns nor reverting to chaotic instability. Aizen's expression shifted from clinical detachment to genuine interest. Remarkable adaptation, he observed. Your harmonic manipulation capabilities have evolved beyond theoretical projections. Rather than crude synchronization, you've developed nuanced frequency architecture capable of establishing counterresonance without structural degradation. I'm full of surprises, Naruto replied, maintaining focus on his counternetwork despite conversation. Evolution doesn't always follow predicted patterns. Indeed not, Aizen agreed. Which makes observation all the more fascinating. With subtle gesture modification, Aizen intensified his distributed resonance, not through raw power application, but precise frequency adjustments targeting specific harmonic nodes within Naruto's counternetwork. The convergence point responded immediately, its pulsations shifting incrementally toward Aizen's configuration despite Naruto's opposing influence. Clever targeting, Naruto acknowledged, the Almighty showing him exactly how Aizen manipulated specific frequency components within the complex harmonic structure he had established. He adjusted accordingly, reinforcing targeted nodes while implementing secondary resonance patterns to compensate for Aizen's precision approach. What followed resembled musical counterpoint more than conventional battle, two harmonic structures evolving in dynamic opposition, each responding to the other's modifications with increasingly sophisticated adjustments. Defenders maintained their positions, recognizing Naruto's counternetwork represented their most effective response against Aizen's distributed resonance methodology. He can't maintain this indefinitely, Rukia observed quietly, monitoring Naruto's condition with professional concern beneath personal connection. Even with evolved spiritual architecture, extended harmonic manipulation at this complexity level exacts significant toll. Neither can Aizen, Sasuke countered, his Rinnegan perceiving subtle strain beneath the former captain's composed exterior. 3 convergence points provide unprecedented power, but manipulating reality against active opposition requires continuous expenditure. The stalemate continued, minutes extending toward threshold where endurance rather than technique might determine outcome. Naruto maintained his counternetwork with remarkable stability, his evolved spiritual architecture demonstrating unprecedented efficiency in harmonic manipulation. Yet fatigue gradually accumulated, not the catastrophic structural degradation experienced during crude synchronization, but steady depletion that would eventually compromise effectiveness. Aizen similarly showed increasing focus beneath his composed exterior, subtle indicators suggesting the confrontation demanded more resources than his casual demeanor acknowledged. The power of 3 convergence points granted tremendous advantage, yet continuous application against sophisticated opposition required genuine effort rather than effortless dominance. As their harmonic duel approached critical threshold, Aizen suddenly shifted approach again, not intensifying existing methodology, but implementing fundamental change that defenders hadn't anticipated. His glowing right arm extended fully toward the convergence point, not establishing direct contact but initiating specialized extraction technique leveraging distributed resonance already established throughout the environment. Direct extraction phase initiated, Naruto warned, the Almighty showing him exactly what Aizen attempted. He's leveraging distributed resonance to channel energy through environmental matrix rather than conventional absorption. Defenders immediately implemented final contingency protocols, not attempting to prevent extraction directly, but ensuring extracted energy followed dispersal patterns incompatible with Aizen's intended configuration. Soul Reapers, Shinobi, and Quincies executed precisely coordinated techniques designed to fragment the convergence point's energy during extraction process, preventing coherent integration with Aizen's existing harmonic structure. Naruto adjusted his counternetwork to facilitate this dispersal approach, not opposing extraction directly, but ensuring energy followed paths incompatible with Aizen's intended configuration. The Almighty guided precise modifications, showing him exact frequency adjustments required to maximize dispersal effectiveness while minimizing his own spiritual expenditure. The convergence point responded with increasing instability, its energy neither fully extracted nor stably contained, but fragmenting along dispersal patterns established by defensive protocols. Reality surrounding the nexus fluctuated violently as dimensional boundaries further deteriorated under opposing influences, the valley itself beginning to disintegrate as fundamental laws failed catastrophically within the conflict zone. Interesting approach, Aizen acknowledged, genuine appreciation in his voice despite evident frustration. Dispersal rather than prevention, ensuring extracted energy follows patterns incompatible with established configuration. Tactical innovation worthy of respect. Not just tactical, Naruto replied, maintaining counternetwork despite escalating environmental degradation. Philosophical. Reality will transform regardless of our intervention, the question is whether transformation follows imposed design or organic evolution. A distinction without meaningful difference, Aizen countered. All transformation follows pattern, whether consciously designed or unconsciously evolved. The difference merely lies in whether pattern serves coherent purpose or random adaptation. The difference, Naruto stated firmly, is whether souls determine their own evolution or conform to someone else's vision of perfection. Their philosophical exchange continued as practical confrontation intensified, harmonic structures evolving in dynamic opposition while reality itself deteriorated around them. The convergence point's energy continued fragmenting along dispersal patterns, neither fully extracted nor stably contained but following paths incompatible with Aizen's intended configuration. Through the Almighty, Naruto perceived probability threads collapsing toward decision point, the moment where fundamental choice regarding the Almighty's purpose would crystallize across all potential futures. This wasn't merely tactical confrontation between opposing forces, but philosophical divergence between competing visions for reality's future configuration. As if sensing this approaching threshold, Aizen intensified his extraction efforts, not through raw power application, but precise harmonic adjustments targeting specific weaknesses in defenders' dispersal patterns. The convergence point responded with increasing coherence, fragments beginning to align with Aizen's existing configuration despite defensive efforts to maintain incompatible dispersal. Dispersal patterns failing, Rukia reported tensely, monitoring specialized indicators established by Kido specialists. Extraction proceeds despite fragmentation protocols. Alternative approach required immediately, Byakuya stated, recognizing conventional defensive methodologies had reached effectiveness limits against Aizen's evolving techniques. The Almighty showed Naruto one remaining possibility, narrow and desperate, with catastrophic failure potential, yet offering their only chance to prevent Aizen from acquiring the fourth key intact. Not crude destruction as they had attempted with the living world convergence point, but fundamental reconfiguration of the nexus itself, changing its intrinsic harmonic structure to pattern incompatible with Aizen's existing configuration. I need to reconfigure the convergence point's fundamental frequency structure, he informed those nearest him, Rukia and Sasuke maintaining position despite escalating environmental degradation. Not destroying or dispersing it, but changing its intrinsic harmonic pattern. Is that possible? Rukia asked, professional focus momentarily superseding personal concern. Convergence points represent fundamental dimensional junctions, their harmonic structures considered immutable by conventional understanding. Conventional understanding doesn't account for the Almighty's perception across all possible configurations, Naruto replied. With precise harmonic manipulation guided by perfect frequency visualization, reconfiguration becomes theoretically possible. Theoretical possibility and practical implementation represent distinct challenges, Sasuke observed pragmatically. What support requirements would such attempt entail? Stabilization framework maintaining environmental coherence during reconfiguration process, Naruto explained. My counternetwork provides foundation, but requires external reinforcement against reality degradation during frequency transition. Without further discussion, Rukia and Sasuke immediately began implementing required support structures, Rukia coordinating Soul Reaper forces to establish specialized Kido framework reinforcing environmental stability, while Sasuke directed shinobi contingent in complementary sealing techniques designed to maintain dimensional coherence during harmonic transition. Nearby Quincies similarly adjusted their approaches, providing additional stability through ratio manipulation specifically calibrated to Naruto's counternetwork parameters. Aizen observed these preparations with scientific interest, his extraction efforts continuing uninterrupted despite defensive reconfigurations. Attempting fundamental frequency reconfiguration, he identified, studying their methodological approach with professional appreciation. Ambitious. The convergence point's intrinsic harmonic structure represents cosmic constant rather than manipulable variable. Constants become variables at sufficient perception depth, Naruto replied, the Almighty guiding his understanding beyond conventional limitations. Fundamental frequencies appear immutable only because observation typically occurs within systems they define rather than from perspective transcending those limitations. And the Almighty provides such transcendent perspective, Aizen acknowledged. Fascinating application of perceptual advantage. Though theoretical possibility doesn't ensure practical success against active opposition. Their philosophical exchange concluded as practical confrontation reached critical threshold, Naruto initiating fundamental reconfiguration attempt while Aizen intensified extraction efforts, both operating at harmonic complexity levels transcending conventional understanding. Reality itself protested their competing manipulations, dimensional laws failing catastrophically within their influence zone as the valley continued disintegrating around them. Through the Almighty, Naruto perceived the convergence point's fundamental frequency structure with unprecedented clarity, not merely its current configuration, but all possible configurations it might adopt across infinite probability spectrum. This perception guided precise harmonic adjustments, allowing him to initiate transition toward configuration incompatible with Aizen's established resonance patterns. The convergence point responded with violent instability, its energy patterns fluctuating chaotically as fundamental transformation initiated within its cosmic structure. Reality surrounding the nexus deteriorated further, environment struggling to accommodate fundamental constants shifting between configurations. Defenders maintained their stabilization framework with remarkable discipline despite increasingly hostile conditions, providing crucial support for Naruto's reconfiguration attempt. Aizen recognized the existential threat this approach represented to his extraction methodology. With unprecedented focus, he intensified his efforts, not merely continuing existing technique, but implementing fundamental shifts in his own harmonic approach to counter Naruto's reconfiguration attempt. His glowing right arm, representing power absorbed from 3 convergence points, pulsed with increasing intensity as he directed its full capabilities against Naruto's manipulations. Harmonic deadlock approaching, Naruto warned, the Almighty showing him probability convergence toward unstable equilibrium between opposing manipulations. Neither reconfiguration nor extraction can proceed to completion while opposing force maintains current application parameters. Stalemate represents temporary advantage for defensive position, Byakuya observed. Environmental degradation continues regardless of harmonic deadlock, extraction becomes increasingly difficult as dimensional stability deteriorates. The observation highlighted their fundamental advantage in this specific confrontation. Aizen required successful extraction to advance his cosmic restructuring, while defenders needed only to prevent that outcome rather than achieve positive objective themselves. Stalemate ultimately served defensive purpose more than offensive agenda. Aizen evidently recognized this tactical reality. With elegant precision, he adjusted his approach, not intensifying existing methodology, but implementing staged withdrawal while maintaining sufficient harmonic pressure to prevent successful reconfiguration. Interesting confrontation, he acknowledged, genuine appreciation in his voice despite tactical setback. Your approach demonstrates remarkable innovation, leveraging almighty perception to manipulate fundamental constants rather than merely opposing extraction directly. As he spoke, reality folded around him in precisely controlled fashion, not conventional garganta or dimensional gateway, but specialized translation technique leveraging powers granted by 3 convergence points already absorbed. Before defenders could prevent his departure, he had withdrawn from direct confrontation while maintaining residual harmonic influence through distributed resonance networks established throughout the environment. Tactical withdrawal while maintaining harmonic pressure, Naruto identified, the Almighty showing him exactly what Aizen attempted. Preventing both extraction and reconfiguration while conserving resources for alternative approach. Stalemate with preservation of future options, Sasuke translated pragmatically. Neither victory nor defeat, but strategic repositioning. The assessment accurately captured their situation. Aizen had failed to extract the convergence point intact, yet defenders had not achieved complete reconfiguration, rendering it permanently incompatible with his existing harmonic structure. Both sides maintained partial objective achievement while avoiding catastrophic failure. As Aizen's direct presence faded, his distributed resonance networks remained, diminished but persistent influence preventing both natural stabilization and complete reconfiguration. The convergence point continued fluctuating between configurations, neither reverting to original harmonic structure nor fully transitioning to incompatible pattern. "We've prevented immediate extraction," Rukia observed, professional assessment temporarily superseding personal concern for Naruto's condition after extended harmonic manipulation. But permanent security remains unachieved while his resonance networks persist within the environment. Complete neutralization requires systematic dismantling of distributed influence structures, Byakuya stated. Procedure demanding precise coordination across multiple harmonic frequencies simultaneously. "I can establish neutralization framework," Naruto offered, though fatigue from extended harmonic manipulation was evident beneath determined exterior. The Almighty shows precise frequency requirements for systematic dismantling approach. Before implementation discussion could proceed further, reality itself seemed to hiccup, not the chaotic fluctuations of natural deterioration or Aizen's manipulations, but something deeper and more fundamental. The convergence point's pulsations suddenly stabilized into coherent pattern matching neither its original configuration nor Aizen's intended structure, but something entirely different, harmonic architecture that resembled both yet transcended either individually. Self-organization, Naruto realized with amazement, the Almighty showing him exactly what occurred. The convergence point is spontaneously reconfiguring along harmonic patterns incorporating elements from both original structure and attempted manipulations. Adaptation rather than domination, Rukia observed, immediately grasping the significance. Evolution beyond imposed design or preserved constant. The phenomenon represented exactly what Naruto had articulated during philosophical exchange with Aizen, transformation following organic evolution rather than imposed design, incorporating elements from competing influences while transcending either individually. The convergence point was essentially healing itself, not returning to original configuration, but evolving into new structure better adapted to changed environmental conditions. Through the Almighty, Naruto perceived profound significance in this spontaneous adaptation, not merely tactical development affecting immediate confrontation, but philosophical validation with cosmic implications. Reality itself demonstrated capacity for self-healing when presented with opportunity for genuine evolution rather than imposed reconfiguration. "We should support this natural adaptation process," he advised, the Almighty showing optimal approach with perfect clarity. Not imposing specific configuration, but providing stabilization framework allowing self-organization to complete without environmental interference. Defenders immediately implemented this recommendation, Soul Reapers, Shinobi, and Quincies adjusting their techniques to establish protective framework around the convergence point without imposing specific harmonic patterns. Their approach created stable environment for natural adaptation while systematically dismantling Aizen's residual resonance networks to remove external manipulation pressure. As environmental stability improved, the convergence point's self-organization accelerated, harmonic patterns achieving increased coherence as natural adaptation processes proceeded without interference. Reality surrounding the nexus gradually stabilized, dimensional boundaries re-establishing fundamental coherence despite significant reconfiguration from original parameters. "It's working," Rukia observed with cautious optimism. The convergence point stabilizes along self-determined harmonic patterns rather than imposed configuration. And Aizen's residual influence diminishes as natural adaptation proceeds, Sasuke added, his Rinnegan perceiving subtle harmonic shifts beyond conventional detection thresholds. His distributed networks dissipate without active maintenance against competing natural organization. The Almighty showed Naruto profound implications extending beyond immediate tactical situation. This spontaneous adaptation represented microcosm of larger cosmic potential. Reality itself possessed inherent capacity for self-healing when provided opportunity for genuine evolution rather than subjected to imposed reconfiguration. This changes everything, he stated quietly, recognizing philosophical validation transcending specific confrontation outcome. Not just preventing Aizen from acquiring the fourth key, but demonstrating fundamental alternative to his approach, evolution through supported adaptation rather than imposed design. A pattern potentially applicable to reality's overall deterioration, Byakuya observed perceptively. Not preventing transformation, but guiding natural adaptation through stabilization support rather than configuration imposition. The insight resonated deeply with what the Almighty had been showing Naruto since its awakening, countless probability threads converging toward transformation, yet diverging dramatically in methodology between imposition and facilitation. Aizen represented the former approach, reality restructured according to singular vision regardless of natural inclinations. Their emerging alternative offered the latter, transformation guided through stabilization support allowing natural adaptation processes to determine specific configurations. As the convergence point completed its self-organization process, achieving stable harmonic structure incorporating elements from original configuration while transcending previous limitations, Naruto perceived his own role with unprecedented clarity. The Almighty had awakened in him not as instrument of domination imposing specific vision across all possible futures, but as perceptual framework allowing identification of optimal support parameters facilitating natural evolution. This is what Yhwach never understood, he stated, insight crystallizing through perfect almighty perception. The power's true purpose isn't imposing configuration across all futures, but perceiving optimal support parameters allowing natural adaptation to proceed without destructive interference. Evolution guidance rather than deterministic design, Rukia translated, immediately grasping the philosophical distinction. Seeing all futures not to select single imposed outcome, but to identify optimal facilitation approach supporting natural development. The validation provided answer to question that had haunted Naruto since the Almighty's awakening, why this power had manifested through him specifically rather than someone else. His fundamental nature had always emphasized connection and support rather than domination and control, making him uniquely suited to utilize the Almighty's perception for facilitation rather than imposition. As defensive forces continued dismantling Aizen's residual influence while supporting the convergence point self-organization process, Naruto felt profound shift within his own spiritual structure, the Almighty fully integrating with his other abilities according to this facilitation framework rather than dominance architecture. His evolved spiritual organization reflected externally what the convergence point demonstrated environmentally, adaptation incorporating multiple influences while transcending individual limitations. We should implement similar approach at other convergence points, he suggested, the Almighty showing him potential application across multiple dimensional junctions simultaneously. Not imposing specific configurations, but establishing stabilization frameworks allowing natural adaptation to proceed without external interference. Can such methodology counter Aizen's existing influence across reality's overall structure? Byakuya asked pragmatically. 3 convergence points already absorbed provide significant configuration capability regardless of tactical setback here. The Almighty suggests cascading effect possibilities, Naruto replied, perceiving complex probability patterns extending beyond immediate tactical situation. Each convergence point that achieves self-organized adaptation strengthens overall reality fabric against imposed reconfiguration, creating resistance network transcending individual junction limitations. Natural immunity development against artificial manipulation, Sasuke translated. Systemic resilience emerging through connected adaptation rather than centralized defense. The approach represented fundamental philosophical alternative to conventional opposition, not preventing transformation, but ensuring it followed natural adaptation patterns rather than imposed design. As reality inevitably changed under mounting pressure from multiple sources, this methodology offered guidance framework allowing transformation to proceed beneficially rather than catastrophically. We should convene multi-realm strategic council immediately, Byakuya decided. This approach requires coordinated implementation across all remaining convergence points simultaneously to achieve maximum effectiveness. As defensive forces prepared for tactical redeployment while maintaining stabilization framework around the valley's now adapting convergence point, Rukia approached Naruto directly, professional assessment temporarily yielding to personal concern. Your condition suggests immediate recovery requirements following extended harmonic manipulation, she observed, violet eyes assessing beyond mere physical fatigue to deeper spiritual expenditure patterns. Evolutionary adaptation notwithstanding, resource depletion remains physiological reality. I'm fine, Naruto automatically responded, then smiled at her skeptical expression. Okay, maybe not fine, but functional. My reconstructed spiritual architecture handles extended manipulation more efficiently than previous configuration. Efficiency improvement doesn't eliminate fundamental expenditure requirements, she countered pragmatically. Temporary withdrawal for recovery represents tactical necessity rather than optional consideration. Before Naruto could formulate appropriately stubborn response to this eminently reasonable suggestion, Sasuke intervened with characteristic directness. She's right, he stated flatly. Your strategic value across multiple confrontations exceeds tactical contribution to single stabilization effort. Logical resource allocation dictates recovery priority over continued field presence. Their combined pragmatic assessment proved difficult to counter with mere stubborn insistence. Moreover, the Almighty showed Naruto their recommendation aligned with optimal probability outcomes. His strategic contribution following proper recovery exceeded continuous field presence without appropriate regeneration interval. Fine, he conceded finally. Brief recovery period before strategic council convenes. But maintained awareness of developmental patterns at other convergence points. Of course, Rukia agreed, professional composure returning though personal concern remained evident in subtle expressions. Continuous information flow maintained throughout recovery interval. As preparations for tactical redeployment continued around them, Naruto cast final almighty enhanced assessment across the Valley of the End, transformed beyond recognition yet achieving new stability through natural adaptation rather than imposed reconfiguration. The convergence point pulsed with steady rhythm at the environment center, its harmonic pattern neither matching original configuration nor Aizen's intended structure, but transcending both through genuine evolutionary adaptation. The site represented microcosm of larger philosophical validation, reality demonstrating inherent capacity for self-healing when provided appropriate stabilization support without configuration imposition. This insight would guide their approach moving forward, not preventing inevitable transformation, but ensuring it followed natural adaptation patterns rather than artificial design. As they prepared to depart, Naruto felt profound certainty regarding the Almighty's true purpose, not domination instrument imposing single vision across all futures, but perception framework identifying optimal support parameters facilitating natural evolution. Yhwach had fundamentally misunderstood his own power, using it to force reality into compliance with his singular vision rather than support its natural adaptive capabilities. That misunderstanding explained why the power had awakened in Naruto specifically, someone whose fundamental nature emphasized connection and facilitation rather than domination and control. The Almighty had found vessel aligned with its true purpose rather than perpetuating previous application limitations. Ready? Rukia asked, preparations for departure complete around them. Yes, Naruto replied, certainty transcending immediate tactical considerations to encompass larger philosophical understanding. I finally understand why the Almighty awakened in me rather than someone else. And, she prompted gently. It needed someone who would use it to heal rather than to rule, he stated simply. Someone who sees connections as strength rather than weakness, who values bonds above power. Someone like you, Rukia acknowledged, warmth transcending professional composure to reveal deeper personal connection. As they departed the Valley of the End, reality continued adapting around them, transformation proceeding not according to imposed design but through natural evolutionary processes supported by appropriate stabilization frameworks. The pattern established here would guide their approach across all remaining convergence points, facilitation methodology allowing reality to heal itself rather than forcing compliance with artificial reconfiguration. The true battle against Aizen's vision had just begun. 3 convergence points already absorbed provided significant configuration capability regardless of tactical setback here. Yet fundamental philosophical alternative had been established, evolution through supported adaptation rather than imposed design, natural transformation guided rather than artificial reconfiguration forced. And at the center of this emerging alternative stood Naruto Uzumaki, heir to Yhwach's power but forge of his own destiny, carrying the Almighty not as instrument of domination but catalyst for healing across fractured dimensions. The throne of 2 worlds awaited, not as seat of power imposing singular vision across reality, but as position of responsibility facilitating natural evolution across multiple realms simultaneously. A throne defined not by who sat upon it, but by how its influence manifested throughout interconnected existence. It's not about ruling, Naruto realized, putting words to the understanding crystallizing within him. It's about serving, using perception across all possible futures to support rather than control, to connect rather than divide. The true throne transcends dominance, Rukia agreed, understanding immediately. Authority through facilitation rather than imposition. As they rejoined the multidimensional alliance preparing for next phase in their confrontation with Aizen's vision, Naruto carried this profound certainty forward: the Almighty had found its true purpose through him, evolving beyond Yhwach's limited application to manifest its genuine potential as healing catalyst rather than domination instrument. The conflict continued, but its fundamental nature had transformed irrevocably. No longer merely tactical opposition between competing forces, but philosophical divergence between contrasting approaches to reality's inevitable transformation, imposition versus facilitation, design versus evolution, control versus support. And in that philosophical distinction lay reality's true hope for surviving the coming changes, not unchanged, but evolved, not preserved in static configuration, but adapted to new conditions, not dominated by singular vision, but guided through natural development. The throne of 2 worlds awaited its rightful occupant, not ruler, but servant, not controller, but facilitator, not dominator, but healer. Naruto Uzumaki, heir to Yhwach's power but forge of his own destiny, stepped forward to claim that responsibility, not through ambition or entitlement, but through fundamental alignment between his nature and the Almighty's true purpose. The journey continued, but its direction had been irrevocably established. Whatever challenges awaited in confrontations yet to come, whatever obstacles Aizen's vision presented to their emerging alternative, the fundamental philosophical foundation had been laid: evolution through supported adaptation rather than imposed design. And that made all the difference. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.